Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
After that prison visit, Takatsuyu spent the rest of his afternoon operating the sewing machine, his mind restless and uneasy. Japanese prisons are renowned for their generous treatment. It's no wonder so many elderly individuals commit petty crimes and turn themselves in to spend their twilight years behind bars. The end of the afternoon work shift in prison coincides roughly with the time high school students finish their classes. From then until dinner, inmates generally have free time to themselves. Most of the other prisoners would gather to chat or play cards during this period. However, the isolated Takatsuyu would usually remain in his room. Indeed, the living conditions in Japanese prisons are high quality. As long as you aren't some heinous criminal, you might even be entitled to your own private room. Returning to his dorm-like cell, Takatsuyu collapsed onto his bed, his body limp. His mind kept replaying that visit earlier in the afternoon, haunted by the fear that his sentence might be extended. Just as he lay down, he noticed something fall out of the pocket of his prison-issue jacket. Sitting up in confusion, he turned to look. It was an iPhone. He didn't recognize the model, but it looked advanced, likely a newer release that came out after he was incarcerated. Seeing this phone, which should not have been in his pocket, his first emotion wasn't confusion but exhilaration. A phone. Only God knows how bored and lonely he'd been over these past few years in prison. With a phone, he could go online, read manga, enjoy light novels, play games, or even watch certain films. Takatsuyu didn't bother to question how the phone got there. Like an addict spotting his drug of choice, he eagerly grabbed it, hoping it still had a charge and no lock screen password. His hands trembled slightly as he found the power button and pressed it. The screen lit up. But what greeted him made his heart skip a beat. The lock screen wallpaper was an eerie image of a ghostly woman. She wore a blood-red Lolita dress, her pale complexion as lifeless as a corpse, her head lowered. Takatsuyu cursed inwardly. What kind of twisted taste do people have these days? Who set something so terrifying as their wallpaper? He swiped at the screen, hoping to bypass the lock screen. But nothing happened. There was no prompt for a password, either. Thinking the screen might not have detected his touch, he stubbornly tried again, swiping in every possible direction. Yet still, the screen remained unresponsive. No, not entirely unresponsive. Takatsuyu suddenly noticed something chilling. The ghostly figure in the wallpaper had lifted her head. Goosebumps spread across his arms as he unconsciously held his breath. Cold sweat beaded on Takatsuyu's forehead as the ghost in the wallpaper fully raised her head. Her ghastly pale face was streaked with blood tears, and her crimson eyes brimmed with venomous hatred. Though the face had changed dramatically from the vibrant one he once knew, Takatsuyu recognized it instantly. Over the years, he had thought of that girl endlessly, her image etched deeply into his mind. He could never forget that face. But now, confronted with her visage again, all he felt was an uncontrollable surge of terror. Ehaheh. The scream was a primal reflex, triggered when fear reaches its peak. It's the body's desperate attempt to release the pressure caused by a surge of adrenaline. As soon as the scream left his throat, Takatsuyu hurled the phone as hard as he could. The device flew through the air, struck the wall, and fell to the ground. Gasping for breath, Takatsuyu tried to calm himself, convincing himself it was all just a coincidence. Perhaps it was just someone else with a similar face. Maybe the lock screen was a dynamic wallpaper, deliberately designed to be creepy. It could be a prank. Those bastards in the prison might have planted this phone on him as a joke. Yes, that had to be it. A broken phone with a creepy wallpaper. But all his self-reassuring thoughts were obliterated in the next moment. From the phone lying on the floor, a pale, skeletal hand emerged, pressing against the ground. Slowly, a contorted figure began crawling out of the small screen. Paralyzed by fear, Takatsuyu scrambled backward on all fours, his mind completely blank as the twisted silhouette finally freed itself from the device. Standing before him, the figure Chichan hung her head, her crimson eyes peering through her disheveled bangs at the utterly petrified man. Takatsuyu trembled uncontrollably, unable to utter a sound. His fear had robbed him of his voice and control over his own body. A damp warmth spread beneath him, and even his cheeks felt sticky and wet. Still, he dared not move a muscle. In his blurry vision, a wave of crimson filled his sight, and his body went limp. Before his consciousness plunged into darkness, he glimpsed his own face reflected in the tarnished floor tiles. Blood was streaming from his eyes and nose, completely covering his face. With a dull thud, Takatsuyu's head hit the floor, his eyes still wide open, but his body utterly lifeless. The room fell into dead silence. Chichan's form dissolved into a cascade of static, vanishing back into the phone. Moments later, the talisman on the back of the phone ignited, flames engulfing the device. When the fire died down, the phone had turned to ashes, leaving no trace behind. That evening, dinner at the Shimizu household was quite the feast. Shimizu Yu's father, Shimizu Yuji, had invited a coworker over for a meal. Her mother was busy in the kitchen, while two middle-aged men sat at the dining table, toasting and exchanging pleasantries. The table was full of delicious food, most of which ended up being consumed by Shimizu Yu, who sat off to the side. Just as Shimizu Yu was eating with gusto, her mouth covered in oil and thoroughly enjoying herself, her father's colleague's phone suddenly rang. It had nothing to do with Shimizu Yu, of course. But after answering the call, when Shimizu Yu's father asked what it was about, the man's reply caused Shimizu Yu to drop the piece of crab meat she was holding. Over in Higashi Ikebukuro, someone at Kurasu prison died, an inmate. Apparently, his cardiovascular system ruptured. The medical report says he was scared to death. From that point on, Shimizu Yu couldn't hear a word her father and his coworker were saying. Mechanically, she placed her empty chopsticks in her mouth, her teeth clicking together as she chewed on air. Her mind was blank except for one lingering question. Was it that guy's doing? The Hoshino household was unusually lively after dinner that evening. The crystal chandelier in the living room bathed the room in warm light, and a massive television occupying half the wall played Hoshino Rin's latest variety show appearance. Tilina and Liz sat on the couch, laughing as Hoshino Rin recounted behind-the-scenes anecdotes. Their cheerful voices drifted through the slightly ajar door into Hoshino Gen's dimly lit bedroom. Seated at his desk, Hoshino Gen stared at a strange, black chat window on his computer screen. A user with a blank profile picture had sent him a series of documents. Haunted School, 1.docs. Haunted School, 2.docs. Haunted School, 3.docs. These were the paranormal case files Hoshino Gen had requested from the Special Affairs Unit. The person who sent them made no effort to sugarcoat their contents, bluntly stating that the cases were high risk and had been shelved for a long time. Whether to accept the mission was entirely up to him after reviewing the documents. Hoshino Gen wasn't the type to overestimate his own abilities. If the risk was beyond his capacity, he wouldn't recklessly push forward. After all, he had learned his lesson in his previous life, when he had been relentlessly pursued overseas by a vengeful ghost. Thus, reviewing the files thoroughly was a necessary first step. Just as Hoshino Gen moved the mouse to open the documents, a knock came at his door, followed by his mother Tilina's voice. "Gen-chan, would you like some fruit?" His finger paused briefly, and without turning around, he replied, "No, thank you." "All right. Then how about coming out to watch TV with us? Rin-chan's variety show is really interesting." "Sorry, I'm not very interested," Hoshino Gen declined politely but firmly. There was silence outside the door for a moment. Just as he thought his mother had left and was about to get up to lock the door to avoid any unexpected intrusions, her voice came again, softer this time. "Remember to rest early. Good night, dear." Footsteps faded into the distance. Hoshino Gen exhaled, not even realizing that his slightly tense shoulders had relaxed. He got up, locked the door, and returned to his desk. But the moment he sat down, he noticed that the screen had changed. That familiar, soothing melody played, and in a warm, pink room on the screen, the adorable Chi-chan stood smiling at him. Hoshino Gen was slightly surprised. Although he had told Chi-chan earlier, if you have nowhere else to go, come back to me, he hadn't placed much hope in it. Vengeful spirits like Chi-chan typically acted based on their obsessions. Once their obsessions dissipated, their activity often became erratic or ceased altogether. For Chi-chan to remember his words even after achieving her revenge was unexpected. But it was a good turn of events. It meant his plans could move forward. After all, Hoshino Gen had already resolved to sign a human ghost contract, stepping onto the path of a forbidden spirit master. Smiling, he spoke to Chi-chan on the screen. Welcome back. As promised, I'll give you a new life. But first, are you willing to sign a contract with me? The little girl on the screen tilted her head, her face puzzled. Hoshino Gen explained patiently, humans and ghosts are fundamentally different. Without a special medium to intervene, ghosts can have a detrimental effect on humans, making their bodies weak and their minds unstable. Similarly, suppressing their urge to harm can drive vengeful spirits into madness over time. A dialogue bubble appeared above Chi-chan's head on the screen. If we sign a contract, will these effects disappear? At least between the contracted ghost and the human, there will be no significant side effects, Hoshino Gen assured her. Then I'm willing. The text appeared in her dialogue bubble. Hoshino Gen's smile deepened. However, I must warn you, once the contract is formed, you'll be unable to disobey my commands, and even your existence will depend on my will. A series of wavering ellipses appeared on the screen, but soon after, Chi-chan replied. I don't mind. Hoshino Gen's gaze softened. He reached out to touch her cheek through the screen. Thank you. Chi-chan didn't respond, lowering her head slightly. Hoshino Gen bit his index finger, a bead of blood forming at the tip. Raising his hand, he began to write strange, eerie runes in the air with his blood. Each symbol shimmered faintly with a divine golden light, arranged in vertical columns, right to left, resembling an ancient and enigmatic script. A Nigerian Nairo. By the time the final rune was complete, his hand had turned ghostly pale, and his face looked equally drained. Extend your hand, Hoshino Gen instructed. Chi-chan stepped forward in the screen, her small hand reaching out, as though breaking through the boundary of the monitor into reality. Hoshino Gen pressed his sword finger against her hand, and the runes floating in the air shrank, one by one, branding themselves onto her hand. Wisps of black mist escaped from the marks as Chi-chan's expression twisted in pain, even her digital form glitching momentarily. Don't resist, Hoshino Gen whispered, sweat beading on his forehead. It was clear that the pain was mutual for both contract participants. A low hum reverberated in his mind, and Hoshino Gen's vision briefly went blank. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a strange, translucent state inside a storage room filled with sports equipment, basketballs, soccer balls, jump ropes. It looked like a school facility. But the real focus of his attention was in the corner of the room, a crying girl begging for mercy, and a man in a tracksuit with a twisted grin, advancing on her step by step. Both the girl and the man were familiar. Chi-chan or Hamada Michiko and the culprit behind the net phantom case, Takatsuyu. Although it was his first time forming a human ghost contract and he wasn't sure what was happening, instinctively, Hoshino Gen knew what to do. He glanced down at his semi-transparent body and shook his head with a wry smile. Even if this was just an illusion, the wish for a savior was palpable. If that's your wish, I'll fulfill it, he murmured. With a single step, Hoshino Gen closed the distance like an arrow shot from a bow, appearing behind Takatsuyu. In the tearful girl's astonished gaze, he threw a single punch, shattering the darkness in her heart. The scene before him faded like a dissipating mist. As Hoshino Gen came back to his senses, a wave of cold chills and weakness swept over him. Beads of cold sweat covered his forehead. He barely managed to lift his gaze to the computer screen before him, only to realize that the interface of red skirt had vanished, and Chi-chan was nowhere to be found. Hoshino Gen lowered his head to look at the inside of his left wrist, where an intricate crimson sigil had appeared at some point. Through the sigil, Hoshino Gen could feel a faint, mysterious connection to an unknown presence. It seemed his spirit manipulation ritual had been a success. Feeling drained, Hoshino Gen slumped into his gaming chair, closing his eyes in exhaustion. The next morning, Hoshino Gen was awakened by a series of knocks on his door. His younger sister had come to call him for breakfast. Opening his eyes, he saw sunlight streaming through the window, bathing his bedroom floor in warm light. Though his head still felt slightly groggy, it was far better than the bone-deep exhaustion of last night, which felt like he'd gone 3 days and nights without rest. It was clear that the spirit manipulation technique consumed an enormous amount of energy and vitality. Not that it mattered much, he wasn't planning on starting any new treasure hunts until he recovered the cursed blade, Onigiri. Thinking about that blade, Hoshino Gen glanced at his right hand. The wound he had received back then had mostly healed under the daily cleansing of enchanted water talismans, leaving only a faint scar in his palm as evidence of the injury. With a sharp clap of both hands to his cheeks, Hoshino Gen forced himself to wake up, got out of bed, and headed to the bathroom to freshen up for breakfast. At the breakfast table, it was just Hoshino Gen, his sister Hoshino Rin, and the little girl, Liz. Their mother, Tilina, had gone on a business trip to Kyoto for a few days to attend a commercial meeting. Before leaving, she had reminded both Hoshino Gen and Hoshino Rin to take good care of Liz. Naturally, Hoshino Gen dismissed her words as nothing more than background noise. Ignoring everything else, he focused on his meal. His body wasn't feeling great, and he figured he'd take the opportunity to go get his motorcycle license today, making travel more convenient in the future. However, "Please, Oniya-chan. I have an important scene to shoot today, and I can't hold up the entire crew just because of me. So, could you take Liz-chan shopping for clothes? Please." Hoshino Rin pleaded with wide, tearful eyes. Beside her, Liz crossed her arms and turned her head away with a pout, looking as if she were witnessing a tragedy she was powerless to stop. Frankly, Hoshino Gen wanted to refuse. But as he looked at Hoshino Rin's shimmering heterochromatic eyes and recalled the phone call he'd received from the sales manager at Kawasaki's 4S dealership a few days ago. TCH. Let's just call it a day job. Thinking about it that way, a single day of work in exchange for a Kawasaki H2 seemed like a fair deal. Even if the thought of accompanying a kid who clearly disliked him to go shopping left him feeling less than thrilled. Fine. I'll do it, Hoshino Gen agreed with a blank expression. Chua District, Ginza, Tokyo. The early May sunshine was bright yet gentle, making it the perfect season for shopping. Today, as always, this district, reputed to be the most expensive in all of Asia, was bustling with activity. Among the crowds, Hoshino Gen, dressed in a simple white shirt layered with a hoodie and paired with black trousers, walked straight into a children's clothing store with Liz trailing silently behind him. A friendly salesperson quickly approached. Since it was a kid's store, she immediately identified Liz as the key decision-maker for this purchase. After a warm welcome, she launched into an enthusiastic introduction of the shop's high-end positioning and unique clothing designs, finally asking what country the little girl was from. Upon hearing the answer, England, the salesperson smoothly switched to fluent English and began complimenting Liz, calling her as cute as a doll and likening her hair to gleaming gold. In no time, the little ice sculpture that had been Liz previously cold and aloof was beaming as she chatted with the salesperson. Hoshino Gen was dumbfounded. Since when did salespeople go to such lengths? Under the salesperson's recommendations, Liz ended up picking out more than 10 outfits, totaling close to 400,000 yen. Even converted into Chinese yuan, that was over 20,000. But honestly, in a place like Ginza, clothing priced at 1,000 yuan per piece wasn't particularly expensive. Calmly, Hoshino Gen waited for Liz to finish before heading to the counter to pay. To his surprise, Liz handed her own card to the cashier and gave Hoshino Gen a sidelong glance, followed by a soft huff. The cashier, caught between the two cards, offered an awkward but polite smile and looked at Hoshino Gen for guidance. Raising an eyebrow, Hoshino Gen casually put his card back in his pocket. If she wanted to pay for her own things, that was fine by him. At least the little girl, for all her attitude, had a sense of responsibility. After the payment, they didn't take the clothes with them. With so many bags, it would have been a hassle to carry everything, especially with one of them being a small child. The store offered free home delivery, and after Hoshino Gen provided his address and contact information, the shop promised to deliver the clothes by 3 p.m. that day. Their service was impeccable. No surprise there. Even though 400,000 yen might not be much for a store of this caliber, spending that amount in one go made them a relatively important customer. And as they say, the customer is king. A big spender, then, would naturally be a big king. As Hoshino Gen and Liz exited the store, another customer approached the counter to pay. Oddly enough, though it was a children's clothing store, this customer didn't have a child with them. Stranger still, they bought only one piece of clothing but also requested home delivery. Taking the form to fill in his address and phone number, the man hesitated for a long time. If someone had been watching closely, they might have noticed his eyes lingering on the line above the contact details left by Hoshino General. The man etched those numbers into his memory with an eerie focus. After leaving the store, Hoshino Gen intended to head straight home. Shopping was only enjoyable when done with the right company. When done with someone you disliked, both parties would likely just want to wrap things up as quickly as possible. There was no doubt that Liz disliked Hoshino Gen, perhaps even hated him. Naturally, this mutual animosity meant Hoshino Gen didn't have a favorable impression of her, no matter how doll-like and adorable she might be. However, as they passed through a particularly crowded street, the unexpected happened. A couple walking past Hoshino Gen accidentally dropped the scoop of ice cream from their cone, and it landed squarely on the back of his hand. The woman apologized profusely, and the man joined her, even crouching down to pick up the fallen ice cream with a tissue and dispose of it in a nearby trash can. Since their manners were decent, Hoshino Gen decided not to make a fuss. He simply found a nearby restroom to wash his hands. But when he stepped out of the restroom, Liz, who should have been waiting just outside, was nowhere to be seen. Hoshino Gen glanced around the bustling street outside the restroom. The lively flow of people continued unabated. After standing in place for a few seconds, he rubbed his temples with a groan, the lingering aftereffects of the human ghost contract still leaving his body weak. Any unexpected event deviating from his plans in this state would inevitably irritate him. Still, there was no way around it. He was the one who had brought her out. Now that she was missing, he had to take responsibility, even if it was only for the Kawasaki H2 his sister had given him. Taking a deep breath to calm his irritation, Hoshino Gen began to analyze the situation. That he had taken a lowly out, and now, on the way back, she had vanished. There were two possibilities. The lowly was mischievous and had snuck away while no one was watching, either heading home or hiding nearby to enjoy seeing him panic. Lowly had been abducted or kidnapped. Hoshino Gen thought the first scenario was more likely. Given Liz's inexplicable hostility toward him and her bratty temperament, pulling a prank like this wouldn't be out of character. If that were the case, he figured it would be better not to go home today. Otherwise, he feared he might lose control and do something everyone would regret. Suppressing his emotionally charged assumptions, he shifted his focus to the second, verifiable possibility. Scanning his surroundings, he quickly spotted several surveillance cameras, including one mounted under the eaves of a nearby Gucci store. Without hesitation, Hoshino Gen strode toward the store. After explaining his situation to the staff, they readily agreed to let him review the security footage. The footage revealed what had happened outside the restroom while Hoshino Gen was washing his hands. Liz, the golden-haired lowly, stood obediently by the restroom door, an image of perfect behavior. Entirely at odds with how she acted around Hoshino General. Then, a couple that looked vaguely familiar to him appeared on the footage. The couple approached Liz warmly, like an older brother and sister greeting a younger sibling. The man positioned himself so that his body partially obscured Liz, while the woman bent down to speak to her. From the camera's angle, only Liz's slender legs beneath her dress were visible. A moment later, Liz suddenly slumped into the woman's arms. The woman naturally picked her up and handed her over to the man, who carried Liz on his back as they left. Hoshino Gen remained silent, while the store clerk beside him gasped, covering her mouth with both hands. Sir, this is abduction, isn't it?" The clerk's voice trembled with disbelief. Hoshino Gen lowered his gaze, and a faint crimson glow seemed to flicker in his left eye. "It could also be kidnapping," Hoshino Gen said flatly before turning to leave. "Wait, sir. Should we call the police?" The clerk, clearly a kind-hearted person, offered her assistance despite having no obligation to get involved. "Do as you like," Hoshino Gen replied, his left eye glinting crimson as he exited the store. Under normal circumstances, even if Liz had been attacked in broad daylight, Hoshino Gen wouldn't have batted an eye. But these scum had chosen the worst possible time to mess with someone under his care. Returning to the children's clothing store where he and Liz had been shopping earlier, he retrieved a strand of golden hair from one of the outfits Liz had tried on. He slipped it into his pocket as a precaution. Outside, Hoshino Gen pulled his phone from his jacket pocket with his left hand, lightly tracing the red emblem on his wrist as he whispered, "Michiko, zzz." A faint crackling sound came from his phone, and soon, Michiko's slightly fatigued figure appeared on the screen. Hack into the nearby surveillance cameras and gather footage of the blonde-haired girl who was with me, starting from 10:01 a.m. today. Send me everything. Without a word, Michiko disappeared from the screen. Moments later, Hoshino Gen's phone began receiving a series of video clips. Tracing the surveillance footage, he followed Liz's movements through streets, subways, trains, and taxis until the trail ended at a quiet rural road. Looking up from his phone, Hoshino Gen surveyed his surroundings, which matched the final clip scenery perfectly. Suppressing his irritation, he called his sister, Hoshino Rin. The phone rang several times before a faintly chaotic background noise gave way to Hoshino Rin's sweet, lilting voice. "What's up, big brother? What's Liz's full name, including her middle name?" "Huh?" Hoshino Rin sounded startled but obediently answered, "Liz Angelina Joanne Isabel." "Why? When was she born?" April 12, 2014. "What time?" "Around 8 p.m., I think. I was at the hospital when she was born." "Got it. Wait, is something wrong? Why are you asking about this?" Hoshino Rin's tone grew anxious. "Just a small matter. I'll handle it." Hoshino Gen hung up before she could ask more questions. That he pulled out a blank yellow talisman and a small brush from his inner pocket but hesitated. Without proper ink or even ordinary ink, using his own blood was the only option. Sighing, he bit his finger and let the blood bead at the tip. Carefully, he inscribed Liz's birthdate and 8 characters of birth on the talisman, then added the golden hair he had kept. With a light touch of his fingers, the talisman trembled and floated like a butterfly, drifting on the breeze as though guided by unseen forces. Hoshino Gen, now visibly paler, followed the talisman's path with shaky steps. The talisman came to rest near an abandoned building. Hoshino Gen, holding a makeshift wooden club he had picked up along the way, folded the talisman and stuffed it into his pocket. Just then, his phone vibrated with an incoming call from an unknown number. He answered calmly, and a deep male voice came through. "We've got your sister. If you ever want to see her again, you'd better tell your family to prepare $2 million. Deliver it to the greenery by the side of the crossroad on Nagano Prefecture's Kido Road. Don't try anything clever, don't call the cops, and don't even think about ambushing us. There's more than one of us, and this is your only chance to see that cute little sister of yours alive. Hey, kid, can you understand Japanese? Come on, say hello to your big brother." Perhaps the person on the other end was worried that Hoshino Gen might suspect this was a scam call, so they had Liz speak to confirm that everything they said was true. A sharp cry of pain from Liz followed. The call was quickly ended. Hoshino Gen stared at the call-ended screen, his expression unchanged. After all, to him, it didn't matter what happened to Liz so long as she was still alive. Well, brother Kumamoto, this little white girl sure looks nice. Once we get the money, are we really letting her go?" On the 3rd floor of an abandoned building, a wiry young man with dyed blonde hair twirled a butterfly knife in his hand. His lecherous gaze fixed on Liz, who was bound to a concrete pillar. He chuckled, "Wouldn't that be such a waste? Cut it out, you disgusting pervert." The woman from the couple who had kidnapped Liz shot the blonde youth a frosty glare. "If you want to die, fine, but don't drag us down with you." The blonde sneered and turned to the woman. "At this point, you can't honestly believe you'll walk away clean, do you? Sure, you had your reasons kidnapping people to pay for your deadbeat old man's medical bills. But do you think the cops will care? Don't kid yourself, Yoshida. We're too far in to back out now. You dash." Yoshida's eyes flared with rage. "Let it go, Seiko," her boyfriend interjected. Perhaps wary of the blonde's temper, he pulled her arm gently, frowning. He's not worth it. That's enough. All of you, shut up. The deep voice came from a burly man seated nearby, casually fiddling with his phone. The blonde had referred to him as Brother Kumamoto. His voice carried a subtle menace, and if Hoshino Gen were present, he would instantly recognize it as the same voice from the phone call earlier. Kumamoto's gaze settled on Liz, bound beside him. Despite her precarious situation, the girl hadn't uttered a single cry. Her small mouth was pressed into a stubborn line, and her expression radiated defiance. With a smirk, Kumamoto remarked, "This kid doesn't seem like someone from an ordinary family. Monkey, you really caught a big fish this time." Under Kumamoto's piercing stare, Liza's defiance only grew. She knew she was kidnapped and likely facing death. Was she scared? Terrified. The fear was suffocating, almost unbearable. But she also knew crying wouldn't help. It might even make things worse. Despite the fiery pain from the slap she'd taken earlier, her left cheek still burning, she refused to cry. She wasn't some naive little girl. Growing up in a family like hers, innocence wasn't exactly a virtue. Even so, she understood that holding back tears wouldn't save her. Her fate was out of her hands. All she could do was silently pray her aunt and uncle's influence in Tokyo was strong enough, that the police here were competent. She didn't want her life to end before she even reached double digits. On the other side of the room, the blonde called Monkey laughed at Kumamoto's comment. "Well then, isn't that perfect? A big payday before we leave the country. Brother Kumamoto, once we get the $2 million, how much should we ask for next?" "No rush. We'll talk after we get the first payment." Kumamoto stood, stretching his arms. His joints cracked loudly, a sound like popping corn. But then, his brow furrowed. "It's been a few minutes, and there's no word from Big Dog. Monkey, check on him." Monkey shrugged and pulled out his phone. Dialing quickly, he barked into the receiver, "Big Dog, are you dead or something? Brother Kumamoto told you to keep an eye on the rooftop. What the hell are you doing? Report back." Instead of a reply, the sound of something heavy dragging across the floor came through the speaker. Monkey frowned. "Big Dog?" No response. "Big Dog, are you dead?" Still no answer. "What's going on?" Kumamoto's expression darkened as he turned to Monkey. Monkey scowled. "Brother Kumamoto, Big Dog isn't responding." Just then, the dragging noise from the phone echoed through the hall. Everyone turned toward the source of the sound. Moments later, a figure completely out of place in the grimy, dilapidated surroundings stepped into view, a young man. In his right hand, he held a wooden stick and a phone, in his left, he dragged an unconscious, lanky man. Around the man's neck hung a pair of military binoculars. It was unmistakably Big Dog, the one tasked with scouting the perimeter. "Ranobes." Hoshino Gen flung Big Dog's limp body forward. The dull thud of flesh and bone hitting concrete snapped everyone out of their stupor. Kumamoto's instincts kicked in immediately. He scanned the room, then rushed to the window. After confirming there were no police surrounding the building, his tension eased slightly. A sinister grin spread across his face. "Well, aren't you the cocky one? Finding this place is impressive, but coming here alone? Not so much. I've always said anime poisons minds. Kids trying to be heroes usually meet a bad end." He turned to Monkey. "Didn't you want to make more money? Go ahead. Just don't kill him." "Ha!" Monkey cackled maniacally, twirling his butterfly knife as he closed in on Hoshino General. He moved like a predator toying with prey. But then... Ayahawk! A blood-curdling scream erupted from Monkey. He stared in horror at his mangled arm, which was now entirely severed. Blood gushed as the dismembered limb rolled across the floor. In the blink of an eye, Hoshino Gen, who had been several meters away, was suddenly right in front of him. The wooden stick in Gen's hand, ordinary at first glance, had shattered Monkey's arm. Yet, if one looked closely, faint wisps of icy mist emanated from it. Monkey collapsed, writhing and screaming in agony. His cries only ceased when Hoshino Gen stepped over him, pressed a foot to his throat, and with a sickening crack, silenced him permanently. The hall fell into a dead silence. Kumamoto's expression froze completely. Yoshida Seiko and her boyfriend were pale with terror, and Liz, still tied to the pillar, hadn't even processed what had just happened. Liz stared blankly at the figure before her. It was someone she had grown familiar with, yet in this moment, they felt utterly alien. Her small head swirled with chaotic thoughts, tangled into an inextricable knot. Did he just kill someone? Is he here to save me? He's so strong, incredibly strong. To be honest, Liz didn't dislike Hoshino General. If anything, her feelings toward him leaned more toward jealousy. Liz was born into London's Isabel family, the first in line to inherit the family title, as the third and youngest daughter of Leonard Isabel. Her parents had longed for a son to secure the succession, so Liz's birth brought only disappointment. How much love could a child born into such disappointment receive? Her parents didn't like her, and her two older sisters resented her for not being a boy after all. If Liz had been born a boy, it would have pleased their parents, earning them greater favor and raising their own status in the family. But if was just that a fantasy. Liz was a girl, and that unchangeable fact left her out of her family's favor. Still, she was not without warmth in her life. Since she could remember, her cousin Hoshino Rin had been her anchor. To Liz, Rin wasn't just a cousin, she was the only one who truly cared for her. As a child, Liz would cling to Rin's side, following her wherever she went, mimicking her every action. No matter how clumsy Liz was or how often she messed things up, Rin never scolded her. Instead, she patiently taught her and comforted her. Even now, Rin remained the most important person in Liz's heart. A year ago, when Rin left with her aunt to return to Japan, Liz, who rarely cried, wept for 3 days. She cried herself to sleep every night before finally accepting the reality that her beloved cousin was leaving. Fortunately, in the modern world, staying in touch across countries wasn't difficult. Since then, Liz looked forward to their phone calls, video chats, or messages every day. Talking about their daily lives and funny incidents helped her imagine that they were still together. Sometimes, their conversations touched on Hoshino Gen, but those mentions were rare, barely a fraction of their exchanges. To Liz, her knowledge of Hoshino Gen, a cousin she had never met, was limited to him being Rin's brother. She envied him a little for living with Rin, but that was all. But recently, Rin began mentioning Hoshino Gen more and more in their chats. Sometimes, she got so engrossed in talking about him that she seemed to forget Liz wanted to change the subject. This unsettled Liz. So, when her aunt returned to the UK, Liz begged to visit Japan, hoping to see her cousin. She thought Rin's changed focus on Hoshino Gen was merely because they had been apart too long. But when she arrived at Rin's house, the truth struck her like a bolt of lightning. Reo. As they talked face to face about Hoshino Gen, Rin's radiant smile and sparkling heterochromatic eyes told Liz all she needed to know. It felt as though something precious in her heart had shattered. It was as if her most treasured possession had been taken from her. Even though she hadn't met Hoshino Gen yet, jealousy had already taken root deep within Liz. And when Hoshino Gen walked through the door that afternoon, his heterochromatic eyes so similar to Rin's. Bang! A sudden gunshot shattered Liz's thoughts. Her eyes darted to the source, a rough-looking man holding a gun. And the muzzle was aimed. Liz followed the trajectory, her heart pounding, to see Hoshino Gen standing unharmed. The bullet had pierced the wall behind him, leaving a smoking hole. Relief barely had time to settle before anxiety took over again. No matter how impressive Hoshino Gen had been earlier, Liz couldn't imagine a high school boy with a stick standing a chance against a gun-wielding, vicious criminal. "Close your eyes," Hoshino Gen said suddenly in English, his tone calm yet commanding. For half a second, Liz froze, realizing the words were directed at her. She was the only one here who needed English. But confusion delayed her compliance. Her instincts questioned his command. In the next moment, Gen flicked a yellow talisman through the air. Like magic, it landed perfectly over Liz's eyes, forcing her to obey. As the paper blocked her vision, Liz could sense the atmosphere shift. Something dark and violent seemed to pulse from Hoshino Gen's presence, spreading through the room. When Liz cautiously peeked through the gaps in the talisman, she saw it Hoshino Gen's left eye glowing with a blood-red light, his face twisted into an unrecognizably manic grin. Bang! 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 Kumamoto fired 3 more shots, but each one struck only after images, missing Hoshino Gen entirely. What the hell are you? Kumamoto screamed as Hoshino Gen suddenly appeared before him, his crimson gaze boring into him. Hoshino Gen's response was a smile, cruel, bloodthirsty expression. He thrust his wooden stick into the man's abdomen with precision. Before the man could register the pain, Hoshino Gen slapped a talisman onto the stick. Zap! Electricity exploded from the talisman, tearing through the man's body. His eyes bulged as his body convulsed violently before splitting apart, blood splattering across the room like a crimson mist. Hoshino Gen's feral gaze turned toward the couple cowering against the wall, his lips curling into a grin. The crimson glow of his left eye trailed through the air, leaving a long, eerie red streak in its wake. Like a phantom, Hoshino Gen materialized before the terrified couple. With a swift swing of his wooden stick, the man's thigh emitted a sharp crack, and he collapsed to the ground with a pained howl. Desperately, he grabbed at the boy's pant leg, his distorted face twisted with agony as he strained to look up at Hoshino General. His voice was hoarse, filled with despair. Kill me. I deserve it. But, please, spare Seiko. She's not like us. She had no choice. She only did this to save her father. Bang! Hoshino Gen kicked away the man's arm, silencing him with a foot pressed to his skull. The man's pleading voice was abruptly cut off. So, you decided others should pay the price for your misfortune? Hoshino Gen's voice, layered with an unnatural timbre, carried a chilling resonance. He lowered his head slightly, his crimson left eye locking onto the man's now fading consciousness. A small, cruel smile crept onto his lips. Slowly, he lifted his foot and then brought it down with a sharp stomp. The sound of bones breaking was accompanied by the sickening squelch of something unspeakable staining the ground. Yoshida Seiko sat paralyzed, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her face was pale as a sheet, her eyes wide with terror as she watched Hoshino Gen approach step by step. The wooden stick rose before her eyes. In her fright, she squeezed her eyes shut, a scream stuck in her throat. In the next instant, her world spun into darkness, her vision never returning. The stench of blood was so overpowering it seemed to saturate the entire hall. Hoshino Gen's breathing grew heavy, laborious. With some difficulty, he pulled a talisman from his waist and pressed it to his forehead. His lips moved as if reciting a chant. Moments later, the talisman dissolved into shimmering blue particles flowing into his crimson left eye. The ominous red glow gradually faded, but Hoshino Gen's forehead was now damp with sweat. Turning to glance at the hellish scene he had created in his partially uncontrolled state, he lowered his gaze and stood silently for a long while. From the corner of the room came a trembling voice. Bound to a beam, blindfolded, Liz's uncertain whisper cut through the stillness. Hey, are you still there? Though her English carried a British accent, Hoshino Gen understood her well enough. After all, despite their differences, British and American English were fundamentally the same language. Snapping back to reality, Hoshino Gen retrieved another batch of talismans from his waist and casually flung them behind him. Each talisman landed precisely on a corpse. Flames erupted, consuming the hellish tableau until nothing remained but ashes. Only after clearing the scene did he approach Liz. With a flick of his stick, the talisman covering her eyes was cast aside. Another downward slash severed the ropes binding her. Liz collapsed onto the ground, her face pale, her eyes rimmed red with tears. She looked up at Hoshino Gen, her lips quivering. Thank you. Thank you. Hoshino Gen gave her a cold glance but said nothing. Without a word, he turned to leave. Seeing this, Liz scrambled to her feet to follow, stumbling slightly from exhaustion. Though her body and mind were battered from her ordeal, she knew staying close to Hoshino Gen was her only solace. As they left the hall, Liz couldn't help but glance around in curiosity. The terrifying scene she expected to find was gone, there was nothing left. It was as if her harrowing kidnapping had been nothing but a nightmare. A with grave S. But this illusion of normalcy only unsettled her further, and she hurried to catch up with Hoshino Gen. The skies, once bright and clear, were now heavy with dark clouds, lightning flashing across the horizon. Walking along a deserted path far from the city, surrounded by endless fields, Hoshino Gen moved at a steady, unhurried pace. His body was racked with exhaustion, yet he found a peculiar comfort in the oppressive skies and vast wilderness. The only disturbance to this tranquility was the labored breathing of Liz, struggling to keep up behind him. For once, Hoshino Gen didn't feel irritated. In fact, he was mildly impressed by her resilience. For a child who had just endured a kidnapping and witnessed a gruesome scene, not breaking down entirely was a feat in itself. This frail, pampered 9-year-old girl had managed to grit her teeth and follow him for such a long distance. It was commendable in its own way. But only to an extent. Beyond mild surprise, Hoshino Gen offered no further recognition or sympathy. After another half-hour of walking, a single raindrop splashed onto Hoshino Gen's forehead, followed by the low rumble of thunder. Moments later, a torrential downpour engulfed them, soaking both to the bone. Neither said a word, silently enduring the rain as they trudged through the increasingly muddy path. That silence was broken when a soft thud came from behind him. Hoshino Gen turned to see Liz sprawled in a muddy puddle, her small hands braced against the ground. Her eyes were red and brimming with tears that mingled with the rain as they streamed down her face. Fear, cold, exhaustion, and pain finally broke her. Liz couldn't hold back anymore. She began to cry. Hoshino Gen stood there for a moment, rain dripping from his hair. Impatience crept into his voice. How long are you planning to sit there? Liz sobbed quietly, her voice shaky and thick with a nasal tone. I am sorry. I can't move. My legs won't work. With that, her suppressed grief burst forth, and she wailed openly, the sound of her cries carried away by the storm. Soaked to the skin, her once brilliant golden hair was now disheveled and matted with mud, making her look like a discarded porcelain doll abandoned in the wilderness. Hoshino Gen watched her cry in silence, then sighed, realizing he couldn't just leave her there. If she got herself kidnapped again, it'd only cause more trouble for him. He crouched down in front of her, his voice cold and indifferent. Get on. And stop crying. If you keep it up, I'll throw you into the pond over there and leave you to cry all you want. At his words, Liz immediately choked back her sobs. Whether out of fear or some other emotion, she clamped her mouth shut and silently climbed onto his back, her small body trembling. Carrying her, Hoshino Gen resumed walking through the downpour. Liz buried her face into his shoulder, her muffled voice trembling with guilt. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. When he left home in the morning, Hoshino Gen had thought he'd be back within an hour, ready to dive into his own tasks. Little did he expect that shortly after stepping out, he'd get caught up in something so troublesome. By the time he pushed open the door to his house again, the skies visible through the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows had already darkened. Outside, the rain had just stopped. The heavy clouds hadn't fully dispersed, and the crimson sunset pierced through the gaps, casting a mesmerizing glow over everything. The moment he stepped through the door, Hoshino Gen ceased paying any attention to Liz. After all, he had brought her out and now brought her back in one piece. His task was done. Whatever happened to the little brat from now on was no longer his concern. He chalked up today's events as just another commission. As for the payment, it was that motorcycle his little sister had gifted him, the one still parked at the dealership. Thinking of it this way, he figured he wasn't losing out. Sure, saving Liz's life was worth far more than a motorcycle worth several million yen, but at least psychologically, he could now reset the balance with his sister to a clean slate. At the entryway, Hoshino Gen changed out of his shoes and made a beeline for his bathroom to shower. He scrubbed off the grime with hot water, put on fresh clothes, and collapsed onto his bed for a deep, dreamless sleep. Though he vaguely heard someone knocking during the night, he paid it no mind. He slept right through until noon the next day. When Hoshino Gen opened his eyes, the first thing he felt was dizziness, followed by a splitting headache as if his skull were about to crack open. His vision was blurry, and his throat felt like it was on fire. The sensation, long forgotten but all too familiar, made it clear, he was sick. Lifting an arm weakly, he tested the temperature of his forehead. Sure enough, it was burning hot. He had a high fever, and it wasn't mild. This body of his had always been exceptionally healthy, so much so that he'd nearly forgotten what it felt like to be ill. But this time, the illness hit him like a freight train, and he could sort of understand why. Just last week, his right palm had been pierced through. Even though he diligently treated the wound with his purification talisman daily, the rapid healing it achieved was undoubtedly a drain on his body's resources. Worse still, when his body was already weakened, he'd gone and formed a human ghost contract with Chi-chan. The contract alone had drained him of almost all his energy, leaving him completely spent. And after just one night's rest, he'd immediately faced a slight contamination outbreak, which exposed him to extreme, malevolent pollution. That alone nearly obliterated his body's systems. To top it all off, as if the universe wasn't done tormenting him, he got drenched in yesterday's torrential downpour. Honestly, even Captain America wouldn't be able to withstand such a sequence of events. Hoshino Gen lay motionless on his bed for what felt like ages. Finally, another knock at his door roused him from his hazy stupor. A voice from outside called out, "Onie-chan, are you awake?" The faint commotion outside brought his fuzzy consciousness back to the surface. With his current condition, Hoshino Gen knew he needed to go to the hospital for treatment. Forcing himself up with both arms, he slowly made his way to the wardrobe and changed into something suitable for going out. Then, dragging his heavy steps, he opened the door. What surprised him was the sight of Hoshino Rin still standing outside, waiting. The moment the door opened, Hoshino Rin's face lit up with joy, but as she took in her brother's current state, her expression quickly shifted to one of shock. R-beta-S. His eyes were dull and lifeless, his complexion pale and haggard. Where was the usual cool, composed, and ridiculously capable brother? He looked like he had transformed into a frail, Gothic-style youth who could be toppled over by a breeze. Though her thoughts wandered to strange places, Hoshino Rin quickly snapped back to her usual concern. "Onie-chan, are you sick? You look terrible." Hoshino Gen rubbed his increasingly foggy head. "Just say what you came to say." How about we get you to the doctor first?" "It's not that urgent," Hoshino Rin replied, her voice full of worry. Hoshino Gen wasn't in the mood for small talk and spoke impatiently, "Say." Feeling a bit wronged, Hoshino Rin pouted slightly. After all, she was only worried about her brother, but he had to be so snappy about it. Muttering a soft, "meanie," she finally explained, "This morning, some police officers came by. They wanted to ask about yesterday's incident with Liz, kidnapping. They're asking you to come to the station and give a statement." Yesterday, when Hoshino Rin returned home, Liz had already told her everything. The moment Hoshino Rin walked in, she saw Liz curled up on the couch, hugging her knees and staring blankly into space. Worried, Hoshino Rin sat beside her and gently asked what was wrong. That's when Liz snapped out of her daze, spotted Hoshino Rin, and immediately burst into tears, throwing herself into Hoshino Rin's arms. Though Hoshino Rin was completely clueless, she still gently patted Liz's small back to comfort her. Only after coaxing her did she learn, through Liz's tearful, halting words, that she had been kidnapped. Liz explained that if Hoshino Gen hadn't saved her, she might never have made it back and would never have seen Hoshino Rin again. Hoshino Rin was stunned. She'd suspected something was amiss when she got that strange phone call from her brother yesterday, but she never imagined it was this serious a kidnapping. Although Liz was unharmed, Hoshino Rin couldn't help but feel a wave of lingering fear. Thank goodness her super-capable brother had been there to save her. Curious, Hoshino Rin had tried asking Liz how her brother had managed to rescue her and if there was anything amazing or unbelievable about the process. But Liz just shivered slightly and said she'd been blindfolded the whole time. She didn't see anything. When the blindfold was removed, she was already safe. Thinking Liz was still scared, Hoshino Rin decided not to push further. Instead, she comforted Liz before heading to her brother's room to ask him about the whole ordeal. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she knocked, he completely ignored her. This morning, when the police arrived, they explained that someone had reported the kidnapping. Upon investigating, they discovered the culprits were part of a kidnapping gang operating across Japan. However, before the police could act, the kidnapped girl had already been rescued by Hoshino Gen. Unable to locate the gang and with no leads, the police wanted Hoshino Gen to come to the station, provide a statement, and share any useful information. But since her brother had been sleeping, Hoshino Rin decided to let him rest. She told the police they could wait until he woke up to inform him about their request. The police, likely realizing the occupants of this house weren't ordinary, agreed readily and left. Now, seeing how exhausted her brother looked after just standing there for a moment, Hoshino Rin figured the police statement could wait. Clearly, her brother's illness was the bigger issue. When Hoshino Gen went to the hospital, it was Hoshino Rin who accompanied him. Although he felt he didn't really need it, he didn't say much. Given his current physical condition, having someone by his side while going out served as a precautionary measure. Hoshino Gen had always been this way, he never demanded anything unconditionally from others. However, if someone actively offered him something he needed, he would accept it. Like the money his parents gave him. Like the bike his sister gifted him. Like a drink offered when he was thirsty. Or a ride given out of kindness when he was tired. Hoshino Gen was just human, not a machine, nor some omnipotent immortal cultivator straight out of a novel. He couldn't live in this real-world society entirely free of desires, nor could he exist in splendid isolation from the mortal world. He was merely someone who knew a bit of magic and alchemy, a human who was slightly stronger than the average person. He had the same needs as ordinary people and faced similar difficulties. Like now, for instance, he was sick, and quite seriously so, which was why he was at the hospital. Actually, calling it a hospital might be an overstatement, it was more like a clinic. In Japan, the medical system is highly specialized. Many large hospitals don't even treat minor ailments like colds or fevers and often focus exclusively on specific diseases. Of course, given Hoshino Gen's family background, whichever hospital he went to would welcome him with open arms. Even if he merely sneezed, they'd gladly prepare a luxurious VIP suite for him if he so requested. But Hoshino Gen wasn't the type to complicate simple matters. He picked a clinic nearby that looked decent, walked in, registered, and went through the preliminary checkup all within 5 minutes. Then, glancing at the thermometer, he saw it read a feverish 41°C. The nurse conducting the initial checkup was startled, quickly fetching a cooling patch for physical cooling. She then brought over a blood test kit to draw some blood. After leaving with his sample, a middle-aged doctor in a white coat soon came over to measure his blood pressure and listen to his lungs. Once the nurses and doctor finished their examination, they even huddled together to discuss something. In the end, the nurse who first attended to him returned with an 4-drip and infusion needle. When the nurse started inserting the needle, Hoshino Gen remained calm. However, Hoshino Rin, who was accompanying him, grew frantic, repeatedly asking the nurse about her brother's condition. In Japan, it's quite rare for hospitals to administer 4 drips or injections for a simple cold or fever. Their approach often leans toward letting the body's immune system naturally combat the virus, thereby building immunity. Hoshino Gen's situation, however, being discussed among the medical staff and immediately hooked up to and looked concerning. RN. As the nurse carefully inserted the needle into the vein on Hoshino Gen's left wrist and secured it with medical tape, she explained, "From the blood test, we found that this gentleman has an abnormally low white blood cell count, especially neutrophils. If the high fever persists under such conditions, the consequences could be very serious. For now, we're doing everything we can to lower his temperature. After this, I strongly recommend both of you go to a larger medical facility for a comprehensive checkup." The nurse offered a gentle, apologetic smile to Hoshino Gen before leaving. Hoshino Rin looked at her brother anxiously, her eyes brimming with tears. "How could this happen? You were fine just yesterday." Hoshino Gen didn't intend to say much, but seeing his younger sister on the verge of tears, he sighed, exasperated. "Stop overthinking. It's just a normal fever. The weakened immunity isn't due to any disease, it's because some of my supernatural powers got out of control yesterday. Once the fever subsides, it'll recover on its own." Hearing this explanation, Hoshino Rin heaved a huge sigh of relief. She had been scared witless by the nurse's earlier comments about low white blood cell and neutrophil levels, even imagining dire illnesses. Feeling somewhat embarrassed about almost crying, she puffed her cheeks and muttered softly, "You could have said that earlier. You really scared me." Ignoring her complaints, Hoshino Gen leaned back against the couch and closed his eyes. Seeing this, Hoshino Rin pouted, then took out her phone. After scrolling through social media and reading praise about herself online, she entertained herself for a while but soon grew bored. She turned her head to look at her brother. At that moment, Hoshino Gen was slumped on the couch, either relaxed or utterly drained. His head rested lightly on the chair's back, eyes closed. His usually expressionless face had softened in his sleep. Long eyelashes, a high nose bridge, and perfectly shaped lips. Hoshino Rin couldn't help but admire him. As expected of her twin brother, his looks were on par with hers. Entranced by his sleeping face, a mischievous thought crept into her mind. Slowly, Hoshino Rin extended her hand toward his face, inching closer and closer, just as she was about to pinch him. Hoshino Gen's eyelashes fluttered, and he opened his eyes. Staring at the pale, dainty hand hovering before his face, Hoshino Gen turned his head to glance at his sister, who froze awkwardly on the spot. But Hoshino Rin's quick thinking as a performer kicked in instantly. With a bright smile, she said, "I just wanted to check if your fever has gone down." She then smoothly shifted her hand from an attempted pinch to a casual gesture, placing it on Hoshino Gen's forehead. Blocking her hand with his own, Hoshino Gen retorted irritably, "If you're so bored, why not go grind in the backyard? You seemed pretty good at it last time." Hoshino Rin, feeling slightly guilty, withdrew her hand and stuck out her tongue playfully at Hoshino Gen. Hoshino Gen sighed softly, his gaze drifting toward the ceiling without focus. From the corner of his eye, he watched the transparent liquid in the floor drip fall drop by drop. Thinking back, it had been ages since he last kneaded and for. So long, in fact, that it felt like another lifetime. No, it wasn't just a feeling, it truly had been another lifetime. Noticing Hoshino Gen staring at the ceiling with an expression that suggested he'd seen through the fleeting nature of life, Hoshino Rin suddenly felt an irrational fear. Could her legendary SSR-grade brother be considering becoming a monk? She quickly tugged at his sleeve. "Brother, I'm so bored. Let's play a game together." Hoshino Gen glanced at her and motioned toward the 4-needle in his left hand. Hoshino Rin immediately understood his silent protest of, "How am I supposed to play with one hand?" But this minor obstacle wouldn't deter her. She grabbed her phone, opened a side-scrolling action-adventure game, and shuffled closer to sit beside him. Holding the phone between them with her left hand, she beamed. "We can both play with one hand. I'll control the movement, and you handle the skills." The girl's sweet scent was pleasant, her warmth soft and comforting. But despite this, the moment Hoshino Rin leaned closer, Hoshino Gen couldn't suppress a flicker of instinctive resistance. Yet perhaps because his body was too weak, or maybe because her suggestion intrigued his otherwise bored mind, he didn't move away as his instincts urged. Sensing his stiffness, Hoshino Rin tilted her head and looked into his eyes. Then, with a mischievous smile that curved her brows, she teased, "Brother, don't tell me this is the closest you've ever been to a girl." Suppressing his discomfort, Hoshino Gen rolled his eyes. "Is having close contact with the opposite sex something worth bragging about?" Her brother's retort left Hoshino Rin speechless for a moment. She pouted slightly, muttering, "You're so bad at conversations." "It was just a joke, okay?" She added defensively, "Besides, I don't even accept roles that require intimate scenes with the opposite sex in movies." "Who cares?" Hoshino Gen shrugged, taking hold of the other side of the phone. Though she was used to her brother's bluntness, Hoshino Rin still felt stifled, like she might implode. Puffing her cheeks, she glared at him. Then, with exaggerated force, she mashed the start button on the game, though once they began, she purposefully moved her character away just as Hoshino Gen activated his skills, causing them to miss their target. When Hoshino Gen turned to look, she'd huff and avert her face with a playful pout. With Hoshino Rin throwing minor tantrums mid-game, the difficulty spiked significantly. In the end, they only managed to clear the first 2 chapters before the 4 finished dripping. When the nurse came to remove his 4, Hoshino Gen realized something surprising: the weakness and dizziness that had plagued him earlier were mostly gone. Had medical advancements reached this level? Initially, he'd thought this illness would take his exceptional healing ability 3 days to recover from. Yet after just 1 4 session, he was already nearly healed. By the time the siblings returned home, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. In the living room, Liz was curled up on the couch watching a movie, her focus completely absorbed. Judging by the scene, it seemed to be a recent Hollywood blockbuster available online. The part on screen showed a superhero rescuing a girl trapped in a disaster zone, basking in the crowd's cheers. Hoshino Gen had no interest in such things. He only wanted to retreat to his room and be alone for a while. But before he could shut the door, Liz's gaze shifted from the heroic figure on the TV to him. Her voice was soft yet clear. How are you feeling? Are you better now?" Perhaps Hoshino Gen didn't register the question was for him, or maybe the movie's sound effects muffled her voice, but he gave no response, entering his room and locking the door behind him. Staring at the closed door, Liz hugged her knees tighter. Her doll-like face sank with disappointment as she lowered her head. Seeing this, Hoshino Rin sighed lightly in her heart but kept a cheerful smile. She scooted closer to Liz and gently ruffled her hair. "When you're worried about someone, try to speak up more clearly. If your voice is too soft, they might not realize your concern." Liz gave a faint in reply. After a pause, Hoshino Rin's eyes sparkled with mischief. She dashed to Hoshino Gen's door and started pounding on it. "Brother! Brother! Brother! Brother dash!" The door flew open, and Hoshino Gen glared at her, his expression screaming, "If this isn't important, don't blame me for what happens next." But Hoshino Rin wasn't afraid. Her grin widened as she chirped, "Brother, aren't you hungry? You haven't eaten anything since yesterday, have you? Let's go out for dinner. Liz hasn't tried authentic Japanese cuisine yet, and you've lived here long enough to know all the best spots, right?" At the mention of food, a flicker of interest crossed Hoshino Gen's eyes. Now that she brought it up, he realized it had been over 28 hours since his last meal. His stomach confirmed this realization with a sharp pang of hunger. "Japanese food, huh? Sure, that works." Around 5 p.m., Tokyo was at one of its liveliest hours of the day, especially during Golden Week. Both students and office workers reveled in the holiday spirit. The sun was low but not yet set, casting a golden hue over the city. Most of the sky remained a tranquil blue, adorned with a scattering of fluffy white clouds. Laughter filled the air as children played, couples strolled, and the occasional bike passed by with the cheerful ring of a bell. It was the beauty of the holiday season, but there was a downside, too. "Sorry, sir, all our tables are fully booked." "Apologies, sir, we're completely out of seats." "Sorry sir, the last spot was taken just 3 minutes ago." Tokei. The Japanese cuisine plan ultimately fell through not because there wasn't a single open spot in all the restaurants along the bustling shopping street, but rather because the few places Hoshino Gen approved of were all completely booked. The trio ended up having dinner at a Western restaurant with windows overlooking Tokyo Bay. The restaurant was immaculate, its decor opulent yet understated. At the center stood a beautiful grand piano, where a young man in a tailcoat played Chopin's Nocturne in F minor. The soft melody seemed to gently stir the emerald waters of the bay outside, basking in the fading sunset. Under the warm yellow glow of crystal chandeliers, diners conversed in hushed tones. A server in a black and white uniform approached their table and leaned in to discreetly address Hoshino Rin, who was focused on her steak. "Pardon me, miss. Are you Hoshino Rin, also known as TKY02? Hoshino Rin blinked in surprise. "Yes, that's me. Is there something you need?" The server's face lit up with an enthusiastic smile. "Our owner would like to discuss something with you. If it's convenient, could you please come upstairs for a moment?" The server subtly gestured toward the mezzanine level of the duplex restaurant. Hoshino Rin followed his gaze and spotted a sophisticatedly dressed woman, who waved at her with a polite smile. Hoshino Rin blinked again, then instinctively glanced across the table at Hoshino Gen. However, her brother was too busy twirling pasta around his fork to pay her any attention. Pouting slightly, Hoshino Rin set down her knife and fork, excused herself to Hoshino Gen and Liz, and followed the server upstairs. It wasn't long before Hoshino Rin returned downstairs, though not directly to her seat. Instead, under the server's guidance, she made her way to the piano at the restaurant center. After a brief exchange with the pianist, he graciously vacated his spot for her. Smoothing out the pleats of her skirt, Hoshino Rin sat at the piano, her knees modestly pressed together, clad in over-the-knee white socks and leather ankle boots. She took a small breath, placed her hands above the keys, and then her 10 slender fingers burst into motion, unleashing a rapid and tempestuous melody that instantly filled the previously serene restaurant. Every diner's gaze was drawn to the center of the room, including Hoshino Gen's, even as he had just taken a mouthful of spaghetti. The restaurant's chandeliers dimmed suddenly, save for the central crystal chandelier, which cast a bright and gentle spotlight on Hoshino Rin. With her delicate figure, flawless features, and distinctive looks, many patrons immediately recognized her and let out hushed exclamations. Even those unfamiliar with the entertainment world were awestruck by her beauty. No one seemed annoyed by the abrupt performance. Instead, it felt like a delightful surprise and unexpected bonus for their evening. The music, rich with Islamic influences, flowed throughout the restaurant. The tempo shifted from fast to slow, transitioning seamlessly from an intense prelude into a soulful andante filled with emotional nuance. As the audience basked in the soothing middle section, the music subtly escalated again. The rhythm quickened, growing fierce and tumultuous. With a furious allegro and layer upon layer of advancing harmonies, the piece reached its climactic peak then stopped abruptly. For a moment, everyone remained immersed in the lingering intensity of the music. Then, the applause began, first from a single diner, then spreading until the entire restaurant resounded with claps. It felt less like dinner and more like attending an elegant concert. After all, Hoshino Rin had just performed Islami, one of the most challenging piano pieces in the world, a piece many professional pianists considered a formidable trial. Witnessing a live solo of this caliber during dinner was a rare treat, and the patrons expressed their admiration with fervent applause. Beads of sweat glistened on Hoshino Rin's smooth forehead as she caught her breath and bowed in acknowledgement. As the chandeliers brightened again, Hoshino Rin returned to her seat amidst the diner's gazes. Meanwhile, from behind the mezzanine railing, the restaurant owner watched Hoshino Rin with a satisfied look before slipping away quietly. "Rin. That was amazing." Liz's eyes sparkled like stars, her expression that of a fangirl meeting her idol. Hoshino Rin grinned at her before looking smugly at Hoshino Gen. "Well, how was that, brother? Am I impressive or what?" Hoshino Gen's eyes carried a hint of surprise as he looked at his sister. Though he wasn't an expert on piano music, he enjoyed it enough to understand its basics. To play Islami so proficiently was no small feat, especially considering how Hoshino Rin usually lounged around gaming all day. With circumflex Nigerian Nairobeta. "You're indeed impressive," Hoshino Gen admitted with a faint smile. "Ehe." Hoshino Rin's eyes curved into crescents as she beamed, feeling as if her heart had been dipped in honey. The applause earlier couldn't compare to the joy of earning her brother's praise. She then explained what had transpired upstairs. It was simple. The restaurant owner had recognized her as a popular idol and spontaneously asked her to perform a solo. In return, their dinner would be on the house, and she'd also receive a VIP card granting a 50% discount on future visits. Hoshino Rin didn't need the free meal or discounts, but the idea of playing piano again after so long combined with a small desire to show off in front of her brother had prompted her to accept. Hoshino Gen had no strong feelings about the matter. His sister's talent was impressive, sure, but it didn't impact him much. Or so he thought. What Hoshino Gen hadn't anticipated was how Hoshino Rin's impromptu performance would disrupt the remainder of their dinner. Fans kept approaching for autographs and photos, turning the meal into a chaotic ordeal. They hastily finished their dinner and left the restaurant. On their way home, a paparazzo who had caught wind of their presence tried to snap some candid shots. Instead of avoiding him, Hoshino Rin cheerfully clung to Hoshino Gen's arm and posed with a playful peace sign over her eye, leaving the photographer to capture the scene to his heart's content. Before parting ways, Hoshino Rin mischievously reminded the overjoyed paparazzo, "Make sure your report is accurate. This is my twin brother, my biological twin brother." The next day, a piece of news set the internet abuzz. Revealing the private life of an idol. Super popular idol Rin Chan spotted on the streets with her stunning twin brother. Beneath the headline was a photo of Hoshino Rin holding hands with her twin brother. Hoshino General Hoshino Rin's sweet and captivating appearance was perfectly complemented by her brother's aloof and handsome demeanor. What truly caught everyone's attention, however, was their identical heterochromatic eyes. Against the backdrop of a Tokyo Bay sunset, the image was breathtakingly beautiful. The article primarily focused on Hoshino Rin's private life as a superpopular idol. Yet, in the comments section, the netizens' attention was entirely on the revelation that Rin Chan had a twin brother and an extraordinarily attractive one at that, with the same striking heterochromatic eyes as hers. The comments were flooded with admiration, with most people expressing envy toward Hoshino Gen for having such an adorable twin sister. Others envied Hoshino Rin for having such a handsome brother. Some even went as far as to beg Hoshino Gen to debut as an idol, claiming that wasting such a face on a mundane life should be considered a crime. Sprawled on the sofa, scrolling through the comments online, Hoshino Rin couldn't stop laughing. Meanwhile, Hoshino Gen remained oblivious to the internet frenzy. He neither followed nor cared about it. At that moment, he was once again heading to the cafe operated by the Special Affairs Unit. Unlike his previous visits, where the cafe had always displayed a closed sign, it was open for business today. Judging by the lively atmosphere, the place seemed to be bustling with customers. As Hoshino Gen pushed the door open, the familiar chime of the wind bell rang. Though the sound was mostly drowned out by the lively chatter inside, a cheerful waitress in uniform immediately noticed his entrance and approached him with a welcoming smile. Initially, Hoshino Gen paid her no attention until she greeted him with a sweet, "welcome," and he realized the waitress was none other than Kiryu Rikui, sporting twin ponytails and an adorably soft demeanor. With a playful grin, Kiryu Rikui addressed him, "Good afternoon, Hoshino-senpai. I knew you'd be coming soon. Master Nishida is already waiting for you inside. Follow me." Hoshino Gen had no intention of engaging in small talk. He simply nodded and followed her through the crowded tables, past the bar counter, and into a staff-only passageway. They arrived in a room resembling a conference hall. A large round table occupied the center, surrounded by chairs, with Master Nishida seated at the head. In front of him lay a long sword case. When Kiryu Rikui brought Hoshino Gen in, Nishida didn't waste time on pleasantries. He got straight to the point. "Kid, I fulfilled your request, but to alter the material properties of this sword, I had to use an entire alchemical medium imbued with special traits. Don't you think you owe me a favor in return?" Hoshino Gen smiled. "What do you want? Or should I ask, what do you need me to do?" Master Nishida chuckled heartily, clearly pleased by Hoshino Gen's straightforwardness. "Good lad, I like how direct you are. But don't rush, I'll let you inspect the goods first. Once you're satisfied, we'll talk." With that, he opened the sword case, revealing a pitch-black blade. At first glance, it looked no different from before. However, upon closer inspection, the sheath, guard, and hilt all appeared deeper, darker, and richer in hue, as if a black luminescence was flowing across the surface. Nishida took out the blade and tossed it to Hoshino Gen. As Hoshino Gen caught it, an intense chill emanated from the sword, seeping into his hand. After carefully examining the blade, Hoshino Gen frowned slightly. "I recall asking for the sword to be more portable. Don't rush. Imagine the sword as your shadow, as a part of yourself," Nishida explained patiently. Hoshino Gen fell silent for a moment. Then, gripping the sword, he closed his eyes. Moments later, he felt the sword in his hand dissolve into shadowy nothingness. It was still there, yet strangely intangible. Ram. When Hoshino Gen opened his eyes, he saw the pitch-black blade transforming into a shadowy glow that wrapped around his wrist, then climbed up his arm. In less than a second, the sword had vanished, replaced by a black tattoo that covered his entire right arm, intricate and menacing. Hoshino Gen flexed his right arm, sensing that, apart from a noticeable drop in temperature, his movement wasn't hindered at all. In fact, he felt as though his strength had increased. He extended his hand once more, envisioning the blade manifesting itself. Almost immediately, the tattoo on his arm began writhing, morphing back into a stream of shadows. These shadows coalesced in his palm, and the blade materialized out of thin air, forming itself piece by piece, starting from the hilt. As the shadows receded entirely, the pitch-black sword reappeared in his grasp. "Well? Satisfied?" Nishida asked, his tone brimming with pride. It was evident that he was extremely pleased with his handiwork. Hoshino Gen stared at the blade, its dark glow shimmering faintly, and smiled. "Your craftsmanship is truly astounding. You've earned the title of master." Nishida burst into hearty laughter, clearly delighted by the praise. For an alchemist, nothing was more rewarding than genuine admiration from someone who understood the craft. Once Nishida had laughed his fill, his expression turned serious. "Although I forged the blade for you, the resources used belong to the Special Affairs Unit. It's them who want something from you, not me." He moved the sword case aside, revealing a file folder beneath. Handing it to Hoshino Gen, he said, "Inside are details of 3 paranormal incidents. Your task is to resolve them as quickly as possible. I hear you have a penchant for collecting spirit vessels. Once you've dealt with these incidents, you only need to return 1 vessel to offset the cost of forging your sword. Any other rewards are yours to keep. During the mission, Rikuyi here will be your partner. Whatever assistance you need from the Special Affairs Unit, just let her know." Hoshino Gen glanced at Kiryu Rikuyi, who had been quietly standing by. The girl gave him a sweet smile. "I'll be in your care from now on, senpai." Hoshino Gen pulled a stack of documents from the folder and skimmed through them, focusing on the titles. Tokyo Bay Wraiths. Nagano Nai Ghost School. Urban Legend Broadcast. The Nagano Nai Ghost School was the same case described in the report the Special Affairs Unit had sent him previously. The location was in Nagano Nai Town, on the outskirts of Koto Ward. The school housed a significant number of malevolent spirits. While it posed a substantial potential danger, the spirits appeared confined to the abandoned school, so the disasters caused by it hadn't been too severe for now. Given the number of vengeful spirits and the difficulty of dealing with them, the Special Affairs Unit's current strategy was to seal off the area and prohibit civilians from approaching. However, recently there had been signs of the spiritual disturbances expanding outward. As a result, the unit hoped Hoshino Gen could enter the ghost school, investigate, and, if possible, resolve the issue completely. Hoshino Gen didn't pay much attention to the ghost school case. He had already reviewed the details online the night before. What intrigued him more were the other 2 incidents. Tokyo Bay Wraiths, as the name suggested, involved water ghosts in Tokyo Bay. These ghosts frequently attacked small boats, swimmers, and even people fishing on the shore. However, the vastness of Tokyo Bay directly connected to the Pacific Ocean made locating the spirits the most challenging aspect. The unit, short on manpower, couldn't afford to expend excessive resources on an incident of this scale. Therefore, they hoped Hoshino Gen, as a collaborator, could help handle it. The report also included the most recent sighting, a village near Chiba Prefecture called Shiratake Village. A fisherman had been dragged into the water by a shadow while fishing, as reported by his companion during a call to the authorities. This report had made its way to the Special Affairs Unit. Hoshino Gen wasn't particularly concerned about this incident. After all, it wasn't unusual for water ghosts to haunt Tokyo Bay. Who knew how many had drowned or how many corpses rested beneath those waters? No ghosts would be the real anomaly. What truly caught Hoshino Gen's attention was the urban legend broadcast. The following information is derived primarily from surveillance footage left by the late Special Affairs Unit member Tenjo Kohei. Some scenes were reconstructed based on testimonies from the investigation team. The report detailed how Tenjo Kohei had a fondness for listening to the radio, a habit he indulged in after work to help him sleep. One evening, he turned on his radio as usual. However, the program that night was different from the usual emotionally charged stories. and the host seemed to have been replaced. Instead, a calm male voice began recounting an urban legend that at first, Tenjo Kohei didn't notice anything unusual, assuming it was just a quirky twist to the program. He continued listening as a bedtime story. But as the tale progressed, he felt increasingly unsettled until he realized with a shock that the protagonist's predicament matched his own circumstances perfectly. As someone well-versed in the supernatural, Tenjo Kohei quickly grasped that his death was imminent. His final act was to remotely activate his computer's webcam with his phone, recording the entire process of his death. According to the recording, every time the voice on the radio described an event, it manifested in Tenjo Kohei's room: a bloodstain seeping through the ceiling, creaking sounds from beneath the bed, a fallen wardrobe crushing the protagonist. After reviewing the 3 files, Hoshino Gen chuckled softly, looking up at Master Nishida from across the table. "I can't make any promises. Supernatural incidents are always unpredictable. All I can say is, I'll do my best," Hoshino Gen said with a smile. If the cases turned out to be too dangerous, he wouldn't hesitate to walk away. And he wouldn't rule out the possibility that the unit was sugarcoating the truth to manipulate him. He had no qualms about viewing others with suspicion. Master Nishida wasn't bothered by Hoshino Gen's cautious attitude. He nodded solemnly. "I'll leave it to you." Hoshino Gen slid the documents back into the folder, slung his demon blade over his shoulder, transforming it into a dark tattoo on his arm, and prepared to leave. "Wait, Hoshino-senpai." Kiryu Rikui suddenly called out, her sweet smile lighting up her face. "Do you use Line? It'd be easier to keep in touch if we added each other." Hoshino Gen paused, smiling politely. "Sorry, I don't use social apps." "Huh?" Rui blinked in surprise, her disbelief evident. "Really?" Hoshino Gen didn't respond further, instead saying, "You have my number, don't you? A phone call will suffice." With that, he left the cafe without looking back. Kiryu Rikui watched his retreating figure, her sweet smile fading into a blank expression. "What a reclusive guy," she muttered under her breath. After leaving the cafe, Hoshino Gen didn't head straight home. Instead, he took a taxi to a nearby motorcycle licensing center. He'd been planning to get a motorcycle license for a while. With his meticulous nature, he had already arranged everything beforehand, calling his father's assistant to pull some strings that in no time. The process was smoothed out, and all he had to do was show up for a routine exam before awaiting his license's delivery. Once that was done, he headed to the police department to give a statement about the recent Liz kidnapping case. Naturally, he didn't tell the truth. He fabricated a story to fool the police. As he was finally about to head home, he spotted a tall, handsome man walking down the corridor, surrounded by officers. The only reason Hoshino Gen paid him any attention was the striking resemblance the man bore to his own assistant. If he recalled correctly, Shimizu had mentioned her plans to become a police officer someday. Sure enough, Hoshino Gen overheard someone address the man as Inspector Shimizu. As they passed each other, Hoshino Gen chuckled, finding it amusing. "Inspector, huh? Seems that Dummy's family has some influence." Tonight's dinner at the Hoshino household was a special one. Hoshino Rin herself took over the kitchen. After watching a sushi-making tutorial online that afternoon, her curiosity got the better of her. Thus, their dinner shifted from the usual hotel-catered Japanese cuisine extravaganza to a handcrafted sushi feast prepared by none other than the nation's top idol herself. Hoshino Gen had no objections. Though he would never praise her gaming skills, he had to admit his little sister was exceptionally adept at everyday life skills. At least the sushi piled high on his plate looked professional and tasted decent enough. The record player in the living room was playing a serene classical violin piece. Meanwhile, in the dining room, Liz and Hoshino Rin chatted in English. Hoshino Gen ate his sushi in silence, lost in his thoughts about the 3 paranormal cases at hand. Among them, the Tokyo Bay Wraiths incident seemed the easiest on the surface, while the Nagano-Nai Ghost School case appeared the most challenging. As for the urban legend broadcast, that one was tricky. Its origins were unclear and difficult to trace, so he planned to tackle it last. In terms of time sensitivity, his best option was to start with Shiratake Village in Chiba Prefecture. According to the files, the water ghost from Tokyo Bay often changed its activity zone. The intelligence had an expiration date. Recent reports suggested the ghost was active near Shiratake Village, but that might not be the case if he delayed. Tracking it down later would only become more difficult. With that in mind, Hoshino Gen decided to head to Shiratake village the next morning. By the way, brother, the film crew has a few scenes to shoot in a village near Chiba Prefecture. I'll be leaving with them tomorrow for a 2-day trip, so I'm counting on you to look after Liz, okay? After dinner, as Hoshino Gen passed through the living room, Hoshino Rin, seated on the sofa and playing a single-player game, casually dropped this news. Hoshino Gen, who was heading back to his room, raised an eyebrow and looked at his sister with a trace of suspicion. A village near Chiba? For its idyllic scenery and proximity to Tokyo Bay? Hoshino Rin paused her game and looked at him in surprise. How did you know that, brother? Then, as if realizing something, she nodded in understanding. Well, that kind of location is popular in movies and TV shows. Makes sense. Pouting, she started rambling. Honestly, I didn't want to be in this drama at all. It's exhausting and troublesome. But it's a group project arranged by the agency for the whole TKY02 team. If I don't participate, it might affect the show's popularity and make everyone unhappy. And, oh, brother, let me tell you, this show is so boring. The plot is so cliched. For instance, the scenes we're shooting in Chiba are about a group of high schoolers who get lost during a field trip and stumble into a village. On the first night, someone gets murdered. The villagers blame it on a ghost, but it turns out to be a human killer. Stop. Hoshino Gen cut her off before she could continue her endless rant. His calm voice carried a hint of exasperation. I'm not babysitting. Hoshino Rin blinked, tilting her head. Why not? Do you have plans tomorrow? Hoshino Gen didn't answer her directly but instead asked. Is the village your crew is going to call Shiratake? Exclamation point. Hoshino Rin's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother, do you have mind-reading powers? Hoshino Gen responded with a polite smile. Hoshino Rin stuck out her tongue awkwardly. Okay, maybe mind-reading wasn't realistic. But then again, her brother's superpowers already defied common sense. After a moment of thought, Hoshino Rin concluded. Nodding with a determined expression, she asked. Are you also heading there? Wait, could it be, the ghost rumors are real? Maybe. I can't say for sure if it's still active now, but at least as of yesterday, a villager was attacked by a ghost. Hoshino Gen didn't bother hiding the truth from her. Ranobes. Hoshino Rin's eyes lit up briefly, but then she hesitated, nervously twirling a lock of hair. Should I warn the crew to change locations or delay the shoot? With what reason? Claiming there's a ghost? Hoshino Gen chuckled. Don't bother. Without solid evidence, pushing for changes in the crew's plans would hurt your reputation. It's a thankless task. But if you really want to, I won't stop you. With a shrug, he headed off to his room to shower. Hoshino Rin frowned slightly, watching his retreating figure with a thoughtful look. It wasn't about whether her brother was right, she was preoccupied with another question. Was her brother worried about her? Was he concerned she'd make a mistake and hurt her image? Had her recent efforts to strengthen their bond finally paid off? Yes. It had to be that. Suppressing the urge to squeal, Hoshino Rin tossed aside her game controller and rolled around on the sofa in excitement. Just then. Rin. What are you doing? Fresh from her bath, Liz appeared in the living room, her damp blonde hair hanging loose. She froze at the sight of Hoshino Rin rolling around like a maniac on the sofa, her face a mix of shock and disillusionment. Hearing Liz's voice, Hoshino Rin froze mid-roll. She stiffly turned her head toward the little girl. Silence. They stared at each other without a word. The next morning. Liz, have you packed your things? We're leaving soon. Hoshino Rin's voice echoed from the entrance as she tugged her suitcase. All ready. Liz replied, stepping out of her room in a white dress and a small sun hat, pulling a tiny suitcase behind her. She gave Hoshino Rin a bright smile, her earlier gloom nowhere to be seen. Hoshino Rin leaned down and affectionately ruffled Liz's soft cheeks. Our little Liz is just too adorable. Remember to stay safe around the other TKY02 sisters, okay? Liz giggled and slipped on her tiny black leather shoes, transforming into a picture-perfect little princess straight out of a fairy tale. Hoshino Gen admired her handiwork with a satisfied smile. Beautiful things truly lifted one's mood. But then a thought dampened her spirits. She pouted, muttering resentfully. Brother is so mean. We could have all taken the bus together and enjoyed a group trip vibe, but no, he insisted on going ahead alone. Located west of Chiba Prefecture, Shiratake village nestles along Tokyo Bay, renowned for its breathtaking pastoral scenery. In a world where modern society moves at an increasingly frenetic pace, this idyllic village offers Tokyoites a retreat to soothe their nerves and slow down time. Thanks to this charm, its tourism industry thrives. A luxurious tour bus crawled along a winding asphalt road, flanked by lush green meadows on one side and the shimmering waters of Tokyo Bay on the other. The sunshine today was radiant, gilding the cotton candy clouds with a delicate golden hue. The cheerful chatter of young girls flowed out of the bus's open windows, carried by the late spring breeze into the idyllic countryside. Liz-chan, I heard London gets really foggy every day, is that true? Liz-chan, you're so adorable, like a little doll. Liz-chan, was Rin-chan as smart and talented as she is now when she was younger? Toward the back of the bus, a group of TKY02 members surrounded Liz, peppering her with excited questions. The group's stringent audition standards meant many members were fluent in English, making conversation with Liz effortless. Despite the overwhelming attention, Liz remained poised. She responded to compliments with equal praise and answered questions with a cheerful smile, effortlessly becoming the group's little darling. Hearing the lively chatter behind her, a black-haired girl sitting near the front chuckled softly. She turned toward Hoshino Gen, who sat by the window, her mature yet slightly youthful voice teasing, Liz-chan is really popular with everyone, huh? The speaker was a stunning girl with long, wavy hair and exquisite features. Swan-like neck, elegant shoulders, a waist that seemed barely a handful, and legs that were long and impeccably shaped. She was flawless from head to toe, a beauty whose presence could shine anywhere in the world. Even seated next to Hoshino Gen, her radiance was undiminished. In online fan circles, a saying often circulated. If TKY02 has a concert with 10,000 attendees, 4,000 are there for Rin-chan, another 4,000 for Kaoru, and the remaining 2,000 for everyone else. This, Kaoru, referred to none other than the girl sitting beside Hoshino Gen, Asahina Kaoru. Hoshino Gen lowered her headphones around her neck and glanced back at Liz, who was thriving among the girls. With a small sigh, she mused that her little sister really had a knack for charming everyone anywhere except around her brother. Then, she turned to Kaoru with a bright smile. Everyone here is so kind, and Liz is just so sweet and adorable. Asahina Kaoru smiled faintly, agreeing. She glanced out the window and casually remarked, we should be nearing our destination, right? The countryside's already in sight. Hoshino Gen leaned out slightly, gripping the window edge, and sure enough, she saw the clustered farmhouses blending harmoniously with the natural scenery in the distance. Yeah, we're almost there, Hoshino Gen murmured, pulling out her phone. She called her brother, sliding her white headphones back into place. The ringing tone buzzed for a while before the call connected, and a calm, mesmerizing voice answered, what is it? Hoshino Gen's face lit up with a vibrant smile, entirely different from the casual one she'd worn with Asahina Kaoru earlier. Onie-chan, we're almost there. Did you find a place to stay? Can you come pick us up? There was a 2-second pause on the other end before her brother's voice, tinged with skepticism, replied. Has your production crew run out of money? They're not even providing lodging for the leads now. Or is this just how the entertainment industry works these days? NB section. It was clear the cold-hearted brother had no intention of fulfilling his sister's wish to stay together. Most people might have given up at this point, but Hoshino Gen, ever perceptive and emotionally intuitive, had long since figured out her brother's personality. Her smile grew even brighter, her voice softening with a hint of pleading. Come on, the crew's accommodations won't be as good as the ones you'd pick. Besides, didn't you say this place is haunted? I'd be too scared to sleep without you nearby. And what if Liz and I end up in danger? You'd feel so guilty, wouldn't you? After a moment of silence, her brother's ethereal voice replied with a touch of exasperation. Fukuin in, Villa number 3. Find it on your own. Then he hung up. The beep 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 echoed in her headphones. Unbothered, Hoshino Rin smiled triumphantly at her phone. Heh, looks like I've finally mastered the art of making brother give in. Unbeknownst to her, throughout her call, Asahina Kaoru had been watching her intently. Her gaze brimmed with curiosity, as if she had stumbled upon a great secret. When Hoshino Rin looked over, Asahina Kaoru's expression had already returned to normal. With a light-hearted laugh, she teased, "So, Rinchan's brother is in Shiratake village too? Did he come along because he couldn't bear to let you travel alone?" If only that were true. Hoshino Rin sighed inwardly but maintained a cheerful facade. No way. He's here for his own reasons. Really? Still, judging by that call, you and your brother seem to have a great relationship. Hee hee. Hoshino Rin simply grinned without elaborating further. At that moment, the bus came to an abrupt stop. The driver announced a mechanical issue, prompting the producer to suggest the girls stretch their legs while repairs were underway. The bus erupted with excitement as the members poured out, their laughter filling the air. Like fairies from a magical forest, they spilled into the picturesque landscape of blue skies, clear waters, and farmhouses nestled against the hills. Suddenly, a small scream broke the tranquility, followed by giggles and chatter. Hoshino Rin followed the others' gazes to see two young men swimming shirtless in Tokyo Bay. One of them whistled loudly toward the girls before diving underwater. The other, still in the water, waved energetically at the TKY-02 members, shouting incomprehensible gibberish before showing off with various swim strokes like a peacock flaunting its feathers. Hoshino Rin had little interest in the antics of the swimmers. She quickly lost interest and instead wondered where her brother was and whether he had found the ghost he'd mentioned. Minutes later, the commotion near the bay grew louder, pulling Hoshino Rin's attention back. The girls were marveling at how long the first swimmer had stayed submerged. Concerned, a lively member called out to the remaining swimmer, who eagerly swam over. She asked in a mix of amazement and worry. "Is your friend always this good at holding his breath? Could something have gone wrong?" "Huh?" The swimmer froze, blinking in confusion. "That guy? I don't know him. He looked like a tourist." The young man who had dived into the water resurfaced, but not of his own accord. He was pulled up by the rescue team. Just an hour ago, he had been full of life, but now he was a pale, bloated corpse. Outside Shiratake village, the shores of Tokyo Bay were already crowded with police officers and villagers, forming an impenetrable circle. A repaired bus carrying a group of idle girls departed from the scene. The lively atmosphere from earlier, akin to a field trip, had completely dissipated. Inside the solemn bus, someone peeked out the window, glancing back at the commotion along the riverbank, then turned and murmured softly, "He's really dead." Fear of corpses, an innate dread of death, is a primal human instinct, deeply ingrained in the soul. That drowned corpse felt like a layer of ashen smog, veiling the blue sky, white clouds, verdant grass, and rustic cottages. Hoshino Rin instinctively tightened her arm around Liz's delicate shoulders. In this moment, Hoshino Rin epitomized the inverse of the phrase, "ignorance is bliss." While others were silent and frightened due to their instinctive fear of death, Hoshino Rin's fear stemmed from a chilling realization: after death, humans might truly become ghosts. Many members of the TKY-02 group couldn't resist sneaking glances at the riverbank, but Hoshino Rin refused to look back. She dared not, terrified that if she turned, she might see a pale, bloated corpse waving at her. Clutching Liz's slender shoulders tightly, her small face tense, Hoshino Rin desperately wished to be by her brother's side as quickly as possible. On the artificial beach under the dazzling sunlight, children frolicked, young couples swam in the shallows or chatted under umbrellas, and in more secluded spots, people sat in rows with fishing rods, engrossed in their pastime. Hoshino Gen, wearing sunglasses, sported a casual-look t-shirt, a sun protection jacket, beach shorts, and flip-flops. He exuded a laid-back yet roguishly charming vibe, effortlessly catching attention as he walked. "Hey there, handsome. Interested in fishing? Full gear available, 2,000 yen per hour. An enthusiastic man approached him as Hoshino Gen strolled into the angler's area. The man, likely in his late 40s judging by his face, already had a head of gray hair cropped short. Without giving the man much scrutiny, Hoshino Gen offered a slight smile and replied with interest, "Sure, set me up with some gear." "Coming right up." The man beamed, clearly delighted by the booming business today. Hoshino Gen took a seat on a small stool the man provided and accepted a fishing rod already baited. With a flick of his wrist, the line arced gracefully before the bait landed in the water with a soft plop. The salty sea breeze ruffled his hair as he held the fishing rod, a faint smile playing on his lips, waiting patiently for a bite. The man, having brought over his own stool, plopped down beside Hoshino Gen and struck up a conversation. "Here on vacation, young man?" Hoshino Gen nodded slightly, keeping his gaze fixed on the undulating waves, as though afraid he might miss a nibble. "Not much of a fisherman, huh?" The man chuckled. "Fishing isn't about having too much desire. Believe it or not, the less you care, the more you catch. I've fished my whole life and swear by it sometimes, beginners get luckier than pros." Hoshino Gen responded with a faint smile but said nothing. Undeterred, the man continued, sharing tips and stories about fishing, the importance of timing, location, weather, and water conditions. He insisted that night fishing yielded the best catches but required patience and skill. The monologue only ended when Hoshino Gen's phone buzzed. The man, realizing he'd monopolized the conversation, chuckled and got up to greet other customers. Hoshino Gen answered the call, hearing Hoshino Rin's voice on the other end. "Oniai-chan, where are you? We've arrived." His mood, already buoyed by the lively beach atmosphere, remained light. "Hand the phone to the front desk, I'll have them let you in." "Okay." A moment later, a male voice came through. "Hello, sir." "Hi, I'm a guest at Fukuin Inn, Villa number 3. The girl in front of you is my sister. I'm currently out, so please open the door for them." "Understood, sir. Enjoy your vacation." Hoshino Gen ended the call, his faint smile unwavering as he returned to fishing. By noon, the sun grew scorching, and it was time for lunch. Hoshino Gen reeled in his line, packing up his modest catch, a small bucket of fish, including an impressively large sea bass. While paying for the fishing gear, he took only the sea bass with him, leaving the smaller fish behind. Fukuin Inn was a high-end ryokan inn, featuring independent courtyards and traditional Japanese-style accommodations. It promised guests a rustic, countryside experience paired with attentive service. As Hoshino Gen stepped through the entrance, the staff greeted him warmly, offering refreshments and asking if they could prepare the sea bass he carried. "Please cook it and serve it with lunch," Hoshino Gen instructed. "Of course. Anything else?" "No, thanks." Waving them off, he walked through the meticulously arranged courtyard to Villa number 3. The wooden gate was unlocked, and he pushed it open effortlessly. The sound of a TV greeted him as he crossed the garden and entered the house. Sure enough, Hoshino Rin and Liz were in the living room, seated on a tatami mat and engrossed in a TV show. Seeing Hoshino Gen return, Hoshino Rin's eyes lit up, and she called out excitedly, "Oniai-chan." Liz turned toward the sound as well, but unlike Hoshino Rin, she softly muttered, "Oniai," her cheeks flushing red as she lowered her head, overwhelmed by embarrassment. In England, whether siblings were related by blood or through extended family ties, it was customary to address one another by name. Liz had learned this term from Hoshino Rin, and using "Oniai-chan" in Japanese felt foreign and awkward to her. Ever since that day, whenever she faced Hoshino Gen, she couldn't help but grow timid and hesitant. Unaware of the inner turmoil caused by her choice of address, Hoshino Gen merely cast a brief, curious glance at the bashful little girl before letting out a soft chuckle and averting his gaze. He turned to Hoshino Rin with a smile. "If I remember correctly, you said you were here for filming. What, no work today?" The excitement that had lit up Hoshino Rin's face upon seeing her brother grew even brighter. She straightened her previously relaxed posture and said eagerly, "Oniai-chan, let me tell you. On the way here, someone drowned in Tokyo Bay. Just outside the village. That guy wanted to grab everyone's attention by diving underwater and staying down for a long time, but he never came back up. Eventually, the police and a recovery team had to fish his body out. It scared everyone so much that the producer decided to let us rest today and start filming preparations tomorrow. Hoshino Gen didn't have much genuine interest in his younger sister's work schedule. His casual inquiry was more about wanting some space from the others. However, her story caught his attention. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Hoshino Gen looked at her with intrigue. "Did you see the body?" No, Hoshino Rin admitted honestly, shaking her head. "The producer wouldn't let us, and I was too scared to look." Unfazed, Hoshino Gen smiled and pressed on. "From what you described, you were there the whole time, from when he dove underwater until he didn't come back up." Hoshino Rin nodded after a moment's thought. "At first, I didn't pay much attention, but later, everyone was marveling at how long he could hold his breath, so I kept watching." No bubbles rising to the surface. No signs of a struggle. "I don't think so." Hoshino Rin's eyes widened slightly as she lowered her voice in disbelief. "Oniai-chan, are you saying he could have been drowned by a ghost?" Nearby, Liz didn't understand their Japanese exchange, but Hoshino Rin's tone caught her attention. She glanced over briefly before returning to her television show. Hoshino Gen shook his head, laughing softly. "Who knows? Maybe he dove too deep and struggled out of sight. Or perhaps he had some medical condition that struck while he was underwater. Being killed by a ghost is just one possibility." He chuckled at his own words, pushing himself up off the floor with a hand on his knee. "I'm going to rest for a bit. Skip lunch for me, and don't bother me unless it's urgent." "Okay." Hoshino Rin blinked her large eyes as she watched her brother retreat into the inner room. Only after the sliding door closed, sealing his figure from view, did she lower her gaze and pick up the remote to turn down the TV volume. Hoshino Gen woke hours later to find the world outside cloaked in darkness. The tatami-floored room he'd been sleeping in was equally dim. Shaking off his grogginess, he stood up and slid the door open. The living room lights were off, but the front door remained open. Outside, Hoshino Rin was seated on the veranda, her chin resting in her hands as she gazed up at the unusually bright moon. Liz was nowhere to be seen, likely already in bed. "Ro Epsilon." Hearing movement behind her, Hoshino Rin turned her head. Seeing it was her brother, she greeted him with a radiant smile. "Good morning, Oniai-chan." Under the moonlight, her smile was indeed beautiful, though it carried an oddly fragile quality. Her mismatched eyes seemed to shimmer, hinting at redness. Glancing briefly at the sky, Hoshino Gen confirmed that the brilliant disk illuminating the night was the moon, not the sun. Without a word, he walked to the window and leaned against the frame, settling there. The silence between them stretched. Hoshino Rin's mood seemed to plummet, the spacious living room now steeped in quiet melancholy. Minutes or perhaps just moments passed before Hoshino Rin finally spoke. Her soft, melodic voice was subdued, almost on the verge of tears. "Oniai-chan. This evening, the producer messaged us to say that Marika-chan has gone missing. But before she disappeared, I'd just spoken to her on the phone. She was in her room and hadn't gone anywhere." Her words came haltingly, tinged with grief. "Marika is the third member of TKY02, the eldest among us. Off camera, she's nothing like her cheerful on-screen persona. She's actually quite introverted. She's never fought for attention or resources within the group. Even when she was treated unfairly, she endured it silently. But she's always been so kind, looking after everyone else like a big sister." Hoshino Rin's voice cracked. When Captain Psycho lost the activity room key, she stayed up all night helping her search. When Yukaina was being isolated after joining, Marika stood by her and helped her fit in. And once, when I sprained my ankle during practice, she carried me to the nurse's office. Everyone says that good people will be rewarded, but Marika is so good. Why did something like this have to happen to her? Her voice trailed off, and silence reclaimed the room. Hoshino Gen leaned against the window frame, gazing at the moon. It was impossible to tell whether he had been listening. The moonlight spilled quietly into the garden, and the faint chirping of cicadas echoed in the distance. After a long while, Hoshino Rin began to hum a melody. It wasn't abrupt, rather, it harmonized with the night, as though the tune had always been part of the nocturnal tranquility. It was a melody tinged with sadness, stirring up a longing to reminisce. She hummed and sang softly, her voice as delicate as moonlight, perhaps even gentler. Before anyone notices. I've lost something. I suddenly happen to notice that you're not here. Leaving only memories. The song passed quickly. Within the tender melody, Hoshino Rin's tear-filled eyes gazed at her brother, who was leaning against the windowsill. Then, she closed her eyes and gently sang the final verse of the song, Arigato, thank you. At times, even if we hurt each other. I want to sense you here with me. As the last note lingered, Hoshino Rin opened her eyes, only to find that Hoshino Gen, who had been at the windowsill, was no longer there. Wiping the corners of her eyes, Hoshino Rin murmured to herself. Do your best, Oniai-chan. The moonlight cast a silvery glow across Tokyo Bay, its gentle waves shimmering like dreamlike scales. In a tranquil village, a few faint lights flickered amidst the darkness. The symphony of frogs and cicadas intertwined with the sea breeze, which rustled the grassy fields, creating ripples in the emerald green. White sneakers crunched across the grass, heading toward the beach. The echoes of the day's clamor seemed to linger faintly in the air. One could almost imagine the laughing crowd still wandering here. But then, a cold, briny breeze swept past, carrying grains of sand with it, and the remnants of the day's warmth dissipated, leaving the artificial beach in utter silence. A middle-aged man with short, graying hair sat alone by the shore, fishing with a tranquil, contented expression. It wasn't until Hoshino Gen approached that the man turned his head with a warm smile. Hey there, young man. Interested in fishing? Full gear available, 2,000 yen per hour. A rank stench wafted into Hoshino Gen's nose, making his head spin and his thoughts blur. Just as he reached for a talisman to clear his mind, a sudden, piercing chill shot through his right arm, shattering the illusion that seemed to drag him into a trance. He paused momentarily, then chose to remain still. When a trace of puzzlement appeared on the man's face, Hoshino Gen gave a faint, dazed smile. Sure, set me up with some gear. The man's doubts faded as he chuckled. Coming right up. Supporting himself on his knees, the man stood up and ambled toward a small wooden hut on the edge of the beach. Business is slow at night, so the gear's all inside. Come with me, and I'll grab it for you. Hoshino Gen stayed put. The man turned and waved him over with a grin. Come on, don't be shy. I'll get you a fishing rod. Hoshino Gen followed him. Creak. The wooden door of the hut creaked open, releasing a putrid stench that hit like a solid wall. I've handled a lot of fish in here. I'm a bit lazy, so I haven't cleaned much. Don't mind the smell, the man explained, chuckling. Peering through the open door, Hoshino Gen saw the interior. Large, dried bloodstains spattered the floor and walls. Inside were a chair, an unfolded cot draped with a white sheet, and a woman's pale, bloated corpse, clearly the victim of drowning. A young woman dressed in red, hauntingly beautiful in death. If Hoshino Gen had to guess, she probably had a lovely name too, something like Marika. Hoshino Gen stepped into the wooden hut, the door shutting behind him. The man gestured warmly for him to sit down, as if hosting an honored guest. Hoshino Gen, his eyes vacant like a puppet's, seated himself on the chair. The man settled by the cot, turning to stroke the woman's face with a smile. Beautiful, isn't she? I spent a long time finding the perfect bride for my son. She was an idol, you know. Tomorrow, just past midnight, they'll be married, RAOES. The room reeked of decay, the bloodstains on the walls and floor grotesque. Yet, amidst the horror, the white-haired man's demeanor radiated a bizarre harmony. My son was a handful, the man began wistfully. Years ago, during summer, he went fishing with me. It was hot, and he insisted on swimming. I knew he was a strong swimmer, so I didn't stop him. Who would have thought he'd go under and not come up? I watched him struggle, and I panicked. I couldn't swim, so I ran for help. The man's tone turned bitter. That's why they say people in modern society are so restless and indifferent. When I called for help, a crowd came running as soon as they heard someone had fallen into the water. But none of them helped me. They were all too busy taking photos and recording videos with their phones. I even got down on my knees, begging them to save my son. But not a single person stepped forward. I watched helplessly as my son went still in the water and sank. The police arrived with a rescue team and searched for 2 days, but they found nothing. They just told me to give up. Tokyo Bay is too vast, they said, and we might never find him. He could have been swept out into the Pacific. The man's desire to talk was strong, perhaps because these feelings had been buried for so many years, and he couldn't keep them in any longer. He chuckled awkwardly and continued, "They can give up, but I can't. That's my son." The water was so cold. No matter how hot the summer was, he couldn't have stayed in the water like that. So I just sat by the shore, waiting. I waited until my son crawled back up. He's just like me, tough. Others didn't save him, but that's fine. He crawled up on his own. He crawled right up to me and told me he was hungry. Well, who wouldn't be after soaking in the water for so many days? The man grimaced. I brought him his favorite beef, but he wouldn't eat it. I got him a cake, but he wouldn't eat that either. I asked him what he wanted to eat, and he told me he wanted to eat people. Good, I thought. Those who just watched my son fall into the water and did nothing deserve to be eaten. The man's smile turned twisted, but he seemed pleased with himself. Over the years, I've learned a lot. I found ways to, well, kill a lot of people. My son has grown up now. I often think if he hadn't fallen into the water and become a water ghost, he should be getting married and having kids by now. If I could see that happen, I'd die content. The man shook his head with a smile. Luckily, someone told me that even if someone's dead, they can still get married. They even said there's a thing called ghost marriage. They said if I found someone compatible with my son, I could make her a water ghost too, and maybe they'd even have children together. The man's face lit up with delight as he turned to look at the female corpse on the bed. Since then, I've been choosing carefully. Marika-chan is perfect. She's beautiful, kind, and she'd make a great wife. The best part? Her birthday is exactly the same as my son's. It's just so fitting. As for making sure Marika-chan becomes a ghost, I put in a lot of effort. He looked around the room, admiring his work. I even got red clothes and a comb from the tomb. She begged me to spare her as I tortured her. But only when she was at death's door did I see the hint of resentment in her eyes. What a kind child she was. When I threw her into the water, she didn't struggle much. She died so peacefully. What a relief. He sighed with satisfaction, his eyes full of contentment. Tomorrow, after midnight, we'll finally be a family. We'll be happy, and everything will be perfect. After saying this, he sighed deeply, stood up, and walked toward Hoshino Gen. Sorry to trouble you by making you listen to my ramblings. My son is probably starving by now. I'll make sure you die quickly and painlessly. He pulled out a fish-killing knife and aimed it at Hoshino Gen's neck. But then, a hand suddenly gripped his wrist, stopping him from stabbing. Hoshino Gen tilted his head slightly, his handsome face showing no sign of being affected by the hallucinations. He smiled faintly, his heterochromatic eyes holding no warmth. Quite the chatterbox. I thought I'd hear something interesting, but instead, I'm almost falling asleep, the young man with the mismatched eyes said, standing up, still gripping the man's wrist. He spoke with a soft smile. You said your son likes to eat people, and that he's hungry, right? The man was still stunned, unable to understand why the person before him hadn't been affected by the ghost scent. After all, he had made the magic tool, using his son's hair under that person's guidance. Normally, anyone who even caught a whiff of it would fall into a hallucination and become his puppet, controlled like a marionette. But before he could react, he was pulled from his shock and confusion. Hoshino Gen kicked him to the ground, stepped on his chest, and with a flash of black light, his sword sliced upward. The man's right hand was severed in a spray of blood. In the man's desperate scream, Hoshino Gen caught the severed hand midair. Hoshino Gen looked down indifferently at the man, who was writhing in pain, then sneered. He stomped on the man's left chest, and with a dull thud, the screaming abruptly stopped. The demonic sword in Hoshino Gen's hand turned into a flash of light and wrapped around his arm. He picked up a fishing rod leaning against the wooden wall and tied the still warm hand to it with fishing line. Carrying the rod, he left the cabin and walked to the shore. He cast the rod, and with a plop, the hand sank into the water. It didn't take long for the water's surface, shimmering under the moonlight, to ripple with intense waves. A stench filled the air. Hoshino Gen's fishing rod suddenly dipped, and he felt a powerful force pulling from beneath the water. Without hesitation, he slid his left hand to his waist, pulling out a talisman and attaching it to the rod in his right hand. The talisman transformed into a streak of lightning, coiling around the rod like a serpent before plunging into the depths below. The electric light illuminated the surrounding waters, revealing a murky figure writhing violently under the current, struggling to break free. Above the surface, water splashed wildly. Hoshino Gen gripped the sparking rod with both hands, turned his body, and, with a motion akin to swinging a long staff, flung the rod forward with force. Bang! A dark figure was yanked out of the water and slammed onto the ground, raising a cloud of sand and dust. Ugh! The creature groaned lowly. Its body, emanating wisps of foul-smelling green smoke from the electric shocks, rose from the ground, its ghastly grayish-blue face twisted in pain. Yet even in its miserable state, it instinctively grabbed the charred, severed hand still hooked on the fishing line and began devouring it with ferocity. Hoshino Gen didn't move, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he watched the grotesque water ghost feast on its father's hand. The crunching sound of bones echoed with every bite, and within moments, the entire hand was gone. Licking its blackened lips with a long, bluish tongue, the water ghost turned to Hoshino General. Its decayed, rotting eyes were filled with insatiable greed. Hungry, it growled, dropping to all fours and pouncing toward him like a cheetah. Hoshino Gen discarded the rod, his right arm enveloped in a dark aura. As the ghost lunged, his demon blade slashed. In an instant, the once ferocious ghost crumpled to the ground like a tattered sack, its hideous head rolling twice across the sand before coming to a stop. Thick, viscous fluids oozed from the decapitated neck, staining the sand with sickly green bile. The headless body twitched and groped blindly, managing to retrieve its severed head and clumsily place it back on its neck. However, the black aura lingering at the wound prevented it from healing. So, painful. Its twisted features burned with hatred. One hand clutched its neck while the other clawed at Hoshino Gen. With a look of disdain, Hoshino Gen swung his blade lightly, severing the outstretched arm with precision. The ghost stared blankly at the stump, as if unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Bored, Hoshino Gen kicked the ghost onto its back. He drew a talisman and applied it to the blade. Lightning flared, and with a single thrust, he drove the sword into the center of the ghost's forehead. Reino. Electricity coursed through the ghost's body, causing it to spasm violently as its screams echoed in the night. Black smoke, acrid and foul, billowed around them. Hoshino Gen wordlessly pressed another lightning talisman onto the sword. The air burned with intensity, and white-hot electricity crackled and hissed. Suddenly, a deafening boom erupted. The water ghost disintegrated into charred fragments, scattering across the ground. Hoshino Gen prodded the ashes with the tip of his sword. A silver-gray ring emerged, glinting faintly. With a flick of his blade, he caught the ring in his palm. Tossing it lightly in his hand, he raised it to the moonlight, peering through its hollow center at the serene night sky. Satisfied with his spoils, he pocketed the ring and turned to leave. But in that instant, his heart thudded violently. The world around him dissolved into a vast white void. The bay, the sand, the sky, the moon all vanished. A familiar voice echoed from behind. Enduring it, isn't it painful? Hoshino Gen tensed, spinning around with his blade ready. He slashed, but his attack passed harmlessly through the figure. The figure was unscathed, but Hoshino Gen froze. His eyes widened as he recognized the person standing before him. It was himself. This version of him had his right eye closed, while his left eye burned with a crimson glow. Hoshino Gen's expression darkened. He drew a talisman and hurled it at his doppelganger, but it too passed through the figure and ignited harmlessly behind him. Don't waste your strength. You are me, and I am you. The only reason I appear before you now is because that ring allowed you to confront your inner self, something you already knew, the other Hoshino Gen said with a sinister smile. Hoshino Gen remained silent, staring at his counterpart. See? You're still holding back. The crimson-eyed Hoshino Gen cackled maniacally, pointing at him, his laughter bending him over. Instead of suppressing your impatience by listening to me tell you what you already know, why not crush that ring in your hand and unleash your rage? Hoshino Gen's cold gaze did not waver. The laughter stopped abruptly. The crimson-eyed Hoshino Gen's face turned cold and calculating. Let me guess. You're waiting for something, aren't you? Hoping for an excuse, a trigger that'll let you unburden yourself completely. He stepped forward, gripping Hoshino Gen by the collar. His smile twisted cruelly. You've been waiting for this since that girl, Shimizu, began following you in secret. You didn't realize she was there. No, you knew. You even let her discover your power, hoping she'd expose you. You're longing for the world to turn against you, for chaos to consume everything. You already know how to deal with their weapons, don't you? That thing hidden in your left eye, you can't wait to test it. But you hold back, suppressing your desires. With your abilities, you don't need to abide by this world's rules. Yet, you cower in this corner, wrapping yourself in layer upon layer of chains. School, home, living like a normal person. You know it's pointless, yet you keep doing it, chaining yourself with the illusion of normalcy. The crimson-eyed Hoshino Gen's voice grew hysterical. He pounded his chest in fury. Even you don't understand why you're doing this. Chasing the paranormal. Hunting for treasures. Do you really want such trivial things? Your pathetic attempt to fill your empty heart with hunted relics makes me sick. You could unleash yourself. You could paint this world with your desires. Why don't you? Isn't that what you truly crave? His tirade ended, the crimson-eyed Hoshino Gen calmed, exhaling deeply. After all, there's nothing in this world you truly care about, is there? He extended a hand to the shaken, conflicted Hoshino Gen, his voice soft and coaxing. Accept me. Face your true self. The blade in his hand dissolved into scattered streaks of light, surging into Hoshino Gen's arm. He stood motionless, locking eyes with the reflection of himself before him. The white, desolate world was utterly silent. A trace of hesitation flickered across Hoshino Gen's face, but his hand unconsciously lifted. The reflection of Hoshino Gen, with a crimson left eye, gazed back with encouragement and expectation. Re-eyeing dash. The shrill sound of a cell phone shattered the silence, piercing through the vast white expanse. Hoshino Gen's vacant, hollow gaze instantly regained focus. He staggered a step back, glaring coldly at the reflection of himself, now visibly flustered, before that reflection dissolved into shimmering fragments of light and disappeared. Moments later, the entire white space began to distort, twisting like a star encountering a black hole, torn apart and swallowed into the silver-gray ring on Hoshino Gen's left palm. The world reverted to the familiar one. Hoshino Gen knew sand, the bay, and a moonlit sky that bathed everything in silver. Lowering his gaze to the ring in his hand, which seemed to amplify desires and corrupt minds, Hoshino Gen sighed softly, wrapped it in a talisman paper, and tucked it into his shirt pocket. The phone kept ringing. Hoshino Gen pulled it out and glanced at the screen, a number he didn't recognize. Sliding to answer, he was greeted by a sweet, lively voice. "Good evening, Hoshino-senpai." The voice was cheerful and energetic, the kind that made one picture a vibrant, full-of-life girl. "Good evening." After a slight pause, Hoshino Gen responded and started walking toward the wooden cabin, planning to clean up the mess inside. "Hee, Hoshino-senpai, did you see the moon tonight? It's so big and bright." "Yeah, I saw it." Hoshino Gen's tone was calm, showing no impatience toward such trivial small talk. "Right? It's so beautiful tonight. Oh, by the way, Hoshino-senpai, where are you now?" Want to grab a late-night snack together? I know a great place. Hoshino Gen was left speechless. He barely knew this girl, having only met her a handful of times, yet her tone suggested they were longtime close friends. So forward. Clearly, she was trying to use casual conversation to establish rapport before bringing up a request. But her approach was so clumsy. Hoshino Gen almost laughed. Just say what you need. No need to beat around the bush. Huh. The voice on the other end faltered for a moment before quickly regaining its sweet tone. Hoshino-senpai, what are you talking about? I just wanted to invite you out for some fun dash. If it's nothing, I'm hanging up. Wait. The voice hurriedly stopped him, then awkwardly, with a hint of grievance, confessed, actually, I wanted to ask when you plan to take action on the incident. Could you bring me along? The team assigned me to observe your abilities and submit a report. Hoshino Gen fell silent. He wasn't sure if this girl was just too blunt or cunning, but either way, it didn't matter compared to what lay before him now. The corpse of the red-dressed girl that should have been lying on the folding bed was gone. The body of the man he had previously stomped to death now lay in half, clearly gnawed upon. A with tilde nuo epsilon. Hoshino Gen looked up at the ceiling. Unfortunately, being indoors meant all he could see was the wooden planks above. One good news, one bad news, Hoshino Gen said to the person on the phone. Huh? What do you mean? The girl sounded confused, her voice tinged with curiosity and innocence. After confirming that the corpse of the girl named Marika had indeed vanished without a trace, Hoshino Gen said, the good news, I've already taken action, and the Tokyo Bay ghost has been dealt with. What dash? That fast? The girl's astonishment was evident, followed by a whiny tone, I knew you were amazing, senpai, but this is way too quick. Does this mean I missed a chance to complete my mission? Hoshino Gen smiled and left the cabin. Don't worry, I wasn't done. While the original Tokyo Bay ghoul is gone, a slight accident during the process may have created a new one. The girl seemed stunned. Hoshino Gen ignored her reaction and suddenly asked, by the way, your name's Kiryu Rikui, right? Yes. Still reeling from the earlier information, she answered absent-mindedly. Hoshino Gen chuckled softly. Just now, you might have saved the world. Thanks. Without waiting for her response, he ended the call, shoved his phone back into his pocket, and walked away from the beach, gradually fading into the night. Some time passed. The tranquil bay rippled with gentle waves. A pale, ghastly face emerged from the water, its dull eyes gazing in the direction Hoshino Gen had vanished. Long, delicate eyelashes trembled faintly under the moonlight. Hoshino Rin, curled up on the floor, slowly opened her eyes. Sleepiness still clung to her, and she sat up, hugging her slender shoulders and rubbing them lightly. So cold. Hoshino Rin glanced around in confusion, recalling that she had been waiting under the eaves for her brother, only to doze off near the door. Her gaze froze at the window, where her brother, Hoshino Gen, sat playing on his phone, having returned at some point. Oni-chan. She softly called out. Hoshino Gen looked up briefly at his sister's pale face, then returned his focus to the faintly glowing phone screen. 2 pieces of bad news. Your colleague is dead and has turned into a new vengeful ghost. Hoshino Gen's tone was devoid of emotion as he delivered the cruel truth. Hoshino Rin's drowsiness evaporated, replaced by a chilling sensation. Her beautiful heterochromatic eyes brimmed with tears, which trickled down her fair cheeks. How could this happen? Hoshino Gen exhaled, turned off his phone, and stood up, leaning on the windowsill. Walking toward the tatami room, he spoke softly, the culprit's been dealt with. Take care. Get some rest. The thing hidden in your left eye, you're itching to verify it, aren't you? You're looking forward to that future, aren't you? The crazed gleam in his left eye burned like blood. The eye seemed to grow larger, its crimson crystalline iris reflecting not his own face, but that of a woman with a wickedly enchanting smile. She was wrapped in flowing crimson ribbons that accentuated her graceful figure. Long black hair swirled behind her, and her scarlet eyes radiated a peculiar gentleness. She opened her arms as if inviting him into an embrace. In the tatami room, Hoshino Gen abruptly opened his eyes, his chest faintly heaving. After a moment, he propped himself up on the futon with one hand, while the other covered his slightly burning left eye. Warm sunlight filtered through the window, enveloping him in a radiant glow, though the expression hidden in the shadow of his arm was dark and unreadable. Breakfast at Fukuoka was as excellent as ever. For a high-end establishment, the service truly lived up to its reputation. The meal was sumptuous, but the three people at the table were far from lively. Wearing a plain nightdress, Liz clumsily wielded her knife and fork, nodding off as she ate. Hoshino Rin leaned her cheek on one hand, absent-mindedly poking at her bowl of rice with her chopsticks. Even Hoshino Gen sat in a daze, half-heartedly sipping from a cup of milk. The quiet morning was broken when Hoshino Rin's phone suddenly rang. Without much energy, Hoshino Rin answered the call, her tone listless. "Hello. What is it?" "Now." "But Marika-chan is missing, isn't she?" "Oh. I understand. I'll head over now." Hoshino Rin hung up the phone. Her movements had stirred Liz from her drowsiness, and the girl looked at her with curiosity. Hoshino Rin sighed and explained in English, "The crew can't afford to delay shooting any longer because of yesterday. They'll be filming scenes without Marika today." Liz nodded thoughtfully. She wasn't an ordinary child, so she understood the crew's seemingly unfeeling decision. After all, producing a film or drama involves massive investments and countless resources. Under normal circumstances, even if an actor went missing or worse, died, the production would continue as if the actor merely had scheduling conflicts. The options were simple: either kill off the character or rewrite the script to exclude them. Hoshino Rin sighed again, quickly finishing the meager amount of rice left in her bowl before heading back to her room to pack. Her manager and assistant were already waiting outside the inn. At the table, only Hoshino Gen and Liz remained. Liz sneaked a glance at Hoshino Gen, who seemed lost in thought, before hurriedly lowering her head to nibble on her bread. Then, another phone rang, this time Hoshino Gen's. Snapping out of his daze, he set his half-empty glass of milk back on the table, pulled his phone from his pocket, and answered without checking the caller ID. "Good morning, Hoshino-senpai," came the energetic voice of Kiryu Rikui from the other end. "I've just arrived at Shiratake village. Where are you? Could you send me your location?" Yawning, Hoshino Gen instinctively avoided revealing his whereabouts. "Wait there. I'll come to you." "Eh?" Rikui sounded surprised. "Really? But isn't that a hassle for you?" "Location. I'm not sure exactly where I am." "Oh, how about this, download line, and after I add you, I can share my location." Hoshino Gen considered this for a moment. The idea seemed practical, especially with the location sharing feature. After hanging up, he downloaded the app, registered a new account, and sent his ID to Kiryu Rikui via text. R-Alpha BS. Almost immediately, his freshly created Line account received its first friend request. The requester's profile picture and username were undeniably cute, the type that suggested the owner must be an adorable girl. After accepting the request, he received a message that read, "I'm so honored. I never thought I'd become Hoshino-senpai's first-line friend," accompanied by a silly emoji. Hoshino Gen ignored it and typed, "Location." "Yes, yes," came the instant reply, followed by a map with a detailed location pin. After glancing at the map, Hoshino Gen locked his phone and slipped it back into his pocket. By this time, Hoshino Rin had emerged from her room, a small bag in hand. "Oniai-chan, Liz, I'm heading out now." "Wait," Hoshino Gen called after her. Rin turned back, puzzled. "Where is your shoot taking place?" "I'll come by later." Then, trusting that Liz wouldn't understand Japanese, he added bluntly, "The person who killed your colleague is already dead." When someone turns into a vengeful ghost, they often act according to the obsessions they held in life. If she does appear, it might be at your filming location. Hoshino Rin blinked, goosebumps rising as she processed his words. Her voice trembled. "You're saying Marika-chan will come for us?" "It's just a possibility," Hoshino Gen replied with a shrug. Hoshino Rin swallowed hard. Then. Oniai-chan, can you come with me? I'm scared. Hoshino Gen picked up the half glass of milk he hadn't finished earlier and drank it down in one go. I have to pick someone up first. Oh, okay. Reluctantly, Hoshino Rin sent him the filming location via text. Afterward, she headed to the door, where she slipped on her white sneakers. Before leaving, Hoshino Gen grabbed a small stack of talismans and slipped them into her bag. If you're in danger, prick your finger and smear blood on the talisman. With that, he changed his shoes and walked out. Hoshino Rin stared at the talismans in her bag, then at her brother's retreating figure. She stood frozen for a long while. Hoshino Gen found Kiryu Rikui near the village entrance, at a small park. Although Shiratake village was called a village, its size rivaled that of a small town. Kiryu Rikui's outfit today was a white short-sleeved top paired with a denim jumper skirt, white socks, and matching sneakers. Her hair was down instead of in her usual twin tails, and she carried a cute blue backpack. Her bright eyes and delicate face completed the image of an adorably well-behaved girl. As Hoshino Gen approached, Kiryu Rikui jumped up from the bench and greeted him with an incredibly sweet smile. Hoshino-senpai. Cut. That's a wrap for this scene. Makeup artist, touch-ups over here. Next group of extras, get ready. At a filming site nestled against mountains and rivers, the temporary studio, set props, and filming equipment filled the area. The crew, lead actors, their assistants and managers, extras, and even fans who had heard that TKY02 was shooting here, all combined to form a chaotic crowd. Amidst countless envious and admiring gazes, Hoshino Rin entered the studio, surrounded by her assistant, makeup artist, manager, and the assistant director. While the makeup artist touched up her look, she listened to the assistant director explaining the scene. The assistant director spoke animatedly, full of dramatic gestures, but Hoshino Rin found it hard to concentrate. Her thoughts were weighed down by Marika's death and her brother's warning earlier that morning that Marika's ghost might appear on set. Sensing Hoshino Rin's distraction, the assistant director stopped mid-speech and called out, "Miss Hoshino." Ah. Hoshino Rin blinked and quickly apologized, showing no diva-like attitude. She acknowledged her mistake with sincerity. "Oh, sorry. The assistant director sighed, running a hand through his hair before putting his hands on his hips. "I get it. Marika's disappearance has been hard on all of you, but we're on a tight schedule here. Look, even the director's practically fuming over there." Following his gesture, Hoshino Rin glanced toward the director, who was furiously berating a group of actors. Listening closely, it seemed he was angry about how many takes a scene required. Clicking her tongue lightly, Hoshino Rin apologized again. "I'll get myself back on track." The assistant director waved her off and turned his attention to demonstrating actions to another actor. After her makeup was touched up, Hoshino Rin was about to grab a cup of black coffee to wake herself up when her fellow TKY02 member, Chiya Yuho, approached her. "Rin-chan, it looks like someone's here to visit the set. From what I saw from afar, he's super handsome. Want to check it out?" Before she could finish speaking, Chiya Yuho fell silent, her gaze shifting as the visitor she mentioned was being warmly greeted by the director and producer. Hoshino Rin also turned to look and immediately brightened. Waving enthusiastically, she called out, "Oniai-chan." The boy glanced over at the sound of her voice, then politely excused himself from the director and producer before heading toward Hoshino Rin. Only then did Hoshino Rin notice that her brother wasn't alone. A petite girl with a sweet appearance and a neatly styled look followed closely behind him. So, that's the person he was supposed to pick up. Hoshino Rin's eyes narrowed slightly as she saw the girl gently tug on her brother's sleeve and speak to him with a cheerful smile. For some reason, an inexplicable unease stirred in her heart. When Hoshino Gen reached her, he asked casually, "Anything unusual?" Hoshino Rin blinked her wide, dewy eyes, taking a second to realize he was asking about Marika. She shook her head and glanced curiously at the girl hiding behind her brother, who was staring back with equal curiosity. Since Hoshino Gen didn't seem inclined to make introductions, Hoshino Rin took the initiative. "Oniai-chan, who is this?" "A colleague, I suppose, Hoshino Gen replied indifferently. He then introduced Hoshino Rin to the girl out of politeness, albeit briefly. My sister, Anu. Yes. Hoshino Rin's lips twitched slightly. Was that supposed to be an introduction? Not even a name. Before she could comment, the girl stepped out from behind Hoshino Gen, revealing her cute, well-dressed figure. With a bright, admiring expression, she exclaimed, "Wow dash. So you're Rin-chan, Hoshino Senpai's sister. You're even prettier in person." Truthfully, Hoshino Rin did look stunning today. Playing a high school student in a shoot, she was essentially portraying her real self, dressed in a JK uniform similar to her Saigawa Academy attire. Her delicate, refined features, even with minimal makeup, made her the center of attention on set. Still, despite the girl's sincerity and admiration, Hoshino Rin couldn't help but feel a flicker of discomfort. The girl continued cheerfully, "I'm Kiryu Rikui, a second-year student at Saigawa Middle School and Senpai's junior. I guess you could also call me his part-time colleague. It's nice to meet you, Rin-chan." She extended her hand, white and soft. Hoshino Rin hesitated briefly before shaking it. "Nice to meet you. I'm Hoshino Rin. Please take care of me." Hoshino Gen, uninterested in the interaction, walked over to a nearby chair and sat down. Just then, the director called out, "Actors, to your places." He glanced over and gave Hoshino Gen a friendly wave before turning to Hoshino Rin with a kind smile. "Miss Hoshino, time to prepare for the next scene." Hoshino Rin quickly bid farewell to Kiryu Rikui and said to her brother, "I'm heading to work now, Oniai-chan." Hoshino Gen waved her off nonchalantly and pulled out his phone, diving into a chat with Chi-chan on Red Skirt. After Hoshino Rin left, Kiryu Rikui pulled up a chair beside Hoshino Gen, rested her elbows on the table, and propped her face in her hands as she gazed at his profile. In a soft voice, she asked, "Senpai, do you really think the ghost will show up here?" "Maybe," Hoshino Gen replied without looking up, his fingers flying over his phone screen. "So we're just going to sit here and wait?" Kiryu Rikui asked curiously, stealing a glance at the bustling set. She noticed several people sneaking glances their way and whispering to each other. "Unless you have a better idea," Hoshino Gen said flatly. Kiryu Rikui stuck out her pink tongue playfully before retreating into her seat. "If even you don't have a plan, there's no way I'd come up with one. I was just wondering, if the ghost doesn't show today, do we wait here again tomorrow?" Finally, Hoshino Gen looked up, fixing her with a mysterious smile. "We don't have to be that passive." Kiryu Rikui's beautiful eyes lit up with curiosity, but Hoshino Gen showed no intention of continuing the conversation. Instead, he lowered his head and went back to playing on his phone, leaving her hanging. "Senpai, you're so mean." Kiryu Rikui pouted, protesting softly against his careless cruelty. Since the next set of shots required her presence, Hoshino Rin stood at the edge of the filming area, quietly building up her emotions in preparation. A slender, fair hand patted her on the shoulder. She turned to find Asahina Kaoru looking at her with a gentle smile. The other girl motioned toward the studio, curiosity evident in her tone. "Your brother?" Hoshino Rin blinked and then displayed a proud expression. "Yep." Asahina Kaoru covered her mouth and chuckled. "He's definitely too good-looking, it's almost unfair. Way better than in the news photos." "Of course. We're twins, after all," Hoshino Rin half-joked with a playful grin. Yes, you're the prettiest," Asahina Kaoru replied with a helpless smile before tilting her head in thought. "By the way, who's that girl with your brother? Is she his girlfriend?" Hoshino Rin's eyelid twitched at the question, and she quickly responded with a hint of displeasure. "Of course not. My brother is super aloof, he doesn't have a girlfriend." "Is that so?" Asahina Kaoru's expression grew contemplative before she teased, "Then how about introducing him to me?" Hoshino Rin looked at her friend in mild surprise but didn't get the chance to respond before the director called her to prepare for her scene. She stuck out her tongue at Asahina Kaoru, made a face, and jogged off to the camera. After she left, Asahina Kaoru's smile gradually faded. She watched Hoshino Rin's retreating figure, the kind of girl who seemed born to be adored, someone who effortlessly received the world's best offerings. A complicated look crossed Asahina Keiru's face. Meanwhile, Hoshino Gen, having finished his casual chat with Chi-chan, found himself bored and started playing a trending multiplayer adventure game Kiryu Rikui had recommended. The two teamed up to tackle dungeons in the game, thoroughly enjoying themselves. "Senpai, here's a one-handed sword for you." "Ah! Senpai, save me." "Senpai, I ran out of healing potions." "Senpai, I really want this staff. Can you beat that boss and see if it drops? Please." Time flew while gaming, and before they knew it, it was already noon. The crew took a break, and the staff handed out lunchboxes to everyone. The director personally delivered 2 high-quality lunchboxes to Hoshino Gen and Kiryu Rikui, placing them on the table with a cheerful smile. "Mr. Hoshino, Miss Kiryu, would you like to try our production crew's bento? The taste is quite good. With a cute Nigerian naira hopes." Hoshino Gen exited the game, put away his phone, and responded politely, "Thank you. Not at all. In fact, I should be thanking you. Your sister, Miss Rin, is the key to this show's popularity. Her performance during filming is impeccable, and she's a big reason for our high ratings." Hoshino Gen merely smiled without commenting. After all, the praise was directed at Hoshino Rin, and it was indeed true. The director scratched his head awkwardly but was saved when Hoshino Rin and Asahina Keiru approached with their lunches. "I'll leave you young people to enjoy your meal. See you later," the director said and quickly left. "See you," Hoshino Gen replied politely. As the director walked away, Hoshino Rin let out a long sigh and grumbled softly to her brother, "I'm so tired. The sun this morning was brutal. I feel like I'm about to peel." Asahina Keiru glanced at Hoshino Rin's still smooth and radiant skin, enough to make any woman envious, and chose to stay silent. Kiryu Rikui, however, chimed in with a cheerful laugh. "What are you talking about? Your skin is perfect, Rin-chan. I'm so jealous." Hoshino Rin flashed her a smile, then pulled Asahina Keiru closer and introduced her to Gen. "Asahina Keiru, she's the most popular member of TKY02. Isn't she super pretty, Oniai-chan?" Hoshino Gen glanced at his sister's colleague, gave her a polite smile, and said nothing further. Asahina Keiru wasn't fazed. She returned the smile gracefully. "Hello, I'm Rin-chan's good friend, Asahina Keiru. I'm half a month younger than her, also 16. Can I call you Oniai-chan, too?" Calling a friend's brother Oniai-chan was a common and polite gesture. However, Gen smiled and declined. "No need. Since you call Rin by her name, you can just call me Hoshino." Alright then, Hoshino. Oniai-san." Keiru's smile wavered slightly. Noticing her friend's awkwardness, Hoshino Rin quickly changed the subject with a grin. Alright, let's eat. I'm starving." With the lively Kiryu Rikui and Hoshino Rin at the table, lunch passed in a cheerful atmosphere. A few members from TKY02 couldn't resist and came over to chat with Hoshino Gen for a little, but most of the others were too shy to approach. They could only glance over from a distance, occasionally laughing and chatting with the people around them. The afternoon shoot proceeded much like the morning. After wrapping up a few scenes, the sky began to darken. Having spent the entire day on set, Hoshino Gen and Kiryu Rikui felt like their time had gone to waste. As the director announced the end of the day's filming and the actors prepared to head back to the hotel to rest, Kiryu Rikui suddenly followed Hoshino Gen's earlier instructions. She ran over to stop the members of TKY02. "Excuse me, everyone." Kiryu Rikui called out with a bright smile. Despite being the center of attention, she showed no signs of nervousness. "I'm sure you've all noticed Rin-chan's brother came to visit today. I bet you're all curious about him, right?" Her words immediately piqued the interest of the group, who had been discreetly observing Hoshino Gen all day. Kiryu Rikui continued without suspense. "Well, Rin-chan's brother wants to play a game with everyone. Would you mind sparing a little time in the studio over there?" In the meticulously arranged studio, all 8 members of TKY02 present for the shoot were gathered around a long table, except for Hoshino Rin and the missing Marika. A red candle sat before each person, and the group of young idols chattered away about the heavily occult atmosphere surrounding the setup. Occasionally, they would steal glances at Hoshino Gen, who stood at the head of the table. Outside the studio, the production crew had finished their work and left, leaving only TKY02's producer, director, and a handful of assistants and managers waiting beyond the studio's doors, out of sight of the proceedings inside. The producer lit a cigarette and took a slow drag, letting the smoke curl around him. Glancing at the restless managers and assistants behind him, he chuckled and said to the director, "Would you look at that? The once low-profile young master of the Hoshino conglomerate's second house has certainly grown up." The director gave him a sideways glance and smiled but refrained from commenting. While he might be someone of note in the entertainment industry, he understood his place. For people like Hoshino Gen, a single word could change someone's future. It wasn't worth the risk of speaking carelessly. Meanwhile, an assistant hurried into the studio with a bag in hand. Hoshino Gen took the bag and gave a nod of thanks. The assistant promptly turned and left without a word. Finally, Asahina Keiru, standing nearest to Hoshino Gen, couldn't hold back her curiosity. "Hoshino Nii-san, what exactly are we doing here?" Hoshino Gen smiled faintly and pulled something from the bag, a lightweight white jacket. The lively chatter among the idols came to an abrupt halt. Many recognized the jacket. It was one Marika had worn before. For most of them, Marika's disappearance had been a blow, though some who weren't close to her might have been less affected. However, for the sake of the shoot, they'd all chosen to temporarily set aside their emotions and act as if nothing had happened. But now, with Hoshino Gen presenting this jacket, it was as if the fragile facade covering Marika's absence was suddenly ripped away. The studio grew silent, the air heavy with unease. Eyes filled with mixed emotions turned toward Hoshino Gen. He handed the jacket to Hoshino Rin, who hesitated before reluctantly accepting it. "Apologies for taking up your time," Hoshino Gen said softly, his voice calm and reassuring. "Now, I'd like everyone to follow my instructions." The girls exchanged uncertain glances. One raised her hand hesitantly. What exactly are we doing? A séance?" In Japan, mysticism had a certain allure among the youth, especially topics like séances or divination. Even those who didn't believe in such things often found them entertaining. Hoshino Gen turned to the speaker, a petite and adorable girl he recognized from promotional materials, Hayami Yukaina, if he recalled correctly. Meeting her gaze, he smiled. "You could call it that. Or perhaps, a spirit summoning ritual." Another girl, taller and more energetic, chimed in, "Wait, are we summoning Marika's spirit?" "Oh, I get it. If the ritual fails, doesn't that mean Marika is still okay?" It was clear she didn't believe the ritual would actually work and was using this logic as a way to comfort herself and the others. Hoshino Gen returned her smile but said nothing further. Observing the girls growing restless again, he patiently urged, "Regardless of whether the ritual succeeds or not, please cooperate for now." At his request, the idols began placing personal items, earrings, necklaces, and similar trinkets next to their candles. Whether out of respect for Hoshino Rin, deference to Gen's status, or simply because of how the director and producer treated him, everyone complied outwardly, even if they harbored doubts. When all was ready, Hoshino Gen continued, "Now, please join hands and form a circle." The girls followed suit, linking hands one by one. When Asahina Keiru, standing on Hoshino Gen's right, offered her hand to him, he shook his head with a smile and stepped back. "There's no need for me to join. After all, I don't know Marika personally." Asahina Keiru blinked in surprise but then smiled faintly and turned to link hands with the girl beside her instead. With the circle complete, Hoshino Gen glanced at Hoshino Rin, put on Marika's jacket and stand by the studio door. Hoshino Rin's eyes widened. Unlike the others, who might see this ritual as a game, she knew exactly what her brother was capable of. If he said they were summoning a spirit, there was no doubt in her mind that the ritual would work and that the spirit of the now-deceased Marika, turned vengeful ghost, would arrive. Wearing Marika's jacket and standing alone at the door. It sounded like the perfect setup for the first victim in a horror movie. And on top of that, knowing that Marika had already died and turned into a vengeful ghost, wearing her clothes, that was just terrifying. Rin pouted, but under her brother's steady gaze, she reluctantly donned the jacket and shuffled nervously to the door, trembling slightly. Satisfied, Gen turned back to the circle of girls and said gently, "Close your eyes and softly chant Marina's name." "Shouldn't we light the candles first?" someone asked timidly. Gen shook his head. "No need. Just close your eyes." "Okay." Moments later, the idols closed their eyes and began murmuring Marina's name. The studio filled with a soft hum, the atmosphere growing more mysterious by the second. "An." Standing off to the side, Namin Roa, who had been observing quietly, sidled up to General. Her expression was one of curiosity. "Senpai, will this really work?" Without answering, Gen retrieved a handful of talisman papers. With a flick of his wrist, the papers scattered, each one floating with uncanny precision onto a candle. The moment they landed, the talismans ignited, lighting the candles with small, steady flames. Walking over to Rin, Gen said, "Call out Marina's full name." Loudly. Rin clutched at his sleeve, swallowing hard. After a deep breath, she shouted, "Koju Marina." As her voice echoed, the studio lights began to flicker. The candles flared, releasing thick white smoke that quickly filled the space. The flickering light, alternating between bright and dim, quickly drew the attention of the girls gathered around the long table. Some couldn't resist peeking through slightly parted eyelids, only to gasp in shock at the scene before them. A single startled cry broke the silence, triggering a ripple of curiosity. One by one, the girls opened their eyes. The sight of flickering red candles, drifting mist, and erratic lighting was both eerie and mystifying. For this group of idol girls, usually the focus of admiration, the scene left them stunned and wide-eyed. Though Japan is no stranger to superstition surrounding the supernatural, the seemingly real manifestation of the ritual struck a blow to their worldviews, leaving them teetering on the edge of disbelief. The chanting of the name Marika came to an abrupt halt, and the swirling smoke in the room began to dissipate. Hoshino Gen turned his head and, with a tone of sharp authority, said, "Close your eyes. Continue." The girls exchanged uneasy glances but couldn't withstand the oppressive weight of his gaze. Reluctantly, they complied, their chanting resuming moments later. The temperature in the studio began to drop. Hoshino Rin instinctively inched closer to Hoshino Gen, almost curling into her brother's side. Hoshino Gen pushed her aside with a look of disdain, lowering his voice and saying faintly, "Don't get in the way, if the ghost shows up, I'll throw you to her." Hoshino Rin pouted in silent protest but held her tongue. Just as she was about to mutter something, a flicker of red flitted across her vision. She rubbed her eyes and focused, her lips parting in shock. Clapping her hands over her mouth, she stifled any sound, knowing she hadn't imagined it. There was indeed a ghostly red figure rapidly approaching from afar. Terrified, Hoshino Rin glanced at her brother. Hoshino Gen's expression was one of amusement, a predatory smile curling his lips as if relishing the thrill. Kiryu Rikuyi leaned closer as well, though her demeanor was far calmer than Hoshino Rin's. Despite being the youngest in the special operations team, she had faced vengeful ghosts before, even if her seniority often kept her away from the most dangerous scenarios. "Senpai, should we let her approach?" Kiryu Rikuyi whispered, her gaze flitting between the rapidly nearing red-clad ghost and the idol girls still huddled around the table. Her concern wavered between the risk of exposing the truth of the supernatural world to the idols and the safety of those unsuspecting young women. Hoshino Gen didn't reply immediately. His gaze remained fixed on the approaching ghost, calm and unflinching. When their eyes met, the previously dazed ghost abruptly snapped into awareness. The memory of Hoshino Gen mercilessly killing another ghost not long ago must have resurfaced, for the ghost instantly turned and fled. Without hesitation, Hoshino Gen tossed an order to Hoshino Rin, "Tell them it's all part of a magic trick." Then, like an arrow loosed from its string, he bolted after the ghost. His right arm gleamed with flowing energy as black tendrils spread along its length, and a demon blade materialized in his hand. Kiryu Rikuyi was quick to follow, knowing her role was to observe and document Hoshino Gen's abilities. Missing such a moment was out of the question. Hoshino Rin, on the other hand, wanted desperately to tag along, half out of concern for her brother's safety and half out of sheer curiosity about how he fought Ghost. But common sense kicked in, following him would only make her a liability. Suppressing her impulses, she turned back to the idols, forcing a cheerful smile as she clapped her hands. "All right, everyone. The game's over." Hoshino Gen's speed was incredible, leaving the night itself trailing behind him. The ghost, however, wasn't slow either. In the moonlight, its fleeting red shadow darted ahead, using its ability to float to gradually widen the gap between them. The filming location was near Tokyo Bay, chosen for its rural charm. It didn't take long for the shimmering silver waves of the bay to appear under the moonlight. With a sudden leap, the red-clad ghost plunged into the water and vanished without a trace. Panting heavily, Kiryu Rikui finally caught up and clutched her knees for support. "Senpai, what, now?" Hoshino Gen stood in silence for a moment before shrugging off his jacket. He unhooked a rectangular box from his belt, tossing it to Kiryu Rikui. Without another word, he dived into the churning waters. Kiryu Rikui's mouth fell open in shock as she stared at the now calm surface of the bay. "Wait, you're seriously fighting a water ghost in the ocean? Are you out of your mind?" As if to mock her disbelief, clouds moved to obscure the moon, plunging the once glittering water into an inky blackness. Kiryu Rikui shivered, instinctively taking 2 steps back. Despite her mission to observe Hoshino Gen, there was no way she could muster the courage to follow him into the ominous depths. Reluctantly, she decided to wait on shore, her feelings a mix of regret, helplessness, and worry. Still, curiosity won out as she examined the box Hoshino Gen had handed her. Wrapped in his jacket to stave off the cold night air, she carefully slid the lid open, revealing its contents, a stack of talismans, neatly arranged. Her eyes widened. She'd heard from Wakane about the effectiveness of these talismans and had witnessed their power firsthand, capable of generating electricity, summoning flames, and more. If the entire Special Operations Unit could be equipped with these, their combat capabilities would leap forward by decades, from primitive weapons to modern arsenal overnight. And yes. The thought of pocketing a talisman for her own research briefly crossed her mind, but Kiryu Rikui stomped her foot in frustration, scolding herself. Stealing from Hoshino Gen would only make him dislike her. And someone like him, ranking so highly on her ideal boyfriend list, was far too valuable to alienate. Her musings were abruptly interrupted by the sudden turbulence in the water. The clouds parted, and moonlight once again spilled over the bay just as 2 figures burst from the surface simultaneously. Time seemed to freeze. The boy's left eye glowed crimson, his demon blade piercing through the ghost's chest. A cruel smile played on his lips, his gaze icy yet burning with intensity. In the next moment, the ghost shattered into ash, leaving behind a single purple sandalwood comb amidst the falling remnants. Hoshino Gen caught the comb effortlessly as gravity pulled him back to the shore. He wiped the water from his face and casually tossed the comb to Kiryu Rikui, whose stunned expression hadn't yet faded. "Here's your relic," he said, his tone indifferent. In the moonlight, Hoshino Gen's demeanor was as cold and pristine as the water. Kiryu Rikui swallowed nervously and clutched the comb tightly, resolving once more, risking Hoshino Gen's ire for personal gain. Only a dummy would even consider it. The next day, the final day of Golden Week. By Oniya-chan. By Liz. Standing in front of the guest house, Hoshino Rin waved farewell as her brother and Liz boarded the agency's car back to Tokyo. The moment they left, it felt like half her energy had drained away. Just thinking about the next few days coming home to an empty house after a long day of work made her sigh inwardly. Even though they'd just left, she was already starting to miss them. Shaking her head, she muttered to herself, forget it. I should just check out of the guest house and move in with the others from TKY02. But as soon as she thought about the TKY02 crew, her mind drifted to last night's chaos. After her brother had dashed off to chase that vengeful spirit, the whole studio had practically exploded with excitement. Sure, the girls had their eyes shut during the ritual, and the spirit never got close to the studio, so they missed the most crucial part, but that eerie atmosphere and those bizarre visuals were just too far from anything science could explain. No matter how much she insisted it was all just clever stage props, they only half believed her. They even refused to let her go back to the guest house until she handed over her brother's contact info so they could consult him for fortune-telling or spirit communication in the future. Of course, she didn't give it to them. Even she only had his private number. Besides, if she dared to leak that, she could already picture her brother pinning her down and spanking her when she got home. Thinking about how those girls went from idols to full-blown simps the moment they talked about her brother and recalling that middle school girl who'd been glued to his side yesterday, Hoshino Gen couldn't help but pout. Staring off in the direction their car had disappeared, she muttered softly, maybe being ordinary wouldn't be so bad. Back in his apartment in Kodo Ward, Hoshino Gen found his motorcycle license in the mailbox, a delivery from the day before. After unlocking the door with a fingerprint scan, he headed straight to the bathroom to shower and change. He was about to leave again when he noticed Liz sitting on the sofa, gazing at him with those expectant eyes. Pausing for a moment, he pulled out his phone and ordered lunch for her, scheduled to arrive in an hour. Then, grabbing his backpack, he headed out. The antique shop was familiar territory. Tossing his bag onto the desk, Hoshino Gen pushed open the wooden double doors to the exhibition room. A cold, damp air greeted him, but he didn't flinch. Approaching an empty display pedestal, he bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the surface. Intricate patterns etched into the gray stone flared with faint golden light for a brief second. Then, he pulled out a talisman, pressing it onto the pedestal before carefully placing a silver-gray ring wrapped in more talismans on top. The ring vibrated with a low hum. The patterns flickered again, then everything went still. After a quick inspection of the other sealed items around the room, confirming nothing was amiss, Hoshino Gen left and closed the doors behind him. Unlike the cold interior, the warmth of the May sun streaming into the shop's front room felt like a comforting embrace. Stretching lazily, Hoshino Gen glanced at his backpack, a smile creeping onto his face as he pulled out his phone and dialed a certain unreliable assistant. The call connected quickly. On the other end, there was a noisy backdrop, probably a busy shopping mall or street. He could faintly hear girls asking, "Who is it? Who's calling you?" "Yeah. What do you want?" came Shimizu Yu's voice, sounding slightly distracted. Hoshino Gen's tone was polite, almost too polite. "Sorry to interrupt your fun outing with friends, but unfortunately, your shift starts now." "Huh?" Shimizu Yu was clearly caught off guard. "Wait, isn't it still the holidays? And what does school vacation have to do with your job?" Hoshino Gen replied cheerfully. "Anyway, hurry over. It's urgent." "Urgent? What's so urgent?" Shimizu Yu's curiosity got the better of her. Sure, Hoshino Gen could be an annoying jerk, but he was competent. If he said it was urgent, maybe it really was serious. Less talking, more walking. "If you're not here in 20 minutes, I'm docking your entire paycheck for the month." "What dash? You dash." Beep. 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 Hoshino Gen hung up, his grin widening. Hiring her had been a great decision. Forget her actual work skills, she was entertaining enough on her own. About 15 minutes later, the antique shop's door slammed open with a loud bang. Shimizu Yu stormed in, panting. What's so urgent?" Hoshino Gen closed the book he'd been reading and looked up with an infuriatingly pleasant smile. "No rush. Catch your breath first. Want something to drink, a new Thailand bodies?" Shimizu Yu waved him off, trying to steady her breathing as she swapped her shoes. Moments later, she plopped into the seat across from him, cheeks puffed out in frustration. Of course she was mad. She'd been having the time of her life shopping with friends. One moment, they were debating where to grab lunch, and the next bam. This guy calls, dragging her here like it's a matter of life and death. It was like being in the middle of an epic gaming session with your friends when your parents suddenly snatch your phone and tell you to do homework. The worst. With her face screaming, "You'd better have a damn good reason for this," Shimizu Yu glared at Hoshino Gen. He kept smiling. "Shimizu-san. You know school starts tomorrow, right? She frowned slightly, confused. Yeah, so. Did you finish your homework? Of course I did. Her words cut off mid-sentence. Her eyes widened. A horrible realization crept over her like a cold shiver. Still smiling sweetly, Hoshino Gen placed his backpack in front of her. Well then. I'll leave mine in your capable hands. Shimizu stared blankly at his face, which might as well have been the face of the devil. If she had a knife right now, she'd stab him without hesitation. Unbelievable. Despicable. How could anyone be this shameless? Her eyes welled up with tears of sheer frustration. You dash. Smack. Hoshino Gen casually slapped a talisman onto the table, sliding it toward her. Your payment for the week. Shimizu's lips trembled. She didn't cry. But she was this close. Alright then, you keep writing. I'm heading out for a bit. Standing at the entrance of the antique shop, Hoshino Gen changed into his outdoor shoes, called out casually to Shimizu, who was hunched over a low desk scribbling furiously, and left without another word. Shimizu glanced up with an expressionless face, then lowered her head again, continuing her work like a tireless homework machine. The quiet antique shop was filled only with the rhythmic ticking of the wall clock, marking the slow passage of time. It was hard to say how long had passed before Shimizu finally finished her most dreaded math assignment. She shook out her sore wrist, flipping through the workbook filled with handwriting mimicking someone else's style. Pouting slightly, she muttered under her breath, "Annoying jerk." Though it wasn't clear who she was referring to. Just as she was about to get up and grab a drink, a perfect excuse for a break, the shop door swung open with the crisp jingle of the door chime. Shimizu assumed it was Hoshino Gen back again and couldn't even be bothered to look. However. Senpai. A sweet, energetic voice burst into the shop, followed closely by a pretty girl wearing a baseball cap, a white t-shirt, and denim shorts. Drawn by the unexpected voice, Shimizu glanced over, blinking in surprise. Not only was the girl stunning, but, was she an actual customer? In this cursed shop? Wait, what did she just call out? Senpai. Oh, an acquaintance. That explains it. Still, just to be sure, Shimizu asked cautiously, who are you looking for? On her part, Kiryu Rikui had also hesitated upon seeing an unfamiliar girl inside. Her first thought was that she'd come to the wrong place. But no, she'd followed the map precisely, and the iron sign outside clearly read antique shop. There was no mistake. Blinking her bright eyes, Kiryu Rikui flashed an innocent smile. Hello, I'm looking for Hoshino General. Is Senpai here? Oh, him. He left a while ago. Should be back soon, though. Shimizu's curiosity was piqued. This lively, adorable girl was quite the contrast to Hoshino Gen's usual crowd. Judging by the way she addressed him, she was probably a junior from school. But considering how that guy acted on campus, it was hard to imagine him socializing with middle schoolers. Phew. Glad I didn't get the wrong place. Kiryu Rikui sighed in relief, patting her chest before flashing another bright smile. I'm Kiryu Rikui, a second year at Sagawa Private Academy's middle school division. Noticing Shimizu's lingering curiosity, Kiryu Rikui tilted her head, realization dawning on her. Ah, are you wondering about my relationship with Senpai? Her face flushed a delicate pink, like cherry blossoms under a spring sky. Avoiding Shimizu's gaze shyly, she added, honestly, I don't really know how to define our relationship right now. She glanced around the shop, then smiled sweetly again. Should I change my shoes? There are disposable slippers in the cabinet. Shimizu replied automatically, her mind in turmoil. The way Kiryu Rikui had spoken just now left way too much to the imagination. Shimizu swallowed hard, her brain nearly short-circuiting. No way. That guy actually has a girlfriend? And a cute middle schooler at that? Wait, he likes younger girls. Sure, middle school relationships aren't unusual these days, but him? Her thoughts spiraled, struggling to reconcile the Hoshino Gen she knew with the idea of him having a girlfriend. The cognitive dissonance was almost enough to shatter her worldview. Nigerian Nairobi Epsilons. By the time Kiryu Rikui had changed into slippers and cheerfully plopped down at the low desk, Shimizu Yu was still processing. Can I sit here? Sure. Go ahead. If you're really his girlfriend, you should feel more at home here than I do, honestly. Staring at the girl who clearly exuded schoolyard popularity, Shimizu Yu still couldn't wrap her head around the fact that Hoshino Gen had such an adorable girlfriend. Not that he wasn't good enough, he was undeniably handsome and capable, but he never talked to anyone at school, always brushed people off awkwardly, and had a terrible attitude in private. How does someone like that even manage to date? Out of nowhere, Shimizu Yu felt a surge of irritation. She didn't even want to work anymore. Oh, right. I haven't asked about you yet. What's your name? Kiryu Rikui asked curiously, sitting cross-legged beside the desk. Distracted, Shimizu Yu replied without thinking, I'm his classmate. I work part-time here. Oh, I see. Kiryu Rikui's eyes sparkled even more. So you're senpai too? If he lets you work here, you two must be really close, right? That hit a nerve. Already annoyed, Shimizu Yu blurted out, close? With that guy? He's just a dash. She caught herself mid-rant, biting her tongue. Crap. Bad-mouthing someone in front of their girlfriend? Low blow. She pouted, swallowing her complaints. He's, just like that. Though Shimizu Yu hadn't finished, Kiryu Rikui was quick to catch on. With a knowing smile and a more serious tone, she said, it must be tough for you. Senpai is great, but he can be hard to get along with sometimes. But maybe you don't know this, he's actually really kind. He just grew up in a way that made it hard for him to trust people. His coldness is just a shield he built for himself. But if someone can truly reach his heart, I believe Senpai would be the best person in the world to them. Shimizu Yu stared, speechless. Kiryu Rikui looked so sincere, her earnest expression making her even more adorable. If she'd had any doubts about this girl being Hoshino Gen's girlfriend, they were gone now. And honestly, if it's her, I can kind of see it. What Shimizu Yu didn't know was that Kiryu Rikui's heartfelt speech wasn't her own. It was lifted almost word for word from a psychological profile written by the Special Affairs Unit about Hoshino General. She'd just added a few personal touches. Vroom dash. A motorcycle engine roared to a stop outside the shop, followed by the familiar jingle of the door chime. Hoshino Gen stepped through the door. Welcome back, senpai. Kiryu Rikui greeted Hoshino Gen with a cheerful wave and a bright smile. Shimizu Yu, however, only cast him a fleeting glance before looking away. Seeing Kiryu Rikui appear in his antique shop didn't surprise Hoshino Gen much. Judging by what the girl had said last time, her current main task seemed to be observing him. Unfortunately for her, the battle he had last night's vengeful spirit happened underwater. She didn't catch even a glimpse of it. So naturally, her mission had to continue. Which meant that for his next treasure hunt, Exorcism, this girl would be tagging along again. Slipping the keys to his newly acquired motorcycle into his pocket, Hoshino Gen strolled over to Shimizu Yu with a grin and casually flipped through the homework spread out in front of her. How much have you done? Shimizu Yu shot him a sideways glare, clearly unimpressed. Can't you see for yourself? Unbothered by her attitude, Hoshino Gen replied with a relaxed chuckle. Work's done when all the homework is done. With that, he flopped into a nearby armchair, lazily pulling over the book he hadn't finished reading and diving back into it. Pouting slightly, Shimizu Yu didn't say a word. She silently pushed aside her completed math homework and dug into Hoshino Gen's bag to fish out his literature assignments. Kiryu Rikui glanced between the two of them, her lively eyes blinking with curiosity. She wisely chose not to comment but scooted closer to Hoshino Gen, lowering her voice. Senpai, that upperclassman seems like just an ordinary person. Is it really okay to have her working here? I heard from Sister Sheena that your shop holds quite a few vessels for vengeful spirits. Hoshino Gen didn't even shift his gaze from the pages. Is that under the jurisdiction of the Special Affairs Unit too? No, Kiryu Rikui stuck out her tongue playfully and wisely dropped the subject. She was exceptionally good at reading the room and dealing with people. She knew Hoshino Gen wasn't fond of others getting too close, so even when she approached him, she maintained a polite distance. She understood he hated people meddling in his affairs, so even though she often showcased her friendly and sweet nature, she always knew when to stop. That's why she swiftly changed the topic. By the way, senpai, when are you planning to take on the next case? I totally missed seeing your cool fighting skills last night. After school tomorrow, Hoshino Gen answered offhandedly. Tomorrow, huh? I've got some student council stuff, but I'll just skip it. After all, you're way more important, senpai. Kiryu Rikui declared with such earnestness, seemingly oblivious to the double meaning in her words. Hoshino Gen glanced at her briefly, then chuckled with a faintly amused smile. Shimizu peeked at the two whispering away, rolled her eyes, and went back to her homework. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Kiryu Rikui plopped down beside her, beaming. Shimizu-senpai, are you helping Hoshino-senpai with his homework? Let me help you. Shimizu gave her a surprised look, then glanced at Hoshino Gen who didn't even bother lifting his eyes from his book before softly muttering. Thanks. No problem. After all, Hoshino-senpai's been so kind to me, I want to do something for him too, Kiryu Rikui replied sweetly. By noon, in the spirit of caring for his employees, and more importantly, to appease his growling stomach, Hoshino Gen decided to take Shimizu and Kiryu Rikui to a restaurant he frequented for lunch. As for Liz at home, he wasn't worried. Before leaving, he'd already ordered a custom meal for the little brat from a 5-star hotel. Interestingly, their walking formation said a lot. Hoshino Gen naturally led the way, hands shoved into his pockets with an air of nonchalance. Normally, Kiryu Rikui would have been right beside him, chatting away endlessly. But today, curiously enough, no one walked beside him. Shimizu trailed a few steps behind, silently following. Kiryu Rikui was even farther back, her hands clasped behind her as she occasionally glanced at Hoshino Gen but mostly kept her eyes fixed on Shimizu. To be fair, Shimizu was undeniably attractive, jet black hair, a slim waist, and long, slender legs with skin so fair it'd make most girls envious. Her delicate features balanced perfectly between cute and beautiful, capturing that transitional charm between adolescence and maturity. She'd originally planned to hang out with friends today, but after a single call from Hoshino Gen, she showed up as is. Dressed in a black-trimmed graphic tee with a matching pleated skirt, her long legs practically gleamed in the sunlight, accentuated by white socks and sneakers that gave her a fresh, vibrant look. Even standing next to Kiryu Rikui, she wasn't the least bit outshone. But it wasn't just her looks that caught Kiryu Rikui's attention, it was Hoshino Gen's attitude toward her. Casual, natural, with a hint of mischief. On the surface, he treated her with even less courtesy than he showed Kiryu Rikui. But if affection could be quantified, Kiryu Rikui figured if Hoshino Gen's fondness for her was a 2, then for Shimizu, it was at least a 20. Based on the psychological profiles from the Special Affairs Unit, raising one's favorability with Hoshino Gen was supposed to be extremely difficult. Kiryu Rikui had experienced that firsthand over the past few days. And yet, Shimizu who'd only known him for a short time had effortlessly achieved what she couldn't. What really gnawed at Kiryu Rikui, though, was the reason behind it, a reason she'd figured out after just a few hours with Shimizu. The girl had a kind of foolishness, but not the annoying kind. It was an endearing, innocent clumsiness. Her foolishness didn't stem from a lack of intelligence but from an inner purity that radiated from the heart. Kiryu Rikui admitted to herself that she didn't possess that kind of purity. No matter how hard she tried, she could never fake it. And for someone as guarded and suspicious as Hoshino Gen, a girl like Shimizu pure and unfiltered was probably like a diamond gleaming in the mud, impossible to ignore. While lost in thought, they had already arrived at their destination. The Matsumoto Kaiseki restaurant stood before them, nestled within the bustling commercial district of August Town. Despite being open for only 3 months, it had already earned widespread fame thanks to its authentic Kaiseki cuisine. Though the steep prices filtered out many potential customers, it was still notoriously hard to secure a seat during holidays. However, perhaps because today was the last day of Golden Week, the lunch rush had already passed. Even though it was lunchtime, the restaurant wasn't particularly crowded. But as luck would have it, just as Hoshino Gen led Shimizu Yu and Kiryu Rakui inside, 3 boys at a nearby table glanced over in surprise. One of them stood up and walked over. "Kiryu-san." The boy called out in both surprise and delight. "It really is you. What a coincidence." Dressed in a trendy, hip-hop style, the boy had fair skin, well-defined features, and aside from a few pimples on his forehead, he could easily be considered a handsome guy. Kiryu Rakui blinked, clasping her hands behind her back, and smiled back at him. "Yeah, what a coincidence, Arakawa-kun. Are you guys having lunch together?" Arakawa grinned and gestured with his thumb toward a long table not far away, where his 2 friends waved cheerfully at Kiryu Rakui. She returned a polite smile in response. "Got tired from hanging out this morning, so we thought we'd treat ourselves to a good meal." "My treat. Wanna join us?" Arakawa invited her warmly, but the soft, fiery glint in his eyes as he lingered on her lively, vibrant appearance today was hard to miss. As he spoke, he reached out, seemingly without giving her a chance to refuse, aiming to grab her fair, slender wrist. Kiryu Rakui effortlessly dodged with a subtle shift, though an awkward smile crept onto her face. She glanced back for help only to find that Hoshino Gen had already led Shimizu Yu to a table tucked into the restaurant's corner. He was busy browsing the menu and chatting with a waiter, as if completely unaware of the situation. Kiryu Rakui's smile stiffened slightly. She quickly turned back to Arakawa, apologizing with a faint smile, "Sorry, I'm here with friends. Maybe another time." "Your friends? Where? Bring them over. I'll treat everyone." Arakawa responded with a hearty laugh, waving his hand grandly. "After lunch, we could hit up Disneyland together. There's an event today, bigger groups get better discounts." Kiryu Rakui's heart skipped, not because of Disneyland or the discount, but an amusement park, huh? The perfect setting for boys and girls to grow closer. Her bright eyes sparkled mischievously as she flashed a dazzling smile. "I'll go ask them." With that, she trotted over to Hoshino Gen, leaned down, and whispered cheerfully, "Senpai, someone's offering to cover our lunch. The catch is we have to sit with them. What do you think?" Hoshino Gen didn't look the least bit surprised. He'd encountered this kind of situation plenty of times when dining alone, no one's that generous without a reason. Seeing his indifferent reaction, Kiryu Rakui quickly added, "It's just a classmate of mine." Hoshino Gen glanced subtly in the direction she indicated and spotted a teenage boy staring at them intently. "Ah, got it. Definitely has an agenda, but it's got nothing to do with me. So, for me, this is just a free meal." And with the guy looking so hopeful, rejecting him outright might seem a bit rude. "Nigerian Naira." Hoshino Gen smiled lightly. "Sure, why not?" Relieved, Kiryu Rakui waved Arakawa over. His face lit up with joy as he rushed back to call his 2 friends, and they all made their way over. On the way, one of Arakawa's friends whispered, "That guy talking to Kiryu, he's kinda handsome. You think they're dating?" "Don't be stupid." Arakawa shot him a glare, lowering his voice. "Who brings another girl along when they're on a date?" As they reached the table, they greeted Hoshino Gen and Shimizu Yu with friendly smiles while taking their seats. "Hey there, sorry to intrude. We're Kiryu's classmates and good friends. And friends of friends are friends too, right? Don't be shy, order whatever you like. It's on me today." Arakawa's every gesture oozed generosity, clearly from a well-off background. Compared to Shimizu Yu, who looked bewildered, still trying to process where all these people had come from, Hoshino Gen at least offered their benefactor a polite smile. Just then, the wooden door of the restaurant swung open again, and in walked a group of vibrant, youthful girls, instantly brightening the atmosphere. Interestingly, when the girls scanned the room and spotted Hoshino Gen's table, their eyes widened in surprise. After some hushed whispers, they headed straight over. "Yu-chan. The girl in front called out, her face full of that, caught in the act, expression directed at Shimizuyu. Shimizuyu swallowed nervously, forcing a smile. Saami, you're here for lunch too. It was her close friend, Suzuki Saami, along with Sakurajima Yui, Aguri Eino, and Itasaki, all classmates of Hoshino Gen as well. Didn't you say your part-time job suddenly called you in? You work here. Suzuki Saami squinted at Shimizuyu, occasionally glancing at Hoshino Gen. Shimizuyu opened her mouth, unsure how to explain. She hadn't lied, technically, but why did this feel like getting caught cheating? As the class rep, Aguri Eino smiled at Shimizuyu, then greeted Hoshino Gen politely. Good afternoon, Hoshino-san. First time seeing you outside of school. Hoshino Gen returned the smile courteously. Sakurajima Yui tucked her short hair behind her ear, grinning. It's lively here. Mind if we join? Aside from Itasaki, who looked aloof but was actually shy, the other girls eagerly looked at Shimizuyu for approval. Shimizuyu pursed her lips and turned to Hoshino Gen. Hoshino Gen smiled and shifted his gaze toward the wallet, generous sponsor of their meal. Arakawa glanced at the group of pretty girls, then, with a grand wave of his hand and a heroic grin, declared, no problem. Friends of friends are friends. It's on me. He even shot Kiryu Rikui a bright smile after saying that. 10 people gathered for lunch. To Hoshino Gen, it didn't feel much different from eating in the school cafeteria, though the ingredients and flavors were certainly a cut above. An expensive meal wrapped up quickly amid the lively atmosphere. When it comes to building social connections, meals are undeniably effective, especially when there are mutual acquaintances around to bridge the gaps. In the span of just one meal, the group, which had initially been divided into 2 distinct circles, now seemed as if they'd all known each other for ages. Maybe it was the influence of the bustling environment, or the presence of familiar faces easing the flow of conversation, but at least for now, the camaraderie felt genuine. During the meal, they'd already made plans to head to Disneyland together in the afternoon. Hoshino Gen hadn't said a word the whole time, yet somehow, he'd been roped into the group's plans without his consent. So, when they left the restaurant and he smiled, waved, and made to head home, everyone except for the unsurprised Shimizuyu and the quietly observant Kiryu Rikui looked at him with confused, astonished expressions. Kiryu Rikui, who had still been harboring a sliver of hope, sighed inwardly. But she quickly plastered on a puzzled face, running up to block his path. Senpai, you're not coming with us. It's rare for everyone to hang out like this, and it's the last day of vacation too. Sorry, not interested, Hoshino Gen replied with a light smile. Then, glancing at Shimizuyu, who had been inexplicably sulking all day, he added with the same cheerful tone, have fun, but don't forget you've got work to finish. Make sure you head back early. With that, he turned to leave. But just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Pulling it out, he saw it was a call from his little sister. Answering, Hoshino Rin's voice came through the line. Onie-chan, where are you? Liz just called me saying she's not feeling well. Could you take her to the hospital? I'm out, but I was just about to head back, Hoshino Gen replied, raising an eyebrow slightly. I see. I'm on my way to Osaka for a shoot and won't be back for a couple of days. Until then, I'll leave Liz in your care. Got it. He wasn't particularly bothered. After all, the little loli was still family, and besides, she was an English girl who couldn't speak Japanese. With no one else at home, he really was her only option. Sure, she'd been a bit prickly with him at first, but she'd apologized properly afterward. Now that she was sick, he couldn't exactly ignore her. It wasn't like he hated people, he just didn't like unnecessary interactions. That didn't make him some cold-hearted jerk. Ending the call, he turned back to the curious group, waving his phone slightly. My sister's sick. Gotta take her to the hospital. Curiosity morphed into concern in an instant. Kiryu Rikui quickly asked, she's sick. Is it Rin-chan? No, it's a cousin from the UK. Ah, then I'll come with you. It'd be more convenient to have another girl around, right? No need. See you. She wasn't wrong, but Hoshino Gen rejected her offer without hesitation. His polite smile always carried a faint, intangible distance. Waving goodbye once more, he turned and walked away, disappearing from view in no time. A with circumflex new B. The group left behind exchanged looks. Auguri Ano couldn't help but mutter to Itasaki, "That's the first time I've heard Hoshino speak. His voice is, unexpectedly nice, huh?" When Hoshino Gen got home, Liz was curled up into a small ball on the sofa. He walked over and asked in English, "How are you feeling? If you can walk, get up. I'll take you to the hospital." Liz lifted her pale face. Seeing it was him, she opened her mouth slightly as if to say something, but no words came out. She just held her stomach, got off the sofa, and stood up silently. This time, Hoshino Gen didn't just pick a random clinic. Instead, he took her to a large hospital nearby for a thorough checkup. The diagnosis: gastrointestinal motility issues caused by dysbiosis, triggered by acute stress. The result surprised him a little, but thinking it over, it made sense. The kidnapping incident hadn't been long ago. Although Liz had acted like nothing happened afterward, she was still just a 9-year-old kid. Sure, she was mentally tougher than most children her age, but being alone most of the time afterward had likely taken its toll. Sometimes, the anxiety and fear that creep in after an event are even worse than the fear experienced during it. Given the circumstances, it wasn't exactly shocking that she'd gotten sick. After taking the prescribed medicine, Liz's stomach pain eased quickly. She also had a short counseling session with a psychologist. Before they left, the doctor recommended taking Liz to lively places to help her relax. Hoshino Gen didn't respond to that suggestion. He figured it'd be better for Hoshino Rin or Tilina to handle things like that once they were back. As they were descending in the hospital elevator, his phone vibrated again. But this time, it wasn't a call. The vibration was faint, hesitant, almost. He pulled out his phone. Somehow, the screen had switched to the Red Skirt app. Standing there was Chi-chan, her delicate face tinged with a shy blush. A message slowly appeared in the chat box. I've seen amusement parks online before, but I've never actually been to one. Just once is enough, can you take me?" Hoshino Gen fell silent. TCH. How should he put this? Sure, she was technically a ghost now, but after resolving her grudge and signing a contract with him, her human side had started to resurface. It wasn't that strange. Besides, Michiko had been just a teenage girl when she died. Liking amusement parks wasn't exactly unheard of. Hoshino Gen could ignore most people's requests without batting an eye. But for a girl who'd entrusted her very existence to him, he didn't feel like saying no. Thinking back, he'd even promised her a new life before they signed the contract. With a sigh, he smiled wryly, turned off his phone, and slipped it back into his pocket. Then he glanced at Liz, who was silently staring at the floor beside him. After a moment's thought, he asked with a small smile, "Want to go to an amusement park?" Disneyland, hailed as the happiest place on earth, never lacks visitors in search of joy. Even though Golden Week was nearing its end, the park remained as crowded as ever. Waiting in long lines was something Hoshino Gen simply couldn't tolerate. So, before setting out, he booked the premium guided tour service, which not only allowed him to skip the entrance queues but also granted access to all the attractions via exclusive fast-track lanes, guided by a dedicated tour guide. At the ticket gate, the staff member accepted the 3 tickets Hoshino Gen handed over, a puzzled expression flickering across their face. Their gaze shifted back and forth between Hoshino Gen and Liz before they finally couldn't hold back their curiosity. "Sir, it seems you've purchased an extra ticket." Although the premium guided tour requires a minimum of 3 tickets, if it's just the 2 of you, 2 tickets would suffice. "It's fine. There are indeed 3 of us," Hoshino Gen replied with a smile. This response left not only the staff member bewildered but also Liz, who blinked in confusion and glanced up at Hoshino Gen. Hoshino Gen didn't offer any further explanation, and the staff didn't press the matter, chalking it up to the eccentricities of the wealthy. With ticket stubs in hand, they entered the park, warmly greeted by their enthusiastic guide and a chorus of cheerful "welcome" from the staff on either side. Hoshino Gen led Liz into the most magical place on earth. Blue skies, fluffy white clouds, and a lively buzz of excitement. Castles, princesses, and laughter filled the air. Costumed characters roamed everywhere, and vibrant, fairy tale-themed buildings painted the landscape in whimsical colors. Rides whirred and spun, each like a bubble of dreams floating in the air, both fantastical and real. Hoshino Gen's phone buzzed softly in his pocket. A flicker of static-like light slipped unseen from his pocket and settled onto Liz. Liz shivered slightly, feeling a brief chill but nothing more. Yet, in Hoshino Gen's view, an ethereal face appeared beside her own, quickly merging into one. It wasn't possession, but a coexistence and attachment. Hoshino Gen chuckled softly, ruffling Liz's hair. She looked up at him, puzzled by his sudden tenderness, her cheeks flushing pink from the affectionate gesture. But her rosy face soon turned pale as they plunged on the indoor drop tower of the Tower of Terror. The intense sensory overload left her breathless, with the screams of fellow riders amplifying the thrilling atmosphere. Despite the indoor setting, the rush of air made her hair whip around. She glanced at Hoshino Gen, who sat beside her with a calm smile, unfazed. Indeed, Hoshino Gen remained composed. After all, nothing in an amusement park could truly excite him. The drop wasn't scary, if anything, he found himself instinctively checking above to ensure no stray glowing debris was falling. He even mused about having a cup of tea. Suddenly, a small, frantic hand grabbed his sleeve. Hoshino Gen glanced over to see Liz, her pale face framed by bright, determined eyes. Without realizing it, her hand slipped from his sleeve to his hand. After a brief pause, Hoshino Gen chuckled softly and clasped her cool little hand in his. Liz stared at him in surprise, then broke into a wide smile. In halting Japanese, she shouted over the roar of the ride, "Thank you." Then she threw herself back into the experience, her frightened screams mingling with newfound delight. Time flew by with each adrenaline-pumping drop, every dizzying loop on the space ride, breathtaking views from Soarin', and daring escapades in the Caribbean pirate adventure. It felt like a dream woven with fairy tales and adventures, a fantasy land filled with laughter and screams. As the crimson sun kissed the horizon, a grand sunset painted the sky in brilliant hues. The parade floats finally appeared, accompanied by a symphony as if heralding the descent of stars, pushing the dreamlike spectacle to its climax. Crowds gathered along the parade route. Liz, enchanted by the floats, suddenly turned her head, realizing Hoshino Gen was gone. Panic barely had time to rise before a hand pulled her from the crowd. Hoshino Gen knelt before her, holding a silver crown he'd somehow acquired. He gently placed it atop her head. Dressed in a simple green dress, light brown ankle boots, and skin as fair as milk, Liz's golden hair gleamed under the setting sun, her brilliant blue eyes sparkling like jewels. A princess from a fairy tale, returned to her rightful world. Ranobes. Looking at Hoshino Gen, whose heterochromatic eyes mirrored Rin's, Liz pouted slightly, her nose tingling with the urge to cry. The mood was perfect, emotions poised to overflow, but the tears never came. Hoshino. A familiar voice called from nearby. Both Hoshino Gen and Liz turned to see Augury Ano, holding an ice cream cone, staring in surprise. Liz didn't recognize her, but Hoshino Gen did. They'd had lunch together just that afternoon. Augury Ano's shout caught the attention of their group from earlier. Kiryu Rikuyi spotted them and ran over, exclaiming, "Senpai." Noticing Liz, she squealed, "Is this the little sister from England you mentioned? She's adorable." The others gathered around, Liz's big, curious eyes watching these strangers. "You're so cute. Can I touch your hair?" "Oh, wait, does she understand Japanese?" asked Sakurajima Yui, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The first part was directed at Liz, the latter at Hoshino Gen. "She doesn't understand," Hoshino Gen replied politely, effectively cutting off further intrusions. Kiryu Rikuyi could speak English, but she noticed something unusual about Liz. Was there a ghost attached to this little girl? Kiryu Rikuyi didn't ask much, nor did she say much after all. The situation was clear as day, even with just a flick of her nail. This was obviously Hoshino Gen's doing. Naturally, she shifted her attention away from Liz, flashing a sweet and lively smile at Hoshino Gen. Senpai, we were just planning to ride the Ferris wheel after watching the float parade. Want to join us? Hoshino Gen glanced at her. His next plan was indeed to ride the Ferris wheel. After all, today's sunset was particularly mesmerizing, and the view from up high would be spectacular. However, going with this group. Hoshino Gen chuckled. A carriage doesn't fit that many people. Too crowded, and it loses its charm. Better if we all go separately. Exactly. The Ferris wheel isn't like other rides. It's not fun with too many people. 2 per carriage is just right. Kiryu-san, let's go together. I happen to have something I'd like to tell you in private. Since Arakawa didn't really know Hoshino Gen, he and his 2 friends had been awkwardly standing aside. Seeing an opportunity, he quickly spoke up. Kiryu Rakui looked at Arakawa in surprise. His smile was forced, and was that a hint of shyness? His 2 friends exchanged knowing glances, watching the 2 with amused expressions. In an instant, Kiryu Rakui realized Shinkawa's intentions. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly, but she played dumb. What is it? Does it have to be on the Ferris wheel? Please. Arakawa suddenly bowed at a perfect 90 degrees, startling everyone. Kiryu Rakui's mouth fell slightly open, momentarily speechless. In the end, Kiryu Rakui ended up sharing a carriage with Arakawa. The others split into groups of 2 or 3, while Hoshino Gen naturally took Liz into a carriage by themselves. The Ferris wheel turned slowly, the view gradually rising. The sunset stretched from a single ray to fill the entire cabin. Hoshino Gen sat with his chin resting on his hand, smiling faintly as he gazed outside. The ambiguous hues of red and purple painted the sky, dyeing the drooping clouds a soft pink. Below, the amusement park was still lively, the sounds of laughter carrying far into the distance. Liz knelt on her seat, pressing against the window to marvel at the breathtaking scenery. Her large blue eyes reflected the dreamy light. A unique tranquility spread within the cabin, as if even the rush of time had slowed. Since Hoshino Gen and Liz were the last aboard, they were the last to disembark. Though they had agreed to go their separate ways, the others still waited outside the Ferris wheel. However, Arakawa and his 2 friends had already left. Only Kiryu Rakui, Shimizuyu, and a few of Hoshino Gen's classmates remained. Hoshino Gen didn't bother asking why Arakawa left early. First, he wasn't close to him and didn't care. Second, he could guess, some rich kid, swept up in today's atmosphere, probably tried for a romantic Ferris wheel confession. The outcome? Most likely a failure, given that Kiryu Rakui was still here. Besides, she didn't seem like someone an average guy could win over. He didn't ask, and no one brought it up. Instead, since it was nearing dinner time, someone suggested where to eat. Hoshino Gen glanced at Liz beside him, who stifled a small yawn, looking a bit sleepy. A faint, invisible static drifted from her back to his pocket, making him smile slightly. You guys go ahead. We're heading back first, he said. Leaving already? Won't you join us for dinner? Auguri Aino asked, with the others chiming in. Nah, Liz seems a bit tired, and she wasn't feeling well earlier. Maybe next time, Hoshino Gen replied politely. Just like at lunch, he waved them off and started to leave. Alpha oh yes. This time, Shimizuyu broke from the group to follow, explaining, I still have work to finish. I'll head back too. Seeing this, Kiryu Rakui quickly caught up. There's still quite a bit left. I'll help out as well. The once lively group dispersed in the blink of an eye, leaving the rest exchanging bewildered looks. Eastern suburbs. Naganomaki. The horizon devoured most of the setting sun, its once dreamy red-purple glow fading into a harsh, piercing crimson. Dark clouds gathered from the east, hinting at an impending downpour. A chilly breeze swept across the ground, carrying a 10,000 yen bill into a yellow barrier marked, restricted area. A worker in overalls and a hard hat chased after it, crossing the barrier without a second thought, hurrying into the eerie schoolyard bathed in the blood-red sunset. The bill landed among the weeds of the wide courtyard. The middle-aged worker jogged over, delighted, but just as he approached, a colder, damper gust stirred the dry grass, lifting the crumpled bill toward the school building. The worker paused, cursed softly, and chased after it. Eventually, perseverance paid off. He caught the bill in the first-floor corridor of the school building. Holding it up, he inspected it with satisfaction, already imagining a hearty dinner tonight. But suddenly, lightning flashed across the now fully darkened sky, followed by thunder so loud it almost made him drop the bill. "Damn it, is it going to rain already?" he muttered, stuffing the money into his pocket, eager to leave this creepy school. But the moment he looked up, he froze. A pair of shoes dangled mid-air in front of him, or rather, someone hanging by the neck. Cold sweat drenched his back. Eyes wide, he stumbled backward. Another flash of lightning illuminated the corridor. Instead of relief, his blood ran colder. The once empty classroom beside him was now filled with pale-faced students, their heads tilted, staring straight at him. "Ah!" Boom! A scream, sharp enough to make one doubt it came from a grown man, was swallowed by the thunder. Rain poured down, slanting into the corridor, quickly washing away streaks of crimson. Splash! Raindrops pattered against the roof, trickled down the eaves, streaked across the windows, and splashed onto the ground. Inside the antique shop, bathed in the warm glow of yellow light, Shimizuyu stretched her wrist and rolled her shoulders, having finally finished all her homework. About 10 minutes ago, Kiryu Rikui had left after taking a phone call, leaving only Shimizuyu and Hoshino Gen in the shop. Shimizuyu glanced outside at the darkening sky and the rain that seemed to wrap around the world, but she couldn't resist shifting her gaze to Hoshino Gen, who was seated in a single armchair, reading. After a while, she suddenly blurted out, "Are you this cold to your girlfriend too?" Hoshino Gen looked up, his eyes filled with confusion as he stared at this clueless part-timer, wondering if he'd heard her wrong. He raised an eyebrow. "Did you say, girlfriend?" Shimizuyu blinked, looking even more puzzled than he was. "Yeah. Isn't Kiryu your girlfriend? You treat her the same as everyone else. That's not how a proper boyfriend acts." "Hold on." Hoshino Gen gave her a look reserved for idiots. "When did she become my girlfriend?" Shimizuyu froze for a second, instinctively asking, "Isn't she?" Hoshino Gen nearly laughed out loud but held it in, shaking his head in disbelief as he turned his attention back to his book. Shimizuyu, however, grew even more confused. "But didn't she say dash?" She trailed off mid-sentence, realizing that when she tried to recall what Kiryu Rikui had actually said that morning, there had been no mention of her being Hoshino Gen's girlfriend. This whole assumption was entirely her own deduction. Stunned, Shimizuyu stared blankly for a moment, still not quite convinced. "She's really not your girlfriend? What do you think?" Hoshino Gen couldn't even be bothered to look up. "You're not dating anyone?" This time, Hoshino Gen didn't even respond. Despite his usual indifference, Shimizuyu didn't seem to mind at all. In fact, the gloominess that had lingered in her eyes all day seemed to vanish, replaced by an unexpected brightness. Hoshino Gen glanced up, as if remembering something. "Finished the homework?" "Yep." Shimizuyu replied immediately, her energy noticeably different. Hoshino Gen raised an eyebrow, unable to figure out why this idiot part-timer suddenly seemed so motivated. "Good. Dust the room, then you can clock out." "Okay." Shimizuyu quickly tidied the desk and got up, heading straight to the storage room to grab the vacuum. She wasn't sure what had come over her after feeling restless all day. She suddenly felt like she had endless energy. But after thinking it over, she had an epiphany. It must be because the weather was too dry earlier. That's why I felt off. Now that it's raining, I feel better. Yes, that has to be it. Hoshino Gen watched her back with a strange look before shaking his head and returning to his book. Yep, still can't understand how idiots think. The rain continued on and off throughout the night, lingering into the early morning. After washing up, Hoshino Gen pulled a sandwich from the fridge, heated it in the microwave for breakfast, and shared it with Liz. Afterward, he called the hotel to arrange her lunch before heading out. The sky was heavy with clouds, and raindrops fell in a steady drizzle. The motorcycle he brought back yesterday was left in the underground parking lot. He opted for a taxi to school instead. When Hoshino Gen arrived at the classroom, it was buzzing with noise. Students who hadn't seen each other for a week were chatting animatedly about their fun vacations, undeterred by the gloomy weather. Class Rep Augury had started collecting homework. Some students begged for more time to finish, but the ever-strict rep showed no mercy, snatching up their notebooks without hesitation. When she reached Hoshino Gen's desk, Augury flashed a mysterious smile and whispered, "Hoshino, time to hand in your homework. If you haven't done it, just call me, Class Rep Sama, and I might cover for you." Hoshino Gen chuckled softly, pulling his completed homework from his bag and placing it on the desk. Augury raised an eyebrow, flipping through the pages. Didn't expect your handwriting to be this neat." Hoshino Gen kept his smile, saying nothing. "Well, that idiot did copy my handwriting, but after writing so much, her own habits must have crept in." Augury didn't press further. With a sigh of mock regret, she moved on to the next student. The first period was the usual morning assembly. Homeroom teacher Fujihara announced that the school would hold a cultural festival in 3 days, and students should start preparing. The rest of the period was left for free discussion. The cultural festival or gakuensai was an annual event at almost every school in Japan. On the day of the festival, the campus would open to the public, with classes, clubs, and a student council hosting various activities. If sports festivals were about showcasing individual talents, then the cultural festival was the perfect stage for teamwork. In the days leading up to the event, the school would be at its liveliest. Classrooms would be transformed with decorations matching each activity's theme, haunted houses and cafes being the most common. After a period of heated discussion, Class 1A voted to hold a theatrical performance. Hoshino Gen had no opinion on the matter. In fact, he didn't care about class activities at all as long as he wasn't forced to participate. He'd even submitted a blank vote earlier. Thanks to the upcoming festival, students quickly shifted from post-holiday laziness to full-on festival mode. Whether between classes or during lunch breaks, conversations about the festival filled the air. The excitement lasted until the end of the day. By the shoe lockers, after changing his shoes, Hoshino Gen found Shimizu approaching. "You don't need to come to the antique shop tonight," he informed her. Shimizu blinked in surprise. "Why?" "Got something to investigate," Hoshino Gen replied casually. Her eyes lit up immediately. She glanced around, making sure no one was nearby, then whispered excitedly, "Paranormal stuff." "Or what?" Hoshino Gen replied coolly. Shimizu, on the other hand, was brimming with excitement. "What kind of case is it this time? Is there a ghost involved?" Raising an eyebrow, Hoshino Gen responded with mild surprise, "Would it even be called a paranormal case if there weren't any ghosts?" I meant, are you going to fight a ghost this time, or is it like last time with Kai-chan, just gathering intel?" Shimizu clarified, then added a bit sheepishly, "If it's like last time, I thought maybe I could help out a little. But if it's a ghost fighting, I think I'll pass." "Why pass?" Hoshino Gen looked genuinely surprised. "Aren't you supposed to be my assistant?" Shimizu blinked, tilting her head slightly, not quite following. What do you mean?" "It means you're coming with me this time," Hoshino Gen said, spreading his hands nonchalantly. "The intel from the Special Affairs Unit mentions that the ghosts in this haunted school are pretty smart. They don't usually target people like me, the ones who can actually deal with them. So, to resolve this quickly and efficiently, I need a regular person as bait to attract their attention." He paused, then added with a puzzled look, "This is obviously the kind of role an assistant should take on. Did you really think I hired you with strategic resources like talismans just to have you clean my place? Wouldn't it be cheaper to just call a professional cleaning service?" Shimizu opened her mouth to argue but quickly lowered her voice when someone passed by. She muttered under her breath, "You didn't say that before. If you'd told me you needed help, I wouldn't have refused." Hearing that, Hoshino Gen chuckled. "You're not scared?" "Scared? Shimizu paused, then scratched her head. Well, yeah, I am. I almost got killed at the dojo last time, remember? But I've got that tattoo you gave me on my arm now, plus all those talismans. And worst case, you'll be there too, right? Hoshino Gen laughed. Don't rely on me too much. Pinning your hopes on others is irresponsible to yourself. That said, you don't need to worry too much. With the stuff you have, and if you improve your skills just a bit more, even an average vengeful spirit might not stand a chance against you. Of course, if you're really too scared, you can skip it. I'll just pay you in cash instead of talismans, and you can work as my full-time cleaner and homework assistant. Hoshino Gen generously gave his assistant the opportunity to choose. Shimizu ignored that and instead asked, didn't you say this case requires a regular person to help? If I don't go, what will you do? I'll ask the Special Affairs Unit for someone. I doubt an official organization only has special agents. There must be some regular field operatives, Hoshino Gen replied indifferently. Shimizu knew about the official organizations. After all, she'd been present when Hoshino Gen interrogated that government agent. It wasn't surprising to her that he had connections now. She asked quietly, wouldn't it be dangerous for the person you send instead? Noticing her concern, Hoshino Gen smirked. They definitely wouldn't be as safe as you. Exactly. Shimizu lifted her chin slightly, her expression serious. So I'll go. Otherwise, if something really happened to that person, I'd be living with guilt, always thinking, if only I hadn't backed out, maybe they'd be okay. Hoshino Gen stared at her earnest face, her bright eyes filled with determination, her small, pale pink lips slightly pursed. She looked much cuter than her usual ditzy self. He curled his lip. Such pointless worries of a do-gooder. Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Kiryu Rikui calling. Probably to discuss the Nagano haunted school case, he thought, answering the call. But to his surprise, Kiryu Rikui's words were completely unexpected. Yes. Sorry, senpai. Something came up at home, and I can't join you for the investigation at Nagano's haunted school today. Though surprised, Hoshino Gen didn't dwell on it. Got it. Anything else? No, Kiryu Rikui hesitated briefly, then added quickly, sorry. I have another call coming in. Talk to you later. The call ended with a series of beeps. Hoshino Gen stuffed his phone back into his pocket and looked at Shimizu, who was staring at him curiously. What are you looking at? Hurry up and change your shoes. We're leaving. Huh? Oh, right. Realizing she was still wearing indoor slippers, Shimizu dashed to her shoe cabinet. After hanging up, Kiryu Rikui took a deep breath and answered the incoming call labeled Mom. A cheerful woman's voice filled the line. Rikui. Where are you? Should I send a driver to pick you up? I just finished school, Mom. I'll take a taxi, Kiryu Rikui replied brightly, her voice lively and sweet. Hurry then. Tonight's dinner is important. We're meeting the chairman of Chotai Group. He's even wealthier and more prestigious than President Hosen from yesterday. Your father had a custom dress made just for you. It cost a fortune. Make sure you leave a good impression. Your father will be so proud. Okay, I'll do my best, Mom. Her voice remained upbeat, but her smile was fading fast. That's my girl. I'll go finish preparations. See you soon, Mua. When the call ended, all the strength seemed to drain from Kiryu Rikui. She stumbled back against the wall, sliding down until she sat on the floor, hugging her knees. Burying her weary, exhausted face in the crook of her pale arms, she whispered softly, I'm so tired. Her voice was flat, devoid of the usual cheer, as if even the emotion of frustration was too much effort. When did it all become like this? She wondered silently. Thinking back, it probably all started 7 years ago, when Dad died in a car accident and Mom remarried, this time to the man I now call Father. Unlike Dad, who was just an ordinary office worker, Father was a successful businessman, the president of his own company. But like Dad, he was also one of Mom's college classmates. Back in their university days, both men had fallen for Mom, unsurprising, considering how beautiful she was. In the end, she chose Dad. They married right after graduation and soon had me. Dad was gentle, full of love for both Mom and me. We weren't rich, but I had the best childhood any kid could hope for, filled with warmth, laughter, and everything my parents could give me. But that life, the one I thought would last forever, ended abruptly when I was 7. It was an ordinary evening when the terrible news arrived. Dad had been drinking heavily at a work function, ran a red light on his way home, and was hit by a car. I can't even remember how I felt when I heard the news. All I recall is Mom collapsing in her apron, unconscious from the shock, while I knelt beside her, crying my heart out. After that, an uncle started visiting frequently. He took Mom to the hospital when she was unwell, bought me little gifts, and even helped support us financially after Dad's death. Eventually, Mom married him, and he became my new father. Father treated us well, at least materially. In fact, he was even more generous than Dad had been. When I wanted a Barbie doll, Dad would give me one for my birthday, but Father bought me an entire set without a second thought. Clothes that Mom had once hesitated to buy because they were too expensive. Father filled her wardrobe with even fancier ones. Sometimes I wished Dad could come back, but there were moments when I thought this life wasn't so bad. One quiet night, I even hugged Dad's photo and whispered to him that he didn't need to worry about us, someone else was here to protect Mom and me now. But as time passed, even that fragile happiness began to change. People around us started whispering. They called me an outsider, a leech living off someone else's money. They called Mom shameless, a woman who married another man right after her husband died, just to get her hands on his fortune. Those words hurt. I told Mom, hoping she'd comfort me, but she only cried in silence. After a while, I stopped bringing it up. But the whispers grew louder, spreading to my classmates, the household staff, even Father's parents. Every visit to their home was met with cold stares and indifference. And yet, Mom would always smile politely, pretending not to notice. Father changed too. On the surface, he was still generous, still spent money on us, but his warmth faded. One night, after drinking heavily, Mom gently suggested, maybe you should cut back on the alcohol. Father's response was a sudden slap across her face. He apologized later, buying her an expensive necklace to make up for it. But from that day on, Mom never spoke to him the way she had with Dad. She stopped voicing her thoughts entirely, agreeing with whatever he said, no matter what. Over time, even as a child, I could tell, the woman who looked like my mother was gone, replaced by someone who existed only as Father's shadow. Then something strange happened. Father took us to a party. A little boy there became obsessed with me, following me everywhere, saying I was cute, that I smelled nice, begging for a kiss. Annoyed, I jokingly said, I'll let you if you convince your dad to do business with mine. I never expected him to actually try. But he did. I don't know what he said, but somehow, their business deal went through. The adults laughed, clinking glasses, while the boy ran back to me, grinning like an idiot. Terrified, I bolted for the bathroom, but he chased after me, cornering me with a goofy smile. I cried, regretting my words, wishing he would just fall asleep right there and dream whatever he wanted, thinking it was real when he woke up. And then, he did. The moment I had that thought, something cold flashed through my mind, like a beam of light shooting from my eyes. The boy collapsed, fast asleep on the floor. When he woke up minutes later, he just smiled sheepishly and ran off. That was the first time I realized I was different. Father was ecstatic when we got home, showering me with praise and pretty dresses. Mom seemed genuinely happy, and for a fleeting moment, it felt like we were a family again. But that didn't last. Nothing really changed except Father kept getting richer. After that, he often took me to parties, dressing me up like a prized doll to charm his business associates. If my smile wasn't enough, I'd use my special ability to ensure things went smoothly. Rain gobes. Father grew wealthier. Mom's smiles became more frequent. And so it continued, until now. Deep down, I've always known our family is broken. No, maybe it was never a family to begin with. For as long as I can remember, I've had one wish, to have a real home, with real family like I did when it was just mom, dad, and me. To have a real home. For Kiryu Rikui, this wasn't a difficult dream to achieve. In fact, it seemed almost effortless, just a matter of time. She believed that once she grew a little older, she'd find the right person, get married, have children, and finally have a place she could truly call her own. Even if she could no longer play the role of a carefree little girl, she was certain she'd excel as both a wife and a mother, just like her mother had when she was young. But the role of the father was equally crucial. He couldn't be too ordinary, like her dad, someone whose absence from a single accident left the whole family shattered. Nor could he be someone obsessed with money, treating family members as commodities or bargaining chips on display. He couldn't be easily swayed by others either, changing his attitude toward his own family because of a few rumors. Of course, it would be even better if he, like her, possessed special abilities able to protect himself and, more importantly, protect his family. At first, Yudo-senpai seemed like a great candidate. Wealthy, determined, and gifted with special abilities. After a few of her efforts, he even appeared to develop some feelings for her. But now, it seemed that Hoshino-senpai was an even better choice. His family background was on an entirely different level, practically at the pinnacle. His mind was unshakable, immune to influence or change, and his special ability was the most powerful she had ever seen. The most critical factor was the psychological profile compiled by the team back at the organization. According to the dense pages of analysis, there was one line etched deep into Kiryu Rikui's mind: the person who can truly enter his heart might be more important to him than his own life. Hoshino-senpai was undoubtedly a superior choice compared to Yudo-senpai. If she could make him fall for her, her lifelong wish would finally come true. No, it would be even better than she had ever imagined. Kiryu-san. A sudden voice pulled Kiryu Rikui back to reality. She took a light breath and lifted her head, her delicate, fair face adorned with a sweet smile. Oh, Sato-san. Is something wrong? As she raised her face, a beam of afternoon sunlight spilled over her flawless features, making her look like an angel descended from heaven. Sato's breath hitched, his face flushing red as he quickly averted his gaze, flustered. And no, it's nothing. I just saw you sitting here alone and, were you crying? Huh? Kiryu Rikui blinked, then instinctively touched the corner of her eye. Her fingertips came away damp. For a brief moment, her sweet smile stiffened, but she quickly recovered, waving her hand cheerfully. No, not at all. I was just cleaning earlier, and some dust got into my eyes. I came here to rub them out, that's all. I see. Sato laughed nervously, scratching his head in embarrassment. Desperate to change the topic, he blurted, I heard a new cafe just opened on the shopping street outside school. Do you want to check it out together? Oh. Really? I'd love to, but sorry, I have something to take care of at home. Kiryu Rikui stood up, using her knees for support, and waved at Sato with her usual bright smile. See you later, Sato-san. Bye. Sato watched her slender figure disappear into the distance. He stretched his arms out in a futile gesture before sighing, lightly punching his own forehead in frustration. She was totally crying. Ugh, I'm such an idiot. Why couldn't I be braver? It was the perfect chance. Whoosh. The chilly wind swept low across the ground, but under the clear sky following the rain, the abandoned school campus seemed to shimmer with new life. Hoshino Gen casually stepped over the yellow tape marked, restricted area, hands stuffed in his pockets, sauntering through the crumbling school gate. Beside him, Shimizu Yu clutched a wooden sword, her eyes darting around nervously. She stuck close to him, her tension obvious. Hoshino Gen chuckled. Relax. If a ghost really shows up, that charm on your wrist will react. And when dealing with ghosts, mindset is everything. The more afraid you are, the more aggressive they become. The more nervous you get, the more likely you are to screw up. Despite her anxious nature, Shimizu Yu was surprisingly receptive to good advice, especially when it was meant for her benefit. She took a few deep breaths to loosen the stiffness in her body, then stared at the distant school building, trying to keep her voice steady. Are we just going in like this? A with acute NB. Hoshino Gen gave her a sidelong glance. Not we. You. She blinked. Me. Just like that. Alone. If you think it's too early, we can grab some lunch and come back when it's dark. I don't mind. Hoshino Gen pulled out 2 lollipops from his pocket, offering her one. Want one? Although she was hungry, the thought of returning at night made her shudder. If it was this creepy during the day, wouldn't it be terrifying after dark? She grumbled inwardly but still accepted the candy. Her hands trembled slightly as she struggled to unwrap it. The sweet, tangy taste of orange helped ease her fear a little. After taking a moment to steady her breathing, Shimizuyu stepped forward. She glanced back at Hoshino Gen, who stood there lazily with the lollipop in his mouth, looking completely unfazed. She opened her mouth as if to say something but ultimately turned away without a word, heading straight for the school building. They had taken the train to Naganomaki Station and walked from there to this infamous, haunted school, once known as Sakao Middle School. Hoshino Gen had told her all about it on the way. Sakao Middle School was a public institution with dismal academic performance and a terrible reputation. In the Koto district and even across Tokyo it was infamous for its delinquent students. Bullying, violence, even horrific incidents in the bathrooms were common. People in the area often referred to it as a trash school for trash kids. Despite its awful reputation, the school was never short on students, mainly because it had no admission requirements and ridiculously low tuition fees. It was basically the slums of the academic world. Logically, a school like this shouldn't have been shut down easily, especially as a public institution. But reality rarely follows logic. In its final year, a series of horrifying events turned Sakao Middle School into a place people feared to even mention, a true hell on earth. The cause of everything traces back to a pair of high school lovers. Sakao Middle School was a boarding school. Many of its students came from homes where parents were too busy or absent altogether, so much so that some never went home even during holidays. The girl grew up in an orphanage. She had no home, or perhaps, this small school was her home. The outside world was too vast, a place unreachable for someone like her, a fish born in a pond. The boy came from an ordinary family, not wealthy, but never lacking for food or drink. He'd been expelled from his previous school for fighting and eventually ended up at Sakao Middle School. Like a bird that had wandered to the edge of the pond. The boy and girl met. The bird spoke of the boundless skies, of a world brimming with wonders. The fish listened, captivated, thinking the bird was wise and full of knowledge. The boy and girl fell in love. The bird promised to take the fish soaring into that dazzling world one day. Each day, the girl was lost in the blissful fantasies the boy painted for her. That year was the happiest of her life until the day she discovered she was pregnant. Nervously, she told the boy. The boy was terrified, afraid of mockery from peers, scolding from parents and teachers, afraid of anyone finding out. He wanted the girl to get an abortion, but they had no money, so he bought abortion pills. But perhaps the pills were ineffective, or maybe they were fake to begin with. Despite taking them, the girl's belly grew larger day by day. Panic consumed the boy. In desperation, he recalled a method he'd seen in movies, physically attacking the mother's abdomen to kill the fetus, hoping the embryo would be expelled naturally. One evening, he led the girl to the boys' restroom in the school building and carried out his plan. The girl's muffled screams echoed against the tiles as the boy, eyes wild, relentlessly struck her swollen belly. Finally, dark crimson blood gushed from beneath her skirt, staining her legs, pooling on the cold, tiled floor. Relief washed over the boy's face as he looked up only to see the girl's tear-streaked, deathly pale face. She collapsed into the blood, her faint cries fading until her heart and breath stilled. The boy was paralyzed with shock. Maybe it was fear, maybe guilt. That very night, he found a rope in his dorm room and hanged himself on the balcony. That day, the entire school was in an uproar. The story made headlines across Japan. And from that day on, strange, terrifying events unfolded at Sakao Middle School, one after another. A student pushed a classmate off the rooftop, claiming someone had shoved them from behind. Another found a dried infant's finger bone in their cafeteria meal and was later found dead in the school restroom. A group of boys committed mass suicide in their dorm. Then came the incident that shocked the nation, the cafeteria poisoning, which claimed the lives of 23 students. One tragedy after another forced the closure of what society dubbed a slum school. Recalling the horrifying tales Hoshino Gen had shared with her, Shimizu felt cold sweat trickling down her back. She'd heard some of these stories years ago, brushing them off with vague feelings of regret or pity. But now, standing on the very grounds where it all happened, everything felt steeped in eerie dread. Alpha Nu Beta S. Approaching the school building, its dark corridors and staircases looming, Shimizu took a deep breath. Her left hand gripped a bamboo sword while her right slipped into her jacket pocket, fingers brushing against a sharp thumbtack and clutching a talisman, ready for action at any moment. Before stepping inside, she glanced back. Hoshino Gen stood casually by the school gate, hands in his pockets, looking completely unconcerned. She couldn't see his expression from here, but his relaxed stance was enough to tell her he really wasn't worried about her at all. Shimizu puffed her cheeks in frustration, crunched down on her lollipop, wrapped the plastic stick in tissue, and stuffed it into her pocket. Then, with determined steps, she crossed the threshold of the school building. The afternoon sun couldn't pierce through the walls, and a chill crept over her, making her shudder involuntarily. It wasn't an unfamiliar feeling. She'd experienced something similar the last time she'd visited a dojo with Hoshino General, teeth slightly chattering. Shimizu wandered the first-floor hallway, but after a round trip, nothing happened. Gathering her courage, she stopped at a classroom door. The wood was rotting, covered with random scribbles in chalk markers. One bright red name stood out, Sumimamiwa. She tapped the door with her bamboo sword. No response. Gritting her teeth, she threw her shoulder against it. The door swung open with a crash, sending desks and chairs tumbling inside. Shimizu stared, startled. A pile of desks and chairs had been stacked against the door as if someone had barricaded it from the inside. The stench of dust mixed with disinfectant was overwhelming. Shimizu glanced back at Hoshino Gen, still standing in the sunlight at the gate. Just seeing him there seemed to replenish her rapidly draining courage. Ring 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 dash. Suddenly, a shrill phone rang through the corridor. Shimizu jolted, the thumbtack in her pocket pricking her finger. She fumbled to pull out the talisman, ready to smear it with blood, until she realized. It was her phone. Awkwardly stuffing the talisman back, Shimizu answered the call. The caller ID flashed, big jerk. What do you want? You nearly scared me to death, she grumbled in a low voice. Hoshino Gen's voice came through, calm as ever. Put on your earpiece, keep the call going, and check out the second floor. Oh. Shimizu obediently dug out her Bluetooth earpiece. Despite her earlier complaints, hearing his voice and staying connected did give her a surprising sense of security. The moment she put it on, the building didn't feel quite so creepy anymore. Thud, thud, thud. Sigh, when I was on my way here, Saami texted me, saying that our class is planning to perform Romeo and Juliet for the school festival. And get this, the girls will be playing Romeo, while the boys will be Juliet. The casting? Boys vote for which girl plays Romeo, and girls vote for which boy plays Juliet. Is that so? Sounds kind of interesting. Hoshino Gen, who was basking in the sun near the school gates, played along, knowing that Shimizu was using casual chatter to ease her nerves. Walking up the dim and chilly staircase, Shimizu kept her eyes on the scattered sheets of paper littering the steps, silently telling herself not to be afraid. Saami said the girls are all eager to vote for you, since you never speak in class, she teased. They really want to see you crossdress and act on stage. Hoshino Gen chuckled over the phone. Then they might be disappointed. If I actually get picked, there's a high chance I'll suddenly fall ill on the day of the festival. Ugh! Shimizu made a noise of disgust. Here I thought nothing scared you, but turns out you're afraid of standing under the spotlight. Acting in a play requires time, energy, and effort. But for me, the return on investment is practically zero. Why would I bother? Who says there's no reward? If we do well and get a high score, not only will the class receive a trophy, but there's also a big cash prize, though it all goes into the class fund, of course. Isn't that the same as getting nothing? But you're part of the class too. Aren't we all in this together? Hoshino Gen let out a light laugh. You have a point. So, if you get voted in, will you participate? Shimizuyu asked excitedly. She was quite looking forward to seeing this guy in a dress, after all. Unfortunately, what came through her earphones was his amused but firm response, nope. By the time she reached the second floor, Shimizuyu stuck out her tongue in disappointment. Then I guess I'll let them know not to vote for you. If you disappear on festival day, you'll probably get cursed out. Hoshino Gen chuckled softly on the other end, unconcerned. Shimizuyu knew he didn't care about these things, but as a friend, she couldn't just sit back and watch it happen. Just as she was about to say more, static suddenly filled her earphones. Up until now, even if Hoshino Gen wasn't speaking, she could still hear the wind on his end. But now nothing. A single bead of cold sweat slipped down her forehead. Hey. Can you still hear me? She asked tentatively. Silence. Clicking her tongue in irritation, Shimizuyu hesitated, debating whether to take out her phone and call again. But before she could, a sudden heat flared across her left wrist. The next second blinding gold-red light erupted. Almost on reflex, she pricked her finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto a talisman before swiftly pressing it against her wooden sword. Electric sparks crackled. Shimizuyu spun around, scanning her surroundings. She caught only a glimpse of a shadow darting into a nearby office. The golden-red glow on her arm gradually dimmed. Her heart pounded violently. Her breaths came in sharp gasps. Adrenaline surged through her veins, a chaotic mixture of fear, tension, and something else. Excitement. Even though she hadn't directly confronted the ghost just now, it also hadn't been able to do anything to her. Did this mean she actually had a chance of standing her ground against it? She quickly crushed the arrogant thought. No, no. That thing was a ghost. At best, she was just a 5-year-old wielding a kitchen knife against a grown adult. She could not afford to get careless. Tightly gripping her sword, its electric glow flickering, Shimizuyu kept her guard up as she stepped into the hallway. She needed to signal Hoshino Gen to come over. Yet, just as she passed the first classroom, a desk from the hallway suddenly rammed into her, knocking her to the ground. In the next instant, a decayed, frayed rope coiled around her wrist and yanked her into the room. Bang! The wooden door slammed shut. Shimizuyu swung her sword down with all her might. Sparks flew, the rope sizzled and snapped, releasing a foul burnt smell. She turned and sprinted toward the door. Only to see all the classroom desks sliding into place like they were on wheels, piling up in front of the exit, sealing it off completely. Her teeth chattered. She swallowed hard. Trembling, she turned around. The classroom was filled with students. Neatly dressed in school uniforms, their skin a deathly pale blue-white, heads tilted at eerie angles, their dead, gray eyes stared directly at her. Shimizuyu's breath hitched. Her heart pounded in her throat. Even the golden-red light on her arm dimmed slightly. Backing against the wall, her face paled. But she still held her sword in a mid-stance, gripping it with both hands. The ghosts kept staring. Motionless. The only sounds in the classroom were her rapid breathing and frantic heartbeat. Boom! Dark clouds had swallowed the sky. The sunlight from before was gone. Lightning flashed through the windows, casting the ghosts in a terrifying, distorted glow. Fear crushed down on Shimizuyu. If it were just one ghost, maybe she could grit her teeth and fight. But this classroom packed full of them. Her sword hand trembled. She could barely hold her stance. The golden light on her arm flickered weakly. A gut-wrenching premonition struck her. The moment that light went out, these ghosts would pounce. They'd tear her apart. The more she feared, the darker the light grew. The darker the light, the deeper the fear. Clatter. A desk toppled from the pile, blocking the door, falling directly onto her hand. Pain flared. Her sword slipped from her grasp. Her face turned deathly white. She scrambled to pick it up. But the desk moved, pushing the sword even further away. That was it. That was the last straw. Tears welled up, spilling from her wide eyes. The golden light on her arm vanished. Creak. Wood scraped against the floor. All at once, the ghost stood up. Rigid. Unmoving. Then. They walked toward her. Shimizu Yu's mind went blank. A tide of gray-blue figures closed in. She had no way out. She couldn't even think. Boom. A thunderous crash. The barricade of desks collapsed. The wooden door kicked open. Shimizu Yu stared, stunned. Hoshino Gen stepped in, his expression calm, unhurried. Black energy swirled in his outstretched hand, coalescing into a pitch-black longsword. In a single blink, he was in front of her. Like slicing through air, he effortlessly cut down every single ghost in the room. Dark mist dissipated where the ghosts once stood. He frowned, muttering, "TCH. Just wandering remnants." Shimizu Yu's brain short-circuited. Then. Tears poured out. She burst into loud, wailing sobs. "All right, stop crying. Didn't I remind you not to be too afraid when facing ghosts? If you'd been just a little braver, that thing in your hand wouldn't have gone out so easily. And if it hadn't gone out, those lingering spirits wouldn't have even been able to get close to you." Shimizu Yu sobbed even more pitifully, making Hoshino Gen chuckle. Okay. Honestly, you did pretty well. Managing to hold on for this long without breaking down already makes you braver than most people in the world. A lot of people who haven't experienced true terror might boast that it's nothing, but when the moment actually comes, not many can stand their ground. At least you're better than those who just talk big. And besides, if an ordinary person from the Special Affairs Unit had been sent in your place, they'd be dead by now. Think about it: if you'd chosen to back out today, someone who's currently enjoying dinner with their family would instead be lying lifeless on the ground. A family would have been torn apart in an instant. Or to put it simply, you saved an innocent life. You kept a family whole. Hoshino Gen spoke with a faint smile. Does that make you feel any better? The crying gradually subsided. Shimizu Yu pouted, sniffling. How did you know I was in danger? I didn't know you were in danger. I only knew a ghost had appeared, Hoshino Gen said, spreading his hands. The calls suddenly went silent, and you still hadn't shown up in the second-floor hallway. That was obviously abnormal. Shimizu Yu had no response. Or rather, she was too drained to say anything. Hoshino Gen crossed his arms and leaned against a desk, watching with amusement as the idiot wiped her tears one by one. What an idiot. The feeling of being on the brink of life and death wasn't something anyone wanted to go through twice. Even he wasn't an exception. Yet this dummy, after what happened at the dojo last time, still didn't stay in her peaceful little world as an ordinary, carefree person. She actually ran straight into this mess again. At least she'd learned that normal people couldn't handle vengeful spirits. When he'd mentioned investigating supernatural incidents earlier, she'd still had the sense to say, if it involves vengeful spirits, count me out. So she was capable of learning. Just, not much. Because the moment she heard they needed an ordinary person for this task, she had volunteered without hesitation. After experiencing the terror at the dojo, she should have understood what it meant to be scared to the core. But she still came so that someone else wouldn't have to take her place. Honestly, if he hadn't spent all these days with her, getting to know what kind of person she was, this ridiculous display of self-sacrifice would have made him suspect she was some hidden big shot, deliberately putting on a show in front of him. Looking at her pitiful little face, Hoshino Gen couldn't help but smile again. But really, it was because she was such a dummy, because she had that rare, unshaken sense of humanity that she had made it this far. If she'd had even the slightest bad intentions, he would have toyed her to death by now. Time passed. The sky outside, already overcast, darkened further. Finally, Hoshino Gen chuckled and spoke. Feeling better now? Shimizu Yu sniffled, nodded, and answered in a slightly nasal voice, yeah. All right then. Can you still keep going? If not, I'll take you out of here. But if you can, come with me to the top floor. Do you still need me? She asked softly. Hard to say. According to the intel, these vengeful spirits won't actively attack people who aren't a threat to them. But it doesn't say whether they'll hold a grudge against someone like me, who has already attacked them first. So, if you can come along, that'd be ideal, an extra layer of insurance. But if you can't, it's fine. I can go up alone and take my chances. Hoshino Gen spoke indifferently. Shimizu hesitated for a long time. Maybe she was psyching herself up. Maybe she was debating whether to give up. In the end, she gritted her teeth and said, "We've already come this far. If we fail today, we'll just have to come back tomorrow anyway. If I don't go, someone else will have to." With that, she stepped up beside Hoshino Gen, her tear-streaked face now filled with grim determination. Hoshino Gen chuckled, shaking his head. He stuffed his hands into his pockets and strode toward the classroom door. "By the way, how does your sword appear and disappear like that?" "Alchemy. Similar to that thing on your arm," Hoshino Gen said casually as they climbed the stairs. Shimizu nodded in understanding. "It looks pretty cool. Is it the same sword you got at the dojo?" "Yeah." "What were those lingering spirits you mentioned? Weren't the things in the classroom vengeful spirits?" "No. It's a complicated concept, but simply put, lingering spirits are like puppets controlled by vengeful spirits. They don't have a vessel, they don't have obsessions, and they don't have thoughts of their own." "Yes." As they talked, Hoshino Gen suddenly stopped. Shimizu, walking beside him, halted as well. Because at the stairwell leading from the 5th to the 6th floor, the path was completely blocked. A pile of wooden crates, desks, and all kinds of random junk had been stacked deliberately, sealing the way to the top floor. Whether this was done by a person or something else remained unclear. Hoshino Gen had no intention of forcing his way through. He turned around. "Let's check the other stairwell." Shimizu had no objections and followed obediently. But, as expected, the other stairwell was in the same condition. Worse, someone had stuffed spare uniforms into the gaps, making sure nothing could get through. What now? Shimizu hugged her arms for warmth. Maybe it was just her imagination, but the higher they went, the colder it seemed to get. Hoshino Gen stood before the blocked stairwell, lost in thought for a moment. Then, he pulled out a talisman, flicked his wrist, and a fireball the size of a basketball floated into his palm. Without hesitation, he hurled it at the barricade and pulled Shimizu back a few steps. Boom! Flames roared to life, instantly engulfing the debris. The intense heat rapidly dispelled the eerie chill in the air, and the fire's glow illuminated the dark stairwell. Shimizu opened her mouth but quickly closed it again. The method seemed a little extreme, but considering it was Hoshino Gen, it actually felt pretty normal. Minutes passed. As the sky outside darkened, the fire burned the obstacles down to ashes, and the flames gradually died out. Rumble. Another muffled thunderclap rolled through the sky, and moments later, rain began to pour. Hoshino Gen cast a glance at the torrential downpour outside and casually remarked, "Shimizu didn't respond." Instead, she gazed at the soot-blackened staircase and the charred walls before asking, "Should we go up?" Hoshino Gen smiled without answering, but his feet had already stepped forward. As black, snow-like ash swirled in the air, he led Shimizu to the top floor. Unlike the scorched stairwell they had just ascended, the moment they set foot on this level, it felt as if they had stepped from the peak of summer into the dead of winter. A chilling cold pervaded the air, completely unaffected by the raging fire that had consumed the floors below. Shimizu hugged herself tightly, her teeth chattering from the cold. Even her breath, when exhaled, turned into a visible mist. Hoshino Gen's expression finally shifted from his usual nonchalance to something more serious. Loosening his school tie slightly, he muttered, "The energy here is thick. No wonder the Special Affairs Unit has been stalling on dealing with this place. Are the ghosts here really that difficult to handle?" Shimizu asked, struggling to speak through the shivers. After all, she was still wearing her school's summer uniform, just a white t-shirt, a tie, and a short skirt. even with her limited knowledge of this world, she knew one thing: they hadn't even encountered a ghost yet, and the sheer cold alone was enough to be life-threatening. Something about this situation was far from normal. Probably. Hoshino Gen raised his right hand, where black energy surged and condensed into a blade. With his left hand, he pulled out a talisman and ran it along the blade's edge. Lava-like patterns flared to life, spreading from the hilt to the tip, radiating intense heat that rapidly dispelled the surrounding chill. "We'll know once we take a look." With his sword in hand, Hoshino Gen led Shimizu swiftly down the corridor. The rain continued to pour, and when stray droplets landed on the cursed blade, they evaporated instantly with a faint hiss. Before long, they arrived at the restroom on the top floor of the school building. A wooden board, bearing the words, "Do not enter," had been nailed across the door. Hoshino Gen casually slashed through it with a single stroke, stepping over the shattered wood as he entered. To the left was the men's restroom. To the right, the women's. According to the intel, the girl had been murdered by her lover inside the men's restroom. Without hesitation, Hoshino Gen turned left. Contrary to what one might expect, the restroom was utterly unremarkable. Aside from a thick layer of dust from years of abandonment, there was nothing unusual about it. Shimizu, who had followed him in, was equally surprised. "This place seems normal. Is this the only restroom on this floor?" Hoshino Gen motioned for her to stay quiet. His gaze swept over the 5 stalls. Stepping forward, he pushed each door open one by one. When he reached the 5th stall, however, the flimsy wooden door refused to budge. Hoshino Gen let out an amused chuckle before pivoting and delivering a sharp side kick, splintering the door into pieces. Yet, beyond the shattered doorway, there was nothing. He paused, glancing down at himself, then at the cursed blade in his grip, still radiating warmth. Something clicked in his mind. Looking toward Shimizu, who stood at the center of the restroom watching him curiously, he hesitated for a moment before saying, "It might be my presence that's keeping the ghost from appearing. If I step away, do you have the guts to stay here alone?" After a brief pause, he added, "This isn't an order, nor is it part of your job as my assistant. I'm just asking." Shimizu swallowed hard, her nerves rattled. Her voice trembled, either from fear or the cold, maybe both. How far are you talking about?" "1 floor down." Hoshino Gen replied uncertainly. That, her expression instantly crumbled. "That far? If the ghost shows up, can you really make it in time to save me?" Sure, she had a tendency to get swept up in the moment and do reckless things, but in this eerie, freezing atmosphere, her courage had its limits. Hoshino Gen thought it over and sighed. "Forget it, let's head back. This isn't something you can handle anyway. I'll go ask the Special Affairs Unit how they gathered their intel before we try again." As he spoke, the cursed blade in his hand dissolved into flowing light and vanished. With a quick gesture, he signaled Shimizu to follow him out. Just as they stepped out of the restroom, Hoshino Gen suddenly halted. Something occurred to him. He turned to Shimizu and extended his hand. "Give me your hand." He wasn't about to leave empty-handed. Shimizu blinked in confusion. When she realized what he was asking, she forgot about the cold entirely. Her face turned crimson, and she stammered, What are you saying? Holding hands in a place like this? We're just friends." Hoshino Gen rolled his eyes in exasperation and simply grabbed her hand, pulling her along as they walked back down the corridor. Shimizu instinctively tried to resist, but his grip was firm, and her weak struggle didn't amount to much. As she felt the cool touch of his fingers wrapped around hers, her brain short-circuited. She was practically overheating from embarrassment, trudging along in a daze, completely oblivious to everything around her. Not even the cold rain splashing on her skin registered in her mind, not even when she passed by a classroom and caught a glimpse of a girl standing inside. Wait, a girl? What other student would be in this godforsaken place? It was like a bucket of ice water had been dumped over her head. Shimizu snapped back to reality, every hair on her body standing on end. "Hey!" she screamed, but Hoshino Gen reacted even faster. Releasing her hand, his right palm immediately summoned his cursed blade, and in one swift motion, he slashed through the classroom window, shattering it to pieces. Without hesitation, he leapt through the broken frame. He knew it. A girl, murdered by the hands of her lover along with the unborn child in her womb, would never allow a young couple to flaunt their affection before her. And no matter how intelligent a vengeful spirit might be, in the And, they were creatures bound by obsession and resentment, and in the face of such emotions, logic was nothing more than a sandcastle waiting to be washed away. The moment Hoshino Gen landed inside the classroom, the girl inside slowly lifted her head, her ash-gray face bore an expression of unfiltered malice, and her pitch-black eyes were like bottomless pools, brimming with a thick, suffocating hatred. Row. The razor-sharp blade tore through the air, whistling as it slashed straight at the vengeful spirit's forehead. With a piercing shriek, the ghost dissolved into a cloud of black mist, scattering into the air. Hoshino Gen's strike landed on nothing but empty space. Without pause, he flicked his wrist, pulling out 2 talismans and tossing them forward. A raging gust erupted, flames bursting to life in an instant. A fiery tornado materialized in the middle of the classroom, swallowing both the black mist and the surrounding desks and chairs. In mere moments, the once orderly albeit dusty classroom descended into chaos. The sharp clatter of furniture, the wailing of the vengeful spirit, the violent roar of the thunderstorm outside all blended into a cacophony of noise. Then, suddenly, a wave of icy cold surged from within the blazing tornado, snuffing out both the wind and the fire. The black mist coalesced once more, reforming into the vengeful spirit at the center of the classroom. Her school uniform was now scorched and tattered, and her bluish-gray skin bore fresh burn marks. Yet, in contrast, the resentment and hatred on her face had only deepened. The air around them thickened, the oppressive energy almost tangible to the naked eye. Hoshino Gen wasted no words. His figure blurred, vanishing into a streak of motion as his blade arced toward the ghost. But at that very instant, thick ropes shot out from all directions, weaving into a massive net along his path. His cursed blade struck the net, but instead of severing it, the strands flexed and swayed backward, perfectly absorbing the force behind his attack. The relentless assault was broken. Hoshino Gen shifted his stance, retreating a step as he flung another set of talismans toward the rope net. Flames flared, engulfing the entire web in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it was reduced to a pile of charred ash. As he came to a halt, another presence emerged beside the vengeful spirit. This time, a corpse dangled from the ceiling, its face obscured by the noose cutting into its neck. "Is it just the 2 of you? If you have any other companions, you'd better call them out quickly." Hoshino Gen tilted his head, gripping his blade with a lazy smile. His tone was almost casual, as if he weren't addressing 2 terrifying ghosts but a pair of lowly street thugs. Perhaps it was his attitude that infuriated them, or perhaps they were simply inclined to follow orders. Either way, the moment his words fell, a gust of cold wind howled through the classroom. More ropes slithered down from the ceiling, and with them came more hanged corpses, their tongues grotesquely stretched out. Black mist surged, and pale-faced students materialized, their dead, hollow eyes fixed on Hoshino Gen. In an instant, the once empty classroom became suffocatingly crowded. Outside the window, Shimizu Yu's gaze remained locked onto Hoshino Gen, her breath hitching seeing the classroom filled with vengeful spirits. Even Hoshino Gen couldn't help but frown slightly. Not because of the extra ghosts, they were just remnants, no real threat to him. No, what unsettled him was the sudden, gnawing sense of unease creeping into his mind. And in the very next moment, that premonition proved correct. The vengeful spirit's mouth stretched wide open, her lips a sickly blue-black. Beyond them lay something so vile, so indescribably foul, that words failed to capture its grotesqueness. At the same time, the newly formed student ghosts abruptly turned into streaks of darkness, surging toward her gaping maw. Hoshino Gen's eyes sharpened. The instant the change occurred, he sprang into action. Talismans shot forward, transforming into fireballs, crackling bolts of lightning, blinding bursts of golden light, and radiant silver glows. Flame Sealing Talisman, 5 Thunder Talisman, Soul Suppression Talisman, Evil Breaking Talisman. All 4 were unleashed at once. But before they could strike their target, the hanged ghosts above swung their withered arms, lashing out with their frayed ropes like whips, intercepting the talismans before they could reach the vengeful spirit. Hoshino Gen stepped forward only for the hanged ghosts to shift in tandem, forming a wall of bodies to shield the vengeful spirit. Somewhere amidst the chaos, he heard a faint sound, an eerie, almost imperceptible wailing. A baby's cry. His left eye burned, its crimson hue spreading uncontrollably. Realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. He knew exactly what the ghost was doing. Pain flared through his left eye, searing through his nerves and spreading across his entire body. His expression darkened for the first time. That cry was it awakening something inside his left eye. There was no more time to hesitate. 10 seconds. If he couldn't end this within 10 seconds, he had to retreat immediately. If that thing in his eye woke up, they were all doomed. NS. His left hand ran along the blade's inky black surface, slicing open his palm. The cursed blade drank deeply, greedily absorbing the fresh blood, as if a famished wanderer had stumbled upon an oasis after a long, endless journey through the desert. He could feel the blade's excitement. Its thirst. A faint crimson glow pulsed along its edge. A thick, viscous darkness coiled around his left hand. No time to purify the curse with a cleansing talisman. A bright yellow talisman slapped onto his leg. The next second he vanished. The world seemed to stutter, a frame skipped. In one moment, Hoshino Gen stood still, in the next, he appeared right before a hanged ghost. A gale whipped past as his blood-stained blade traced a scarlet arc through the air. The ghost split in two, its remnants fading into dust before it could even wail. The remaining three lunged at him, as if to trap him. But that was exactly what Hoshino Gen wanted. As the three ghosts closed in, he clenched a fistful of talismans, his right hand slick with blood and shrouded in dark energy. The talismans soaked in his blood. Crimson flames erupted. The hanged ghosts were swallowed whole by the terrifying inferno, vanishing without a single scream. 3 seconds. All four ghosts, erased. A small, unremarkable bronze cup clattered to the floor, but Hoshino Gen didn't spare it a glance. Instead, he charged straight toward the vengeful spirit, who was now harboring something truly unspeakable inside her. His blade came down in a single, decisive strike. It cut through her as easily as a hot knife through butter. The vengeful spirit split apart, yet the ominous gloom only thickened. A frigid wave of cold air surged from within her torso. A baby's wail rang through the air. Not the cry of a newborn greeting life, but the harbinger of a nightmare. A violent gale erupted, nearly knocking Hoshino Gen back as his left eye seared with unbearable heat, as if it were about to burn through his skull. No more time. He had to leave. The cursed blade shattered into streaks of light as he spun around, swiftly hoisting the dazed Shimizu onto his back. 2 talismans slapped onto his legs. With a powerful leap, Hoshino Gen shot past the corridor railing and disappeared into the storm. Cold rain lashed against them, drenching Hoshino Gen and Shimizu in an instant. Beneath their feet, it felt as if they were stepping on twin storms, suspending them mid-air without immediately plummeting. It was as if an invisible pair of glider wings had unfurled behind Hoshino Gen, while the biting rain jolted Shimizu back to her senses. Yet before she could even panic over the fact that she was plummeting from the 6th floor, something even more terrifying happened. A grotesque, dark blue-black shadow leapt from the corridor, moving so fast that it was impossible to make out its true form. Shimizu barely had time to slap Hoshino Gen's back. "Something's here dash." Before her voice had fully fallen, the blue-black shadow lunged at Hoshino Gen's back. A baby-like face turned toward Shimizu, giggling eerily. For a moment, Shimizu felt as if all the blood in her body had frozen still. A bone-chilling cold surged straight to her brain, nearly robbing her of consciousness. But it was only for an instant. Hoshino Gen didn't even bother with the ghostly infant clinging to his back. Instead, he produced a talisman from seemingly nowhere and slapped it onto Shimizu's back. Then, his hands clamped around her slender waist and without hesitation, he flung her away. Mouth agape, Shimizu stretched out her hand toward the rapidly shrinking figure of Hoshino General, but the next moment, a fierce gust of wind surged behind her, sweeping her away. Caught off guard, with no idea how to control this force, she flailed like a dying drone with a failing battery, tumbling onto the balcony of an abandoned dormitory building. Meanwhile, Hoshino Gen, riding the storm, grabbed the ghost infant latched onto him. A surge of black energy coursed through his right hand as his demon blade plunged mercilessly toward the struggling entity. Gay. The ghost infant let out a sharp, unsettling chuckle, as if Hoshino Gen's killing intent was nothing more than a playful game. Just as the blade's tip was about to pierce its blue-black skin, its body suddenly dissolved into black smoke, coiling around the demon blade before slithering up Hoshino Gen's arm. The black smoke swiftly reformed into the ghost infant, but this time, its size swelled over tenfold. It had become a grotesque mountain of flesh, crushing Hoshino Gen as it sent him plummeting straight into the campus courtyard. Boom! The impact sent water splashing in all directions, the dull crash reverberating across the rain-soaked school grounds only to be drowned out by the eerie laughter of the monstrous infant. Pinned down by the creature's massive hand, Hoshino Gen lay in a puddle. His right eye was vacant, but the crimson glow in his left eye burned even more intensely. A sigh echoed from somewhere soft, yet unfathomably profound. It wasn't the sigh of any living being, but a sound carrying an indescribable weight and emotion. Just a single breath, yet it invited endless speculation. On the ground, Hoshino Gen's right eye shut completely, and the radiance in his left eye dimmed. Yet within that eye socket, the once blue iris had vanished entirely, replaced by a deep crimson sheen, as if it had always been that way. As the sigh faded, the ghost infant who had just been gleefully cackling over its new plaything suddenly stiffened. It was like a mouse hearing the cry of a cat. With a violent shudder, it yanked its massive hand away from Hoshino Gen. But it was too late. A blur of red streaked through the rain so fast it was impossible to see clearly. With a crisp snap, the ghost infant's enormous hand was severed, hitting the ground with a wet thud. The creature froze for a moment, its grotesquely twisted face contorting into an almost human-like expression of confusion. It looked down at the severed limb, but where Hoshino Gen had been pinned just moments ago there was nothing. Instead, Hoshino Gen now stood a short distance away, his left eye glowing like a crimson crystal. He examined his own body, tilting his head slightly, as if testing something. Then, he smiled a disturbingly beautiful, almost bewitching smile. Upon seeing this, the ghost infant's expression instantly shifted to sheer terror. Its bloated, tumor-ridden flesh wriggled frantically, sprouting a new hand as it scrambled backward, desperate to flee. Because in its eyes, Hoshino Gen was no longer a human male in a school uniform. He was a nightmare wrapped in swirling crimson silk, a ghostly woman, exuding an aura so terrifying that the creature could hardly bear to look at him. Hoshino Gen didn't move. He stood in place, seemingly absorbing something unseen. A moment later, he extended a single hand. A bead of deep red blood welled at his fingertip, coalescing into a sigil midair. Nuobi Epsilon. He pointed toward the retreating ghost infant. The blood sigil shot forward like a bullet, cutting through space in an instant before slamming into the infant's massive body. A burst of rose-colored flames ignited, enveloping the ghost infant with an eerie, almost tender warmth. Yuwu! A shrill wail tore through the rain. The ghost infant's body exploded into black smoke, trying desperately to escape the flames. But no matter how it shifted forms, the fire clung to it like an unshakable curse. It shrank back to the size of an ordinary infant, thrashing in agony across the rain-drenched ground until it rolled to a stop at Hoshino Gen's feet. Hoshino Gen crouched down, resting his chin on one hand, his gaze filled with quiet amusement. Then, he extended another hand. This time, 5 fingertips bled simultaneously, forming 5 distinct sigils in the air. One by one, the sigils descended onto the ghost infant. Light pulsed in dizzying succession. And when the glow finally faded, the ghost infant was gone. All that remained was a simple, ancient-looking bracelet. Hoshino Gen picked it up. Casually, he tossed it into his mouth, swallowing it whole. At that moment, a wooden desk came hurtling down from the school building, crashing toward him with deadly force. Yet, oddly enough, the solid object passed straight through his body as if he weren't there at all, shattering upon impact with the ground. Unfazed, Hoshino Gen turned his gaze upward. Standing in the window of a classroom was a schoolgirl ghost, her uniform nearly cleaved in two by a deep, gaping gash. She glared at him with unbridled hatred. Hoshino Gen's smile remained serene. With a gentle flick of his wrist, another blood sigil formed and shot toward her. No sound. Only a burst of rose-colored flames erupting, reducing the schoolgirl ghost to ashes in an instant. The fire did not stop its spread, consuming the entire classroom, then creeping across the school building. Rain poured heavily, but Hoshino Gen only turned his head. Not far away, Shimizu stood frozen, gripping a wooden stick, staring at him in stunned silence. Thunder roared. The sky split apart, and flashes of lightning illuminated Hoshino Gen's face, a twisted smile playing on his lips. In the distance, the school building had already been engulfed by raging crimson flames. The torrential downpour did nothing to subdue the fire as it surged toward the heavens. Faintly, the wail of fire truck sirens echoed from afar. Hoshino Gen turned toward Shimizu and offered a cryptic smile. Then, his left eye like a glimmering red crystal began to fade. Moments later, sapphire blue returned, but almost instantly, his eyelids grew heavy, and his body collapsed into the rain-drenched ground. Shimizu swallowed hard. Only then did she realize that the suffocating chill paralyzing her moments ago was finally receding. She barely had time to catch her breath before she rushed toward the fallen Hoshino Gen. "Hey! Are you okay? Wake up! Hey!" But Hoshino Gen would never hear her desperate calls. At this moment, his consciousness was adrift in a vast, endless expanse of white. In this world, there was only him. And her. Or rather, a female vengeful spirit. A long crimson ribbon wrapped around part of her ethereal form, leaving expanses of pale, porcelain-like skin exposed. She was breathtakingly cold, her complexion gleaming like fresh snow. Dark tresses swirled behind her, and her lips, painted a striking red, curled into an unreadable smile. Her eyes were like blood-red crystals. Barefoot, her delicate toes adorned with vermilion polish, she hovered weightlessly in the air. Hoshino Gen gazed at her, his expression complex. He had long known the truth of what lurked within his left eye. The moment he died in his past life, he understood this ghost, a terror unlike any he had encountered before, had latched onto him. Not in the physical sense. But something far more terrifying, she had woven herself into his very soul. Even through death, through reincarnation, she never let go. Hoshino Gen didn't know why she clung to him so obsessively, nor did he understand what she truly wanted. So now, face to face with her once more, he simply met her gaze in silence. The ghost suddenly laughed. Her voice was crisp and melodious, like wind chimes swaying in a summer breeze. Before Hoshino Gen could react, she materialized behind him, her presence unnoticed until slender, flawless arms snaked around his neck. Her touch was icy. Her breath, brushing against his ear, sent a chilling whisper through his senses. "You can't escape." As soon as the words fell, her form dissolved into shimmering light. And in the empty, boundless whiteness, something new emerged. A red pavilion, ancient and elegant, its architecture steeped in an eerie charm. Above its entrance, 3 characters were etched. "Bai Tong's tomb." "Bai Tong." Hoshino Gen murmured the name under his breath. And then, darkness surged toward him like an abyssal tide. He lost consciousness completely. The rhythmic beeping of a heart monitor stirred him awake. Hoshino Gen opened his eyes to a dimly lit white ceiling. His mind cleared. He realized he was lying on an unbelievably soft bed, surrounded by an unmistakably high-end hospital room. The gloom wasn't due to poor lighting but the overcast sky beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. Rain pattered gently against the glass, draping the world outside in a muted haze. With acute NES. His body still felt weak, but aside from that, there was nothing out of the ordinary. He sat up, tearing the electrode patches from his chest. The heart monitor let out a sharp, jarring beep. The sound startled a figure slumped over the side of the bed. With a jolt, the person shot upright, eyes darting around in alarm. At first, she stared blankly at the now flatlined heart monitor, frozen in confusion. Then, she turned her gaze toward Hoshino Gen, her face filling with disbelief. Seeing him sitting there as if nothing had happened, she let out a long, relieved sigh. "Senpai. You scared me to death." Kiryu Rakui huffed, half scolding, half exasperated. Pushing herself up from the bed's edge, she walked over to switch off the heart monitor. Hoshino Gen paid little attention to her complaints and instead asked, "How long was I asleep?" Kiryu Rikuyi plopped back down onto the plush carpet beside the bed and checked her phone. It's 3:40 p.m. So, about 20 hours, give or take. After a brief pause, she added, "People have been calling and texting you non-stop since last night. Your phone's charging in the next room, want me to grab it for you? If you don't mind." "Thanks." Hoshino Gen's response was polite and measured. Kiryu Rikuyi beamed. "Senpai, you don't have to be so formal with me." With that, she cheerfully dashed out the door. She wasn't gone for long. Soon, she returned with his phone. The moment it touched his palm, it vibrated faintly. Hoshino Gen traced his fingers along the edges of the screen, feeling the subtle tremor fade before unlocking the device with his fingerprint. Missed calls and unread messages flooded the screen. Yet they were all from the same few people. The phone calls, in particular, were concentrated around 11 o'clock last night. His little sister. His hopelessly dense assistant. And an unknown number, most likely that brat, Liz. He could already piece together what had happened. He hadn't returned home. Liz got worried and called his sister, Hoshino Rin, who in turn called him. And as for that idiot Shimizu Yu, she stuck to texts. Her messages were relentless. "Are you awake? Hello? Still not up? Call me when you wake up. Never mind, just text me back." A single period would do. Hoshino Gen almost laughed. But thinking about his situation, he found himself unable to. At that moment, Kiryu Rikuyi spoke up again. "This place is the Special Affairs Unit's private medical facility. It's designed to treat and accommodate members of the unit, as well as individuals who collaborate with us. The medical team noticed that your brainwave activity was unusual, and that there were signs of contamination spreading through your system. So, we decided not to inform your parents." She hesitated, then stuck out her tongue sheepishly. "But, since Rinchan and Lizchan kept calling, I may have called them myself." Hoshino Gen looked at her. She hurriedly clarified, "But I didn't answer your phone. I just saw their numbers on the caller ID and used my own phone to call them instead." Hoshino Gen didn't respond. Kiryu Rikuyi exhaled in relief, then asked, "Oh, right. Senpai, do you feel unwell anywhere? Should I call the doctor for you?" "I'm fine, thanks for your concern." Hoshino Gen's tone revealed no discernible emotion. Kiryu Rikuyi hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking, "Senpai, I actually went to Nagano this morning to take a look. The entire school has been burned to the ground, just a pile of ruins now. Was the battle yesterday really that intense? Even you ended up passing out?" Hoshino Gen shook his head without offering any explanation. He glanced at the hospital gown he was wearing, then swept his gaze around the room. Soon, he spotted his freshly washed and neatly folded school uniform placed on the bedside table. He looked at Kiryu Rikuyi. "If I want to leave now, what's the procedure?" You just need to notify the front desk and sign a discharge form." Kiryu Rikuyi blinked. "But, senpai, are you really leaving now? The doctor said your condition isn't great, you should stay for further observation." Hoshino Gen waved a hand dismissively. "Step out for a moment. I need to change." Kiryu Rikuyi pursed her lips in slight dissatisfaction but obediently left the room. When Hoshino Gen arrived home, he immediately heard the sound of a movie playing on the living room TV. The room was dim, with all the curtains drawn shut. Liz and Hoshino Rin, who had returned at some unknown point, were curled up on the sofa under a blanket, watching TV. As soon as Hoshino Gen stepped inside, Hoshino Rin tossed aside the blanket and ran up to him. "Onie-chan. Where have you been? You were gone for so long. Liz and I were so worried. If someone claiming to be your friend hadn't called and said you were just handling something outside, I would have called Mom." Hoshino Gen, who had just changed his shoes, replied nonchalantly, "Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? If we're talking about staying out overnight, I'm pretty sure you do it more often than I do. Hoshino Rin pouted. That's because of work. I was working too just for myself. Hoshino Gen shrugged, sidestepping her as he walked toward his room. Hoshino Rin watched his back disappear behind the door, looking pitiful. I even pushed aside work to come back out of concern for you. Once back in his room, Hoshino Gen didn't idle around. The presence in his left eye had awakened. Once his greatest trump card against danger, it had now become the danger itself, a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. Although that thing was undoubtedly terrifying, and although he wasn't particularly opposed to letting it fester, Hoshino Gen still rummaged through his drawers and pulled out a stack of blank talisman papers. Arranging them into a bagua formation around himself, he dipped a brush into ink and swiftly drew runes onto the papers. Before long, the originally bright yellow bagua diagram took on a black and yellow hue. Adjusting his posture, Hoshino Gen sat cross-legged and began chanting in a low voice. A faint golden light emanated from the bagua diagram, and the runes on the talismans trembled, detaching from the paper and crawling toward him. Black runes slithered across his skin like chains before ultimately converging upon his left eye. When every last rune had been absorbed, the bagua diagram on the floor lost its luster. Hoshino Gen stood up and walked to the bathroom mirror. Studying his reflection, he noticed two minuscule chains of runes crisscrossing within his vibrant blue left eye, forming an X-shaped seal. Would this actually work? Hoshino Gen wasn't sure. After all, the entity residing in his left eye wasn't something he could hope to control. But maybe it was psychological. Seeing the seal in his eye gave him a strange sense of relief. Bracing both hands on the sink, he tilted his head back, staring at the bathroom ceiling with a soft sigh. A knock on his bedroom door broke his daze. Outside, a sweet and lively voice called out unsurprisingly. It was Hoshino Rin. Oniai-chan, are you hungry? Do you want something to eat? Hoshino Gen snapped out of his thoughts. Now that she mentioned it, he realized he hadn't eaten in over 20 hours. His stomach felt completely empty, and hunger gnawed at him. Rain gobes. Getting up, he opened the door. Hoshino Rin stood outside, dressed in casual, cartoon-patterned loungewear with an apron over it, clearly planning to cook dinner herself. Hoshino Gen asked, "What's in the kitchen?" Steak, fresh beef, ham, chicken, pork, bread, lots of vegetables, and more meat. Basically, you can have anything. And if we don't have it, we can order delivery. She proudly listed off her options like a head chef. Hoshino Gen thought for a moment before asking, "Can you cook Chinese food?" Hoshino Rin blinked. Then, she shook her head. "Nope." "Then just make something you're good at." Hoshino Gen said casually. "Oh, so Oniai-chan likes Chinese food?" Hoshino Rin murmured, as if she had just obtained an important piece of intel. Hoshino Gen didn't deny it. He'd grown up eating it, after all. Over the years, he tried cuisines from all over the world, but he had yet to find anything as diverse or as suited to his tastes. Just as he was about to retreat to his room and wait until dinner was ready, Hoshino Rin suddenly stepped closer, so close their bodies nearly touched. Hoshino Gen instinctively took a step back to maintain some distance. However, Hoshino Rin seemed unaware of his reaction. She leaned in, her bright heterochromatic eyes intently fixed on his left eye. "Oniai-chan, what's in your left eye? Why does it have an X?" Hoshino Gen placed a hand on her forehead and pushed her face away. "You don't need to know." "Oh." Hoshino Rin pouted slightly, secretly grumbling that her brother was such a stingy person. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she hurriedly added, "Oh. Can you sit with Liz in the living room for a while? We were watching a horror movie earlier, and if I leave to cook, she'll be all alone and scared." This time, Hoshino Gen didn't refuse. He wasn't doing anything particularly important in his room anyway. Plus, he did enjoy horror movies. Taking a seat on the long couch, he left a good amount of distance between himself and Liz. But before he could even settle in properly or see what was playing on the TV, Liz suddenly hopped off her seat and plopped down right next to him, clinging to his arm as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Question mark. Even Hoshino Gen was momentarily baffled. A single question mark slowly formed in his mind. Wait, since when were we this close? The confusion quickly dissipated. After all, it had only been a few days since the incident. While it wasn't exactly an important memory, it wasn't something that should be forgotten so quickly either. Back at Disneyland, even though it was technically Michiko possessing this little girl's body, at least on the surface, Liz's affectionate gestures toward him didn't seem all that inappropriate, right? Or rather, if he were to return to his previous indifferent attitude toward Liz suddenly, wouldn't that feel even more unnatural? Hoshino Gen found it a little odd, but that didn't stop him from quietly withdrawing his hand from the little girl's soft, warm embrace. Liz blinked in confusion, tilting her face upward to look at him curiously. I'm not feeling well. Don't get too close, Hoshino Gen casually found an excuse and said in English. Are you sick? The little girl's face immediately showed concern, an expression completely different from when she had first arrived. No. Hoshino Gen didn't care about such things. He got up and moved to the single-seater couch on the other side. Just watch your show. Don't mind me. Liz stared at him with her beautiful blue eyes for a long moment before reluctantly turning her attention back to the TV. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but she couldn't shake the feeling that her cousin's attitude toward her was somehow different from when they were at Disneyland. Outside, the drizzly May weather brought a lingering chill to the room. With the curtains drawn, the indoor lighting was dim. The rhythmic patter of rain mixed with the eerie sounds from the horror movie playing on the television. From the kitchen, Hoshino Rin's voice rang out. Dinner's ready. The next day, the rain finally cleared, and Hoshino Gen went to school as usual. Perhaps because he rarely interacted with his classmates, his absence the previous day didn't cause even the slightest stir when he arrived that morning. The campus was still buzzing with excitement over the upcoming school festival. Unlike the classes that required every student to participate in setting up cafes or haunted houses, Class 1A was putting on a play. Although stage performances required quite a few actors, including background extras and minor roles, plus a scriptwriting team and backstage crew, meaning nearly the entire class was actively involved, there were still a handful of students who remained on the sidelines. Hoshino Gen, unsurprisingly, was one of them. Between classes, he had nothing to do, making him seem like an outsider. Two delicate, fair hands suddenly planted themselves on his desk. Hoshino Gen, who had been quietly reading, slowly looked up. As expected, he saw an unhappy Shimizu staring down at him. Hoshino Gen smiled. What's wrong? That one sentence nearly made Shimizu choke on her frustration. You're seriously asking me that? She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Did you check your phone? I did. Then did you see my messages? I did. When did you wake up? Yesterday afternoon. Shimizu could no longer stay calm. She glanced around, ensuring no one was paying attention, then leaned down and nearly growled, then why didn't you reply? Do you have any idea how worried people were? I barely slept a wink last night. Is moving your fingers to send a reply really that hard? Renps. Hoshino Gen held her gaze momentarily, noticing the dark circles under her eyes. Unable to hold back, he chuckled. My bad, my bad. I was going to send you a period, but I forgot. Anyway, thanks for your concern. He wasn't lying, he did appreciate others worrying about him and had no intention of causing trouble on purpose. It was just that yesterday, his attention had been completely occupied by the resident in his left eye, so Shimizu's messages had slipped his mind. You're still laughing. Shimizu was furious. The curve of Hoshino Gen's lips deepened slightly. Amused, he said, my mistake. By now, a few classmates had noticed the commotion. After all, Hoshino Gen had long established a reputation as the silent, strange type. Seeing someone actively engaging with him? That was a minor newsworthy event in Class 1A. Noticing this, Shimizu shot him a fierce glare and muttered under her breath, annoying jerk. Then, she hurriedly walked away, not because she was worried about being seen talking to him, but simply because she knew Hoshino Gen wasn't the type to enjoy attention. If his smiling enigma persona were to crumble, given his appearance, he'd probably never have a moment of peace between classes again. As soon as she returned to her seat, Suzuki Saami sidled up to her with a teasing grin. What were you talking about with Hoshino? From the way you looked, you were like a wife scolding her husband for staying out all night. What are you even saying? Shimizu Yu's bright, almond-shaped eyes widened as she protested, he and I are just regular friends. Saami, that's so disrespectful. Suzuki Saami giggled. Regular friends, huh? There are plenty of people in this school who'd love to be Hoshino's regular friend, but somehow, you're the only one who actually managed it. That's because I know his secret. Shimizu Yu grumbled internally. Of course, she couldn't say that aloud. Instead, she pouted, at a loss for words, before muttering, just don't say weird things, okay? It wouldn't be good if people heard. Yes, Suzuki Saami smiled knowingly, her gaze shifting between Shimizu Yu and Hoshino Gen when her eyes landed on him, taking in his ridiculously handsome side profile, she couldn't help but sigh internally. Even the most aloof, untouchable person still had to go through the turbulence of youth, huh? Shimizu Yu had no idea what her friend was thinking. As for Hoshino Gen, he didn't know, and he didn't care. The bell rang. Next was PE class. After gathering on the field, the gym teacher led them to the kendo hall. Today's lesson was on kendo fundamentals. 10 minutes of basic swings, then paired practice. Students were assigned partners based on their lineup order. The teacher and Shimizu Yu, who had placed second in the National Middle School Kendo Tournament, demonstrated the movements at the front, while the rest followed along. Hoshino Gen was paired with a boy named Uchida Mitsutaka, one of those students who consistently ranked at the bottom academically but was always full of energy. Being lively in class didn't mean eagerly answering questions during lessons. Rather, it referred to someone who enjoyed saying things that easily caught others' attention, doing eye-catching actions, or making exaggerated movements, often drawing laughter from classmates. The type who was a bit loud and boisterous. Popular among the boys, able to get along with the girls, and even had a decent relationship with the teachers. Uchida Mitsutaka casually swung his bamboo sword through the air and grinned at Hoshino Gen. Hey, Hoshino, why don't you ever talk in class? You think that makes you cool? Hoshino Gen smiled, raising his bamboo sword just like everyone else, assuming the middle stance demonstrated earlier by the PE teacher. But I think it's super lame. Uchida Mitsutaka took a stance opposite him, still grinning. Since you never respond to anyone, a lot of people are getting pretty fed up with you, you know? Pa! Uchida's attack was effortlessly blocked by Hoshino Gen. There's a rumor going around that you're the son of some big corporation. Is that true? On TV, rich heirs always have bodyguards and get chauffeured to school in luxury cars. But you don't seem any different from us, so I guess that means the rumors aren't true. So that also means the stuff online about Rinchan being some corporate heiress is fake too. Damn, my fantasies are shattered. Uchida Mitsutaka let out a dramatic sigh, as if truly heartbroken. Yet, his attacks didn't slow down in the slightest. The idol industry is dirty, after all. If a regular idol with no background manages to make it big, it's either because she's being kept by some rich guy or because she's slept her way up. His words were cut off when his bamboo sword went flying. Hoshino Gen had easily deflected the wild, disorderly attacks before delivering a casual upward strike that disarmed him. Uchida Mitsutaka froze momentarily, then burst into laughter and ran to retrieve his sword. You're sneaky, man. Attacking when someone's talking. He spoke with a playful tone, then added, You're not mad, are you? I wasn't talking about Rinchan, you know. Well, whatever, sorry. Just kidding. Then his voice suddenly turned serious. But I wasn't kidding about people not liking you. Aiki's group is planning to bully you. Watch yourself. Uchida Mitsutaka lowered his voice in warning. Hoshino Gen kept his usual calm smile. Uchida Mitsutaka clicked his tongue, suddenly finding it boring. Aiki, are you sure this'll work? After PE class, a tall, skinny boy with acne all over his face glanced toward a buzzcut boy leaning against the sink, a cigarette dangling lazily from his lips. Who cares? Worth a shot, right? Not like we lose anything if it doesn't work. I've had enough of that kid. Ike exhaled a stream of smoke and smirked. Besides, I've been watching him for a while. That guy's probably autistic. A few beatings should get him to obey us. Then we just tell him if he brings his sister out to have dinner with us, we'll let him off. You think he'd dare refuse? If we get her in front of us, there's no way we'd fail. Get her drunk, drug her, and deny everything later. Even if something happens, worst case, it's just like back in middle school. My old man can handle it. In Japan, money is what makes you a big shot. Ike patted the skinny guy on the shoulder, then kicked another boy beside him, a sturdily built one. Right? I just mean, people say Hoshino's family is loaded. Someone at the last parent-teacher meeting even said they saw his mom driving a Maserati. What if we screw this up and end up dumped in Tokyo Bay instead? Yeah, right. Ike waved dismissively, amused. Rumors spread like crazy in school. Last time, someone even said my family was from the Yakuza. And I've seen real corporate heirs before Hoshino. No way, RES. A sleazy grin spread across his face. Let's be real. That face, that body, those legs, don't you want her? Ever since I got a close look at Rin-chan in class, I can't stop thinking about her. I'm practically dying here. Just then, some cigarette ash fell onto his hand. Ike hissed, shaking it off while swearing under his breath. A pair of hands planted themselves on Hoshino Gen's desk. Shadows loomed over him, dimming the light as he leaned on one hand, gazing absent-mindedly out the window. Noticing the shift in brightness, he turned his head. 3 figures surrounded his desk. The one in the center, the one with his hands pressed against the surface, had a buzz cut and an air of cocky indifference. To his side stood a tall, skinny guy and a muscular one with tanned skin. They were classmates. Hoshino Gen knew their names: Ike Shota, Nakajima Takuma, and Shimozumi Tetsuya. That was about the extent of his knowledge regarding them. Hoshino, step outside. We need to talk. Ike Shota flashed a smirking grin. His 2 companions stayed silent, but their expressions radiated the same smug arrogance. Although it was just between classes and some students weren't in the room, the scene quickly drew attention. First, because Ike's group was infamous. Second, because a lot of people found it intriguing that they were targeting Hoshino Gen. Hoshino Gen recalled the warning Uchida Mitsutaka had given him during PE. Oh, bullying, huh? The thought crossed his mind as he looked at the 3 before him. Then, without meaning to, he laughed. Being reborn into this world, this was a first. He had always known these things weren't uncommon, especially in Japan. They were practically routine. But for it to happen to him. What the hell are you laughing at? Ike's grin vanished, replaced by a glare. He reached out, aiming to grab Hoshino Gen's hair. But Hoshino Gen simply leaned back slightly, avoiding his hand with ease. A chorus of gasps and startled cries erupted from the girls in class. At that moment, Shimizuyu returned to the classroom with Suzuki Saami and curiously asked a girl by the door what was going on. The girl, slightly slack-jawed, pointed toward Hoshino Gen's desk and murmured in disbelief, Ike's group is picking on Hoshino. Huh? Shimizuyu blinked in confusion. Who was being bullied? To be honest, Shimizuyu's brain was completely blank, and she had every reason to suspect she hadn't woken up yet. Come on, Hoshino Gen got bullied? What kind of new age joke was this? If their positions were swapped, if he were the one bullying someone else, or even if someone said he'd attacked a classmate with a knife at school, she'd simply think, ah, finally, this guy's dropped the act and shown his true nature. But now, before he even had a chance to reveal his violent tendencies, someone had already come looking for trouble with him. What? Who had such a death wish? With the mindset of witnessing a brave warrior, Shimizuyu turned her gaze toward Hoshino Gen's seat. 3 figures stood in front of his window-side desk in the front row, hurling obscene insults at the boy who maintained a serene smile. She had originally expected to watch the spectacle of these delinquents getting their asses handed to them. But seeing the scene before her, she found that she had lost all amusement and inexplicable rage surged straight to her head. Without thinking, she abruptly pulled her arm away from Suzuki Sawami's eyes, storming toward them with a fierce aura. "You guys, what do you think you're doing?" Her voice rang out like a clap of thunder, instantly drawing the attention of the entire classroom including Aiki, his lackeys, and Hoshino Gen. "Oh. If it isn't the esteemed Miss Shimizu. What's the matter? We're just having a little chat with a classmate. Even the cops don't meddle this much. And you're not a cop, are you?" Aiki snapped out of his initial surprise and quickly plastered on a smirking expression. "Or could it be, you actually have a thing for this pretty boy?" "No way, right? No way. Someone wouldn't actually fall for a guy like him just because of his face, would they?" Aiki pulled an exaggerated expression of mock disbelief, prompting laughter from his two cronies. Even some of their classmates couldn't hold back their snickers at his deliberately ridiculous tone and expressions. Shimizu gritted her teeth in fury. If she had a bamboo sword right now, she'd definitely crack this bastard over the head with it. She opened her mouth, about to retort, but before she could say anything, Hoshino Gen had somehow appeared beside her. With a faint smile, he patted her shoulder and said softly, "It's fine." Her body stiffened. Looking at Hoshino Gen's ever-present smile, she suddenly had a very bad feeling. Aiki and his gang also finally noticed that Hoshino Gen had left his seat at some point. They widened their eyes, but before they could start swearing, Hoshino Gen spoke first. "Let's go." Two simple words, spoken in a clear, tranquil voice. The sound carried across the now quiet classroom, and several girls found themselves unconsciously staring at his profile, covering their gaping mouths. Even Aiki and his lackeys were momentarily stunned. The tall, lanky Nakajima Takuma was the first to snap out of it. He sneered, "The hell? So you can talk after all. Quit pretending to be mute." As he spoke, he reached out to grab Hoshino Gen by the collar, likely intending to drag him outside by force. Unfortunately for him, that plan was doomed from the start. With a casual turn of his body, Hoshino Gen easily dodged the hand reaching for him. He then strode leisurely toward the classroom door and spoke again, this time, with a trace of laughter in his tone. "Ran empty," said Epsilon. "Aren't you here to talk to me? If the classroom isn't convenient, then anywhere with security cameras probably isn't either. Would you like me to find a more suitable place for you?" At those words, Aiki and his gang exchanged uncertain glances. Something felt off. Wasn't this supposed to be an intimidation? Where was the trembling cowardice? The meek submission? Or did this guy seriously think they just wanted to have a conversation with him? No one could be that stupid, right? Aiki, as expected, was the first to recover. He shoved a hand in his pocket, let out a careless laugh, and sneered, "Oh. You're really getting into this, huh? Who the hell do you think you're fooling?" Then, motioning to his lackeys, he grinned. "Let's go. Time for our little talk." Perhaps reminded by Hoshino Gen's words, the three of them refrained from making any physical contact with him as they left. Instead, they surrounded him as if escorting him out, making their way toward the door. The moment they were gone, the classroom erupted into chaos. Amid the clamor, Suzuki Saami nudged Shimizu's arm, her face worried. Should we tell a teacher? Otherwise, Hoshino's definitely gonna get beaten up." Shimizu kept staring at the door, shifting uneasily. At a glance, one might think she was worried about someone. And in truth, she was worried about Hoshino Gen. But not because she thought he was going to get beaten up. No, she was afraid he might actually kill someone. She had absolute confidence that Hoshino Gen had both the guts and the ability to do so. And she was equally convinced that if he did, he probably wouldn't even face any consequences. But then what? What would people say about him? How would they see him? Murder was still murder. Maybe, she should follow them. If he really was planning to kill someone, at least she could try to talk him down. With that thought, Shimizu told her friend, "I'm going after them." She immediately took off, with Suzuki Saami hurrying to keep up. Just as they stepped out of the classroom, they ran into Aguri Aino and Sakurajima Yui, who had just returned from the restroom, along with a visibly preoccupied Itasaki. Seeing Shimizuyu and Suzuki Sumi in such a rush, Aguri Aina couldn't help but grab Suzuki Saami and ask, "What's going on?" Suzuki Saami struggled momentarily, then glanced at Shimizuyu, who had already run ahead. Without wasting time, she quickly summarized the situation before sprinting after her friend. Aguri Aino and Sakurajima Yui were stunned. They immediately dragged the distracted Itasaki along and, ignoring the sound of the bell signaling the start of class, rushed after them. Their final destination was the school's Northwest Sports Equipment storage room. Unlike what one might expect, the storage room was neither dim nor cramped. It was spacious, and thanks to its transparent ceiling, it was brightly lit. But none of them stepped inside. Because the scene before them completely froze their footsteps in place. On the open floor, the lanky Nakajima and the burly guy were already sprawled out, one with a face reduced to a bloody mess, the other with an arm bent at an unnatural angle. Standing in the light streaming down from the transparent ceiling like an actor under a stage spotlight was Hoshino Gen. He held Aiki by the throat, lifting him into the air. His school uniform sleeve had slid down slightly due to the movement, revealing the stark black tattoo against his pale skin. Tap. 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 No one moved, yet the sound of footsteps echoed through the storage room. More than one pair. Moments later, two figures emerged from behind a pile of equipment. A boy and a girl, both in Sagawa Private Academy uniforms. The boy was tall and refined, with fair skin and handsome features. The girl, wearing glasses, clutched a stack of documents to her chest, staring at Hoshino Gen with wide-eyed terror. Thud. The sound of flesh hitting the ground. Hoshino Gen dropped Aiki's unconscious body like a discarded piece of trash. His gaze flicked toward the newcomers, lingering on the boy with mild surprise. The boy, in turn, smiled. Hoshino-kun, long time no see. You haven't changed a bit since middle school. At his words, the girl beside him immediately turned to look at him in shock, astonished that their esteemed student council president actually knew this guy. Sure, he was ridiculously handsome, but he was also absurdly violent. Meanwhile, the group at the entrance had also recognized the boy in the warehouse. It was Heikage Yohei, the student council president of Sagawa Academy, and a second-year student from Class C. Well, though I'm sure you have your reasons for doing this, as the student council president, I still have to ask. Heikage Yohei paused briefly before smiling with cultured ease. Are the ones on the ground still alive? Hoshino Gen regarded Heikage Yohei for a long moment before offering a polite smile and replying calmly, not dead. After a brief pause, he added, for now. Heikage Yohei's smile faltered slightly. Taking 2 steps forward, he spoke in a more familiar tone, I don't know what they did to provoke you, but could I ask you to leave it at this? After all, they've already been punished enough. As he spoke, he gestured toward the 3 unconscious figures on the floor, their appearances utterly miserable. Then, he continued, besides, what happened back in middle school, it affected you quite a lot as well, didn't it? Upon hearing this, Hoshino Gen couldn't help but chuckle. He placed his foot on Aiki's neck and, with impeccable politeness and detachment, addressed Heikage Yohei. Senpai. I suddenly realized something. The base nature of humans is truly vile. People idolize the strong, prey on the weak, are consumed by desire. Laying low doesn't seem to work here. I thought I had always been discreet, yet people like this still come to trouble me for no reason. Tell me, if everyone saw me as a murderer, a demon who would kill classmates without hesitation, the kind of monster that no one could touch, the heir to a conglomerate so powerful that even if I committed murder, no media outlet would dare report it. Crack. The moment the last word left his lips, Aiki's neck snapped beneath his foot. Hoshino Gen lifted his gaze, smiling at the now stiffened Heikage Yohei. Would people still come looking for trouble with me? Ah dash. A piercing scream rang out beside Heikage Yohei. A girl wearing glasses had dropped her documents, scattering papers everywhere. She stared wide-eyed at Hoshino Gen, who had just, without question, taken a life. Staggering, she collapsed onto the floor. It wasn't just her. Even the girls gathered outside the door had similar reactions. Aside from Shimizuyu, who swallowed nervously as if she had expected things to come to this. The others all looked as if their worldview had shattered. They covered their mouths, not daring to make a sound. However, what was surprising was that the usually timid and cowardly Itasaki had the calmest reaction of all. Well, perhaps calm wasn't the right word. Unlike the others, who were overwhelmed by shock, confusion, and fear, her expression at that moment was closer to hope. Though she was visibly shaken, her eyes gleamed with light. Hoshino Gen paid no mind to how others saw him, nor did he bother to gauge their thoughts. Because the moment he crushed Aiki's neck, a ball of light emerged from the corpse and drifted into his left eye. He could distinctly feel it. His left eye, which had been unbearably hot ever since that tenant awakened, was now slightly cooled. His lips curled upward in interest. That light, was it a soul? And after being absorbed by his left eye, did it have the effect of lulling the tenant inside back to sleep? His gaze instinctively shifted toward the other two bodies on the ground. Just as he lifted his foot to move, a sudden jolt struck his heart. Something was wrong. This train of thought wasn't it off? Was the pollution once again influencing his mind without him realizing it? Shaking his head slightly, Hoshino Gen adjusted his breathing and turned to leave the warehouse. At the doorway, only Shimizuyu remained standing there, watching him with a complicated expression, while Itasaki hung her head, lost in thought. The other girls had all backed away in fear. Sakurajima Yui even made sure to drag the seemingly stunned Itasaki away, as if being even slightly closer to Hoshino Gen would taint them with the stigma of associating with a murderer. Hoshino Gen didn't care. He merely smiled at Shimizuyu as he passed her, casual and indifferent. It was in that moment that Shimizuyu finally realized this guy truly didn't belong in the same world as them. Inside the gymnasium, Hikage Yohei let out a bitter chuckle, stepped forward, and checked Aiki's pulse and breathing. Confirming he was truly dead, he sighed helplessly before looking at the other two bodies on the ground. NBEPSILON-S. Shaking his head, he took out his phone and called for an ambulance. Outside the venue, Itasaki lowered her head and hesitated for a long time. Watching as Hoshino Gen's figure grew more distant, she finally made up her mind. Breaking free from Sakurajima Yui's grasp, she ran after him. The other girls were stunned, including Shimizuyu. However, unlike the others, she hesitated only briefly before also hurrying after them. Hoshino Gen wasn't walking fast. With both hands tucked into his uniform pockets, he strolled as if taking a leisurely walk. It didn't take long for Itasaki to catch up. Panting heavily, she stepped before him, lifting her fair, delicate face. She met his gaze for only half a second before quickly looking away. This girl, despite having the cool, studious beauty of an anime heroine, was timid and shy to the core. She stood there, fidgeting for a long while. Only when Shimizuyu caught up did she finally muster the courage to stammer, Hoshino-kun, are you in the Yakuza? I saw the tattoo on your arm. Hoshino Gen regarded the stammering girl with interest but didn't answer. Shimizuyu also looked at Itasaki in confusion, unable to understand why she was asking such an irrelevant question at a time like this. However, Itasaki seemed to take Hoshino Gen's silence as confirmation. She looked up at him, then quickly looked away, seemingly on the verge of tears. Then, I want to ask, for your help. No matter the price, I'm willing to pay it. Even if I can't repay it right away, I will do everything I can in the future, so please help me. After finishing, she squeezed her eyes shut and shrank her delicate, slender neck, looking like a condemned prisoner awaiting judgment. It was almost comical. And Hoshino Gen did, indeed, laugh. He turned to Shimizuyu and, smiling, asked, "She's your friend, right? Do you know what trouble she's in?" Shimizuyu shook her head blankly before looking at Itasaki in surprise. "Yeah, Saki-chan, what's wrong? Why didn't you tell us?" Itasaki didn't respond. She merely shook her head before taking a deep breath and looking up at Hoshino Gen, her tear-filled eyes filled with hope. "Tell me what it's about first." To his own surprise, Hoshino Gen didn't just walk away indifferently. For one, he wasn't in the mood to return to class anyway. And for another, he was looking for anything to take his mind off things. Constantly thinking about killing people wasn't exactly a good habit. By now, the other girls who had come along were hesitantly making their way over as well. Unlike Shimizu Yu and Itasaki, however, they kept their distance, watching from a little farther away. As for Itasaki, she bit her lower lip at his words, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. My brother, he joined a Yakuza group some time ago. A few days ago, for some reason, he got into trouble with another gang. Now, both sides have agreed to send out a fighter for a deathmatch, no rules, no limits. My brother's gang pushed him forward as their representative. The fight is tonight. But the opponent, he's a former underground boxer, someone who's killed more people in the ring than I can count. If my brother steps into that fight, he's going to die. By the time she reached the end of her sentence, she was already sobbing. I only found out about this today. I don't even dare to tell my parents. I have no idea what to do. So, Hoshino-kun, if you're also part of the Yakuza, you're so strong, could you stop this fight from happening? No matter what you ask for, I'll do anything. Please. Her plea left everyone including Shimizu Yu completely dumbfounded. The shocks they'd received today were beyond overwhelming. First, a classmate who had been at Disneyland with them just days ago had committed murder right on campus. Now, another friend's brother was about to be killed by the Yakuza. This was the modern era, wasn't it? Since when had human lives become so cheap? Shimizu Yu, having experienced her fair share of intense situations, was the first to snap back to reality and exclaim. Why aren't you calling the police? That kind of underground fight is obviously illegal. But the Yakuza are involved, Itasaki sobbed. Even if we call the police, can they protect my family forever? Shimizu Yu's expression froze. She opened her mouth but couldn't find the words to respond. She looked at the tear-streaked Itasaki, then turned to Hoshino Gen. Hoshino Gen was watching the scene unfold with a small, amused smile. Then, as if something had just occurred to him, he turned to Shimizu Yu. What do you think? Huh? Shimizu Yu blinked in confusion, then pointed to herself uncertainly. Me? What the hell? Was he actually asking for her opinion? Shimizu Yu was stunned. More than anything, she felt an overwhelming sense of why me. Hoshino Gen chuckled. Remember? One of your employee benefits is that you get one free request per month. And Ita-san is your friend, isn't she? She's in trouble. Are you willing to use this precious opportunity to help her? The others, who were still processing everything, all turned to look at Shimizu Yu. She remembered now. And without a moment's hesitation, she nodded. Of course. It's not like I have any use for it myself. Hoshino Gen shook his head with a small laugh. All right. I'll take this request. The moment he finished speaking, the wail of an ambulance siren blared from outside the school. Hoshino Gen glanced in that direction, then, without much concern, walked away. New York. The top-floor conference hall of a skyscraper. A group of men in suits sat around a long table while a young man stood at the front, passionately presenting a slideshow. Suddenly, a knock came at the door. A well-dressed woman with long hair entered. The presenter wisely paused, momentarily halting the meeting. The woman walked straight toward the man sitting at the head of the table. The two bodyguards behind the man immediately stepped forward to block her path. The woman, however, showed no displeasure. She simply tilted her head slightly, revealing the ID badge on her neck. The bodyguards then stepped aside. She leaned down and whispered something in the man's ear. The man bore traces of age, but his presence was still undeniable. Elegance and arrogance seeped from his very bones. He raised a brow. Murder, he mused. Who's the victim? The son of the current president of Ike Fisheries, the assistant replied quietly. At that, the man curled his lips in disdain. Their business isn't clean. Find some dirt on them, criminal evidence, if possible. And while you're at it, dig into the son's past. If he has any skeletons in his closet, make sure they get exposed. Make it look good, Alphabet S. Understood. The assistant nodded, then hesitated briefly before adding, and about the young master. No need to interfere. Isn't his mother still in Japan? Yes. The assistant left. The man waved a hand, signaling for the meeting to resume. At the front of the room, the young presenter swallowed nervously before continuing his speech, his voice still passionate but now tinged with reverence and tension. The ambulance siren faded into the distance. Sitting in a cafe outside the school, Hoshino Gen finally answered his ringing phone. The caller ID read, "Mother." Yet, after he picked up, the other end of the line remained silent for a long moment. Finally, Tilina spoke in a complicated tone. "Why did you kill someone?" After a pause, as if realizing her own wording, she quickly added, "I'm not accusing you. I know you must have had your reasons. I just want to understand why." Hoshino Gen sipped his coffee, his voice as polite and composed as ever. "There was no particular reason. They tried to take me somewhere secluded to attack me, so I simply responded accordingly." "What?" Tilina's voice instantly spiked in pitch. She even switched to her native tongue, her tone no longer complicated, just utterly indignant. "They lured you somewhere alone. And they tried to attack you? Bully you? How dare they?" Then, immediately, her voice softened with concern. "Sweetheart, are you hurt?" "No." Hoshino Gen answered honestly. A quiet exhale of relief came through the phone. Then, an unmistakable frustration. "Japanese schools are absolutely ridiculous. Darling, why don't we transfer you to the UK? I promise, no one would ever dare lay a finger on you there." He understood what she meant. She wasn't truly concerned about the bullying itself. She just knew that now, after committing murder, he would forever be viewed differently at school. She wanted to take him away from that. But Hoshino Gen didn't care. For once, his voice held a faint trace of amusement as he replied. "That won't be necessary. I doubt anyone here will have that idea ever again." Tilina remained silent for a moment, as if hesitating over what tone and attitude to take when speaking to her son. After a long pause, she finally spoke again, her voice gentle. "Yes, dear, you did very well, protecting yourself admirably. But have you considered that your methods may have been a bit extreme? I believe that when dealing with people who try to bully you, fighting back is completely justified. Knocking them unconscious or even crippling them wouldn't be an issue. However, killing isn't always necessary, is it? All you really needed to do was subdue them. In the aftermath, you would have certainly seen them receive the punishment you wanted them to. There's truly no need to stain your hands with human lives, is there?" Tilina's voice was incredibly soft, her tone brimming with warmth. But the meaning behind her words was far less gentle. Hoshino Gen understood perfectly. His voice returned to its usual indifferent tone, as if it didn't matter at all. "I'll keep that in mind next time. Anything else?" I have an important business meeting tomorrow. Once that's done dash. Beep, beep, beep. Hoshino Gen hung up the call and stuffed his phone back into his pocket. With a snap of his fingers, he signaled to a cafe waiter. "Another hot milk, with sugar." "Thanks." Before he even finished his milk, his phone chimed again, not a call this time, but a text message. He took it out and glanced at the screen. Sure enough, it was from Shimizu. Given the time, school should have just ended. The message was short and simple: "Where are you?" Hoshino Gen thought for a moment, then sent her the location of the cafe. Before long, the cafe doors swung open, and two striking figures stepped inside. Spotting him, they walked straight over and sat down across from him. Before either of them could speak, Hoshino Gen looked at Itasaki and got straight to the point. "Do you know the location?" Itasaki nodded timidly. I saw it when I peeked at my brother's computer. It's in the underground parking lot of Matsuda department store." Hoshino Gen nodded again, downed the last bit of his milk, placed money on the table to cover the bill, then stood up. "Let's go." He led Shimizu and Itasaki out of the cafe. As soon as he stepped outside, he noticed a small group of familiar-looking girls huddled together near the cafe, whispering about something. The moment they realized he was looking, they clammed up, nudging each other without saying another word. Hoshino Gen chuckled, paying them no mind. Casually, he flagged down a taxi and got in with Shimizu Yu and Itasaki. As the taxi drove off, Hoshino Gen, seated in the front passenger seat, took out his phone and started casually chatting with Chi-chan. But before long, he noticed something unusual out of the corner of his eye. He saw another taxi in the rearview mirror, following them closely. A closer look confirmed it. Inside the taxi sat Suzuki Saami, Aguri Eino, and Sakurajima Yui. They probably don't trust their friend to be safe around a killer like me. Hoshino Gen shook his head and went back to his phone. About 30 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. It was around 4 p.m. The sky was a brilliant blue with drifting white clouds, the sun shining brightly. Under the clear sky, the Matsuda department store's glass facade gleamed in the sunlight. The surrounding area was packed with vehicles, motorcycles, luxury cars, and vans. The pedestrians passing by were a mix of flashy young people with dyed hair and men in suits, some of whom bore visible tattoos peeking out from their collars and sleeves. Hoshino Gen had no intention of lingering above ground. As soon as he got out of the taxi, he led his two companions straight toward the underground parking lot entrance. A little further back, the three tails exchanged nervous glances, swallowed their fear, and mustered the courage to follow. At the entrance to the underground parking lot, two men in studded leather jackets stood guard, looking every bit like street thugs. Seeing Hoshino Gen's group approach, one of them impatiently waved them away. "Scram, scram. No minors allowed in here." Hoshino Gen turned to Itasaki and murmured, "What's the name of the Yakuza group your brother's in?" "Akitagumi," she whispered. Hoshino Gen shrugged off his school uniform jacket and tossed it into Shimizu Yu's arms. Left in just his white short-sleeved shirt and student tie, the intricate, menacing tattoo on his right arm was now fully exposed, a sight chilling enough to make onlookers shudder. NB section. He turned to the two thugs and said flatly, "I'm with Akitagumi." The two men froze for a moment. Then, one of them raised an eyebrow, smirking as if he was in for some entertainment. "Oh, Akitagumi, huh? No wonder. Heh. All right, go on in." They stepped aside. Hands in his pockets, a faint smile on his lips, Hoshino Gen sauntered in leisurely. Itasaki and Shimizu Yu followed close behind. The three girls at the back hesitated momentarily, then quickly scurried to rejoin them, forming a single group once more. The two guards exchanged glances. One of them scrunched his face, motioning toward the group of youthful, attractive girls, then grinned meaningfully. The underground parking lot looked nothing like an actual parking facility. Rather than a place for cars, it resembled a chaotic black market. The air was filled with noise-raucous chatter laced with expletives. The crowd was a mess of people from all walks of life, though most looked anything but decent. As soon as Hoshino Gen's group stepped inside, they immediately drew attention. It was inevitable. Even if people ignored him, the girls following behind him dressed in pristine private academy uniforms, their appearances sweet and delicate, were utterly out of place here. Of course, there were women present, plenty of them. But most were heavily made up, scantily clad, and carried an air of darkness about them. Compared to these, unseen, women of the underground, the schoolgirls looked like innocent little lambs that had wandered into a den of wolves. It wasn't long before a group of garishly dressed men with multicolored hair sauntered over. Their leader had dyed blonde hair, multiple piercings in his ears and lips, and as he approached Hoshino Gen, he gave a sickening grin, his tongue, split down the middle, flicking across both his upper and lower lips in a grotesque display. He clapped a hand onto Hoshino Gen's shoulder, grinning wickedly. "Pretty boy, bringing this many little lambs here, you doing wholesale? How about sharing a few with the boys?"
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.